Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. There is a flash of light. We see a cursor. In front of us is a battlefield where two armies have met. On one side are purple banners, and on the other, red ones. Someone gives the command to advance. An officer in a helmet extends his hand and orders an attack in the name of the god Nebula. The people are opposed by orcs who are fighting for the hegemony. Two armies stand opposite each other. Someone is working with a keyboard. One of the orcs strikes with a hammer. The people are firing rifles, and also cannons. The orcs are deflecting shells with magic shields. We see two hands. Their owner asks if this is really all that the hegemony has. Airplanes are used. In front of us is a limb of a monster who answers yes to the question asked of him. The people are struck by lightning. There are pieces on the chessboard. The planes are being fired upon. A man is sitting in a gaming chair behind a monitor. He says that we will have to resort to radical means. A system window appears, asking whether the user really wants to launch an attack with nuclear warheads in the name of the god Nebula. The cursor is next to the yes option. We see a nuclear warhead. The rocket takes off. A man in a strange mask sits in a chair. The missiles enter a horizontal trajectory. The orcs look in horror at the means of destruction flying over their heads. The owner of powerful armor and a helmet with horns says that he was ready for a nuclear bombardment. An object of an as yet unknown purpose appears in his hands. Hegemonia pronounces the enemy's name with a questioning intonation. Rockets that look like a clock tower take off. They fly up to the rockets that have a more familiar shape. A character with a mask in the form of a ruminant skull identifies the interceptor missiles and admits that his enemy is using faith technology, meaning he is well prepared. A powerful explosion is heard. Clouds of smoke rise. We see the rocket again. It flies out of the atmosphere. The steps are separated. A human eye is visible under the skull. The warhead falls directly onto the enemy camp. Two green hands are raising an object of unknown purpose. In front of us is an orc with a crown on his head. Other monsters are kneeling behind him. The warhead is getting closer to the palace. Judging by the orc's face, he is making every effort to hold back the missile. The owner of the horn mask says that if all this were really happening, no prayers would save anyone. Streams of green smoke are visible. The warhead falls vertically downwards. The green smoke takes the shape of a hand and grabs the projectile. A bright light is visible through the slits of the mask. Its owner says that this is the lost world. A huge ghostly creature is holding a warhead in its hands. The owner of the mask says that in this world, faith and prayers are always effective. The young man brings his fist to his face. As he expected, the enemy uses the holy oak strategy. The armor protecting the legs is burning. Their owner, giggling, asks if his opponent saw what just happened. The knight in the horned helmet raises his left hand and says that this is a new strategy called holy oak. The warrior puts his fist forward and asks the opponent if he gives up already. It is reported that in front of us is Hegemonia, occupying the second place in the server rating. The man sitting in a chair in front of the monitor looks at the laughing opponent. He thinks that the enemy's confidence must be justified by something. The leader of the orcs raises the object over his head, which he recently used against the missiles. The young man sitting at the computer thinks that although the peculiarity of the orc race allows for rapid population expansion, it is simply incredible how he was able to gain so much faith so quickly. In addition to everything, the enemy chose the sky, the largest space, and used special checks. We see the back of the horned ghostly creature. Thus, the opponents were secretly preparing to repel the technological civilization. Trying to summon the spirit of the apostle is also a good idea. We see the eyes of the guy under the mask. However, in his opinion, all this was obvious. Fortunately, there is something above the sky. A satellite is visible outside the atmosphere. Long cylinders fly out of it. They rush down. Hegemonia sees the falling cylinders on a very unusual screen. Lights glow under the horned mask. Hegemonia understands that after using nuclear weapons, his opponent uses inertial weapons. The ghostly creature with horns hears an order to stop the huge blanks, otherwise they will destroy the entire palace. The man with the mask of a chewing animal says that this is impossible since tungsten rods are flying down. We see the projectiles in question. The ghostly orc holds his palm above his head. The young man declares that his projectiles have accumulated a decent gravitational acceleration, and it is too late. The tungsten rods pierce the ghostly creature. They fall to the ground, causing a powerful explosion. The room in which the orcs were located is destroyed. Another tungsten rod hits its target. More and more shells fall to the ground. Puffs of smoke rise. The hand holding the strange cross-like object releases it. Someone says the emperor is dead. Ruins appear before us. It is reported that the underground temple was destroyed along with the palace. Triangles with exclamation marks pop up in front of Hegemonia. His opponent says that the faith he has so carefully cultivated will evaporate. A ghostly orc looks up in despair. A winged creature flies out from under him. The man says that when faith disappears, so will the apostles. A young man with a chewing mask pronounces the name of his opponent and praises him for a great fight. The system reports that he has won. We also learn that his name is Nebula and that he is the first in the ranking on the server. The opponents look at each other. Hegemonia asks what that was and demands a rematch, as he is sure that he will definitely win next time. Nebula looks at the computer screen and hears the enemy calling for another fight. He reaches out to the system window, which offers to accept the invitation to a rematch. We see the back of a chair. The young man sitting in it says that he was wondering if the enemy had something new since he did not give up. However, he did not see anything original. The system windows report that the guy defeated all enemies and has held the first place in the ranking for 2 months. Nebula complains that the game is not original at all. He also managed to complete the task of holding the first place in the ranking. The young man stretches tiredly when a phone rings next to him. This surprises the guy. We see the edge of the monitor and the top of the column. Nebula understands that he received a message and tries to understand who needed him at such a time. In front of us is the message the guy received. Incredible achievement. You are the only one who is able to collect all the achievements in the game. Thank you for staying with the Lost World. Nebula puts his hand on the mouse. He tries to figure out if he has really finished the game. Another message appears. The Lost World has been in beta testing for a long time, but the game will soon be officially released. Player Nebula is allowed to play the game before the official release. The young man, raising his right hand, comprehends the information received. A system window pops up in front of him, offering to start. We see the young man's right eye. He says that if so, then everything suits him. The cursor approaches the yes option. Lines of code flash. We again see the mask in the form of a ruminant's head. It is on the young man's face. Sparks shine in the guy's eyes. In front of him is a circle surrounded by columns, the center of which emits a purple glow. Nebula draws attention to the fact that some of the columns are destroyed. Thus, this is probably not a temple, but rather ruins. The young man drops to one knee and touches the floor with his hand. He wonders if this is all just a dream. Someone behind the guy says that this is not a dream. In front of us is a man with half of his face hidden by a hood. He says that Nebula has been chosen. The speaker, wearing a long cloak, asks permission to greet the young man. He says that his real name is Alden. We see another character with his face covered by a hood. The hero is trying to understand how they know his real name here. He is looking at someone through the slits of his mask. In addition, the guy wants to understand what all this means. In particular, he is very confused by the shadows he sees. The young man's eyes are visible from under the mask. The man in the cloak standing next to the guy says that perhaps some of the players already know him. Then he explains that everyone hides their faces so that the game is fair. In front of us is the lower part of the speaker's cloak. He declares that since everyone is already interested, we need to get down to business. This man raises both hands. In the middle of space, there is a planet hanging. Nebula looks at it and realizes that it is not Earth. The guy looks at the celestial body through the eye sockets of his mask. He has seen this planet many times before. A celestial body hangs above a circle surrounded by columns. This is the Lost World. A cloaked man's hand reaches out to the planet. He declares that here the hero has become a true god. Nebula looks at the speaker in silence. We see vague shadows before us. The hooded man raises both hands. We see vague outlines of human figures. Nebula, standing in the middle of them, hears nothing but senses the confusion of those around her. An eye shines brightly under the mask. The hero is informed that the Lost World is not just a video game, it is a land abandoned by the gods of the past. The speaker points to the planet. Foxes armed with knightly spears jump on rodents. We see orcs and elves working together. It is reported that an incredible civilization once flourished on this planet. Different races lived in harmony. A dragon, curled into a ring, lies on the ground. Its yellow eye shines faintly. However, for some unknown reason, the gods left this world. The dragon raises his head and looks at the planet hanging above his head. The speaker says that because of this, the time has come for new gods. Nebula, surrounded by human silhouettes, stands in front of a table, behind which is a man in a long cloak. This character, raising his right hand, continues his story. The game Lost World was created to find suitable candidates for the role of god of this planet. Nebula listens attentively. The hooded man says that those gathered here can try to become a real god. He raises his index finger and declares that everything will be very similar to Lost World. At first, almost no one will believe in the hero, but if he can give his people a reason to believe, he will become the only god of this planet. Nebula places his hand on the celestial body in front of him. He hears that if he succeeds, he will be able to do whatever he wants. Standing under the planet, the speaker declares that all the dreams of those gathered will instantly come true if they reach the ultimate goal and become gods. Nebula looks thoughtfully from under her mask at the speaker. He asks what will happen if he gives up. The man in the hood is surprised. He says that if the young man gives up now, he will go back to his world, but he will forget everything that happened here. Nebula, raising her left hand, asks what will happen if he gives up during the game. He hears that after it starts, there will no longer be such an opportunity. We see the hero's eye under the mask. Standing opposite the interlocutor, he asks what will happen if another god defeats him. He answers from under his hood that in this case, a divine end awaits the young man. Nebula stands between human silhouettes. Fear is visible in his eyes. The guy understands that a divine end is death. Before us is the lower part of the face of a smiling character. Nebula understands that all participants are risking their lives. His figure stands out against the background of the other contenders. The young man sees no reason to give up and abandon the game. There is a planet hanging in the middle of space. The speaker says that it is time to make a choice. Standing at the table, this man declares that if someone wants to give up, then it is necessary to do so now. He shows the cards to those gathered. A smile can be seen on his face. He says that those who decide to continue will begin their adventure with a minor race. Nebula, whose mask we see, thinks that everything is just like in the game. This means that at first it is necessary to choose one of the lower races. The young man's eye glows. He sees that one of the vague silhouettes has raised his hand. It seems that people are starting to give up. One of the silhouettes dissolves. Nebula looks from under the mask at what is happening around and counts to 4. Another outline disappears. This is already the 5th. 2 more silhouettes are visible behind the guy. Nebula thinks that there were 32 people here at the beginning, which matches the maximum number of players in Lost World. The guy looks at the silhouettes around him. He realizes that there are now only 27 players left. The hooded man points to the cards laid out on the table. Addressing the hero, he says that he can choose first. In front of us is the hero's horned mask. He asks if he really has to do this at the beginning. Nebula takes a card from the table, realizing that he chooses first since he occupies the same place in the ranking. The young man looks at the card. He seems a little puzzled. A magical formation appears in front of the table. The ruins are now above the planet. A piece of land is visible on the surface of the celestial body. This is a peninsula. It is gradually approaching. In front of us is a river that flows to the mountains among the trees. The frog notices something. A butterfly flies above its head. A close-up of a yellow eye is shown. A fish swims next to the amphibian. The frog grabs the prey with both hands. The green creatures are overjoyed at the size of the fish. They shout that they will have a delicious dinner today. A butterfly flies behind the frog. An insect flies near the trees. One of the amphibians says that it has never seen such a butterfly. The second one says that it is not worth paying attention to at all. At least today they will not eat insects. The butterfly slowly descends. It sits on the man's hand. Nebula sits in a chair surrounded by butterflies and system windows. He asks himself if these are really humanoid frogs. We see the card he got. A small race of insects, includes some arthropods and crustaceans. Nebula knows that insects have the lowest percentage of wins, although it all depends on how you play. The young man examines the card with the butterfly on it. He says that insects are comparable to birds and they are quite useful at the very beginning of the game. The young man's face is thoughtful. The peninsula marks the location where Nebula is now. The guy is thinking about the fact that the spawn point is on the eastern edge of the continent, which means there won't be many battles at the start of the game. The butterfly is flying over the other cards. The strategy of getting rich at the start of the game will make it difficult to use early aggression. The humanoid frogs are smiling, holding their prey in their hands. Nebula is thinking about choosing insect eaters, such as frogs, as the starting race in this case. One of the mentioned creatures shoots its tongue at a dragonfly. Nebula is looking at the system window. He is concerned about the large number of tribes. There are about 500 of them, and it is very difficult to choose the right one to start the game. In front of us are frogs of different species. Nebula is looking at the system window, which shows the number 10. The hero is standing in front of the bowed amphibians. In Lost World, the player's influence on the creatures is directly related to the level of faith. He currently has 10 faith, which is not enough to make the frogs do anything. A butterfly flies past Nebula. The young man tries to figure out what other tribes are nearby. Lizards are wandering tiredly through the desert. The hero, sitting in a chair, works with the system. He remembers that humanoid lizards also feed on insects. The tailed creatures continue to walk through the desert. Nebula thinks that they are able to survive without water and their numbers seem to have greatly decreased, which will be very useful to him. The young man sees injured lizards, and now an old man. He notices a seriously injured lizard holding his hand. The hero's face is still hidden by a mask. The guy realizes that the individual he has noticed used to be in the main group, but was expelled as a result of a power struggle. The lizard looks back with a very displeased look. System windows hang in front of Nebula. He thinks that the more this creature feels its uselessness, the harder it is for it to live, the easier it will be for it to find God, having seen even a small miracle. Before us is the profile of the lizard in question. The eyes of the young man shine under the mask. He understands that before him is a very fragile creature. We see the young man's eye up close. He decides to start with this lizard. The wounded reptile sadly drags behind the main group of its relatives. A beetle sits on a rock. A tribe of lizards passes under it. The creatures are sick and exhausted. One of the lizards notices a gazelle and informs his relatives about it. The unfortunate animal looks at the hungry reptiles with doom. They cannot believe their good fortune. The animal is wounded and looks like easy prey. Someone shouts that it must be caught. The reptiles rush at the victim. The hungry lizards pounce on the gazelle. One of them asks how long it has been since they have eaten normal meat. The second one loudly demands not to disturb her while she eats. Next to the wounded lizard, an elderly relative complains about his fate. He says that it seems that the weak and old will not get normal food. The reptiles greedily eat meat. An eagle flies in the sky. Bones lie on the ground. Someone says that the food quickly ran out. They laughingly answer that there is still some left. One of the lizards picks up a bone and says that the bone marrow that is in it is also very nutritious. His comrade confirms this. The reptile takes the bone to suck out the bone marrow. However, one of the lizards snatches it from the greedy man's hand. The creature, deprived of food, looks offended at the relative who did this. He holds up a bone and says that this is enough. Something must be left for those who cannot hunt. The noble lizard takes the skull and ribs. All of this goes to the old and wounded. The hungry reptiles gnaw on the bones. One of them goes to a wounded lizard. Flies are buzzing around his shoulder. Two reptiles turn to Jael, who has given part of the prey to the weak. They ask if he is really satisfied with everything. Jael asks what his comrades mean. One of them says that feeding the young and the old is alright, but what about the seriously wounded lizard, who must inevitably die? The second remarks that this cripple is definitely not long for this world. His wound has begun to rot. In fact, he should have died long ago. It is completely unclear how he is still holding on. Jael looks to his right. He says that many of the lizards survived only because Rak took the blow of the saber-toothed tiger, and this, of course, should be appreciated. Here is a fragment of the battle that Jael just mentioned. They object to him that this lizard will soon die anyway, and the food is needed by the living. The reptiles bend over their wounded comrade. Jael looks at the members of his tribe and asks how they cannot be ashamed. He is told that he must be honest with himself. The moon is shining in the sky. The lizards are sleeping right on the ground. Rak is visible among them. The lizard groans in pain. A butterfly appears. The reptile notices the insect. She looks at it with an unhappy look. Rak sees that the butterfly flies to the rock behind which the moon is hiding. One of the lizards wakes up his comrade and asks him to look at this. He asks what is going on. The reptile says that it looks like Rak has finally decided to leave the tribe. The wounded lizard leaves the place where he spent the night. His relatives, who see this, suggest to each other not to make noise and just quietly watch what will happen next. Rak puts his foot on a stone. One of the reptiles silently watches him. Holding his hand, Rak climbs up the rock. He looks ahead, sees something there and tries to understand what kind of crazy fantasy this is. The reptile understands that it is something important. The butterfly flies up. Rak sincerely hopes that this really means something. The lizard follows the butterfly. We see his paw. The insect leads the reptile further and further. Continuing to follow the butterfly, Rak tries to understand what all this can mean. A tear flows from the lizard's right eye. In front of him is a strange growth, which is completely covered with insects. Rak realizes that this is all food. The reptile looks at the bugs and realizes that there are enough for the entire tribe. A notification appears that the humanoid lizards from Tribe 1102-1 have witnessed a miracle. Nebula, who is still sitting in the chair with his mask, says that Rak has finally seen a miracle, and all thanks to the intervention of God. This amount of food will last for several days. The reptiles greedily eat the insects. Everyone gets food. Nebula says that he will do something else next. The young man looks at something from under his mask in surprise. He realizes that his work has been made easier. Rak himself tells about the miracle that happened to him. The lizard points to a butterfly with one hand and holds a bug in the other. Nebula remembers that creatures with great willpower can decide many things on their own. One of the reptiles looks at the bug. It covers almost the entire palm. A notification appears that the tribe Rak belongs to has discovered a deity called the Nameless God of Beetles. A young man is sitting in a chair. He is trying to understand why beetles and not butterflies. The guy repeats the strange name he was just given. Nebula looks down on the lizard sitting far below by the fire. He understands that at the very beginning, no one is given beautiful names. We see a mask covering the guy's head. Rak stands in front of his relatives. The hero calls him by name. The young man smiles. He declares that from now on this lizard will be important to him. Well, Nebula himself will also be of great importance to this reptile. Rakrak treats one of his relatives with a beetle. Clouds float across the sky. Someone thoughtfully moans, looking at a butterfly. Rakrak puts his hand to his forehead and says that he is seeing this vision again. Maybe he should follow him again. The lizard's kin are cheering wildly behind him. They shout that they can see the bugs again, and this is a real celebration. One of the lizards, clenching his fist, asks his comrade if he will follow this vision again. We see the shadows of reptiles on the cracked earth. Someone says that winter is coming, but the bugs still appear from the side from which the cold winds blow. Rakrak looks to his left and says that if they continue in that direction, they will freeze to death. One of the lizards puts out his right hand to the side and suggests ignoring the vision and going in a different direction. Rakrak looks angrily at his kin and says that this will not work either. Before us is a desert strewn with rocks. Rakrak declares that these lands are empty. He looks up and asks what the meaning of his visions is. He does not understand it, but he has no choice but to follow them. Nebula looks at her ward in the system window. We see the back of a chair in which a young man is sitting. The guy thinks that the lizards have little faith, but at the very beginning it is difficult to do anything about it. You need much more faith. In front of Nebula hangs a system window describing the currently unavailable skill blessing of insects. It says that the insect level must be higher than the second. Using it requires 10 faith points. Rakrak carries a cub on his back. The whole tribe follows the butterfly. Nebula thinks that if Rakrak believes in him, then the lizard will have a future that he could not even dream of. The reptiles look at something in amazement. The cub gets off his hands. Rakrak turns to his relatives and calls on everyone to listen to him. He points his hand at an oasis located among the rocks and declares that the nameless god of beetles led them to the shelter. The lizards look in shock at the sight that opens before their eyes. Rakrak puts his hand to his chest. The tribe praises the leader, exclaiming that it was not for nothing that the entire tribe believed in him. Green leaves of trees are visible against the blue sky. System notifications appear. The deity level has been increased from 1 to 2. The level of the minor race insects has been increased from 1 to 2. The blessing of insects has become available. Nebula reaches out to the blue window. He asks the lizard if he wants to know what the young man really needs from him. We again see the mask that Nebula is wearing. He says that Rakrak should become his priest. The guy reaches out his index finger to the system window. Rakrak looks up in surprise. Nebula says that he must convey the will of the god to his people. The blessing will help him with this. A column of white energy is visible above the lizard leader. The moon is shining in the night sky. The lizards are sleeping, sprawled on the ground. An insect similar to a bee flies by. It sits on the chieftain's shoulder. Rakrak hears someone calling his name. He raises his head and tries to understand where he is now and whether this is a dream. Someone calls the reptile again. A ghostly butterfly sits on its nose. A tailed creature approaches the lizard. It asks who is in front of it. We see an outstretched clawed hand. Rakrak looks in surprise at the one who has come to him. This character extends his hand and asks the lizard if he will take it. We see this limb up close. Rakrak looks at his interlocutor in shock and asks what he wants. The hand is turned palm up. Now it turns with the index finger down. Rakrak is amazed. The lizard is holding the skull of a horned animal in his hands. He brings the object closer to himself and begins to examine it. We see the skull up close. The reptile understands what it is. It lifts the skull by the horns. Rakrak carefully holds the skull with both hands. Before us is Nebula, with butterflies flying around him. The lizard cries out in surprise and says that his interlocutor resembles the nameless god of beetles. Green leaves are visible against the blue sky. The entire tribe is lined up in front of their leader. Rakrak says that this is exactly what he dreamed. The lizards look at him in surprise. One of them says that the will of the god is obvious. The second asks again if the god really asks to sacrifice a buffalo. Jael, standing in the back row, warns that in order to catch a buffalo, they will have to go far into the desert, and it is too dangerous. One of the lizards turns to the skeptic and says that this is exactly what the god who brought them here wants. Jael declares that he will not endanger the tribe. We see a hypothetical battle between a bull and reptiles. Jael declares that hunting a buffalo is associated with a huge risk to life. The whole tribe will have to fight him to win. Raising his left hand, Jael asks who will look after the old and wounded in this case. Some of the tribe agree with him. Jael looks ahead. Rakrak holds a spear with both hands. He declares that the whole tribe cannot be put in danger. Looking over his shoulder, he says that he will go alone. Jael steps forward and warns his kinsman that he will not be able to defeat the buffalo alone. It is simply impossible. Rakrak, smiling, turns around and declares that he is not going there to die. He looks at his comrades and tells them that God has blessed him. One of the lizards asks again, surprised. There are scars on Rakrak's shoulder. There is a tree with a very thick trunk nearby. The chieftain has a spear in his hand. He says that it is hard to believe, but when he woke up, all his wounds were healed. Rakrak looks at his shoulder. He tells them that, in addition to everything else, black scales appeared on his body, just like beetles. The lizards look at their comrade in surprise. Jael, squinting, says that this is, of course, very strange, but it is not a reason to go after the buffalo alone. Rakrak turns away from him and says that Jael is absolutely right. He shows off his huge biceps. The lizard raises the spear above his head, and then throws it at the tree. He tells his comrades that this will be the reason. The spear flies into the tree and knocks off its top. The reptiles look at what is happening in amazement. Only a small piece of the trunk remains of the tree. Rakrak holds the spear in his left hand. The tribesmen run up to him. One of them shouts that this is simply unbelievable. Could their comrade have been hiding such strength from them all this time? One of the lizards is trembling with excitement. He says that it was, of course, a dried up tree, but Rakrak had recently been dying from his wounds. Brown growths are visible on the reptile's shoulder. Someone asks if it is really their beloved Rakrak in front of them. One of the lizards notices something and asks in amazement what it is. Rakrak, looking to his left, laughs. He excitedly points somewhere with his finger and calls on everyone to look in that direction. Rakrak opens his toothy mouth. He says that this is a herd of buffalo. The horned mammals are moving across the desert. Jael looks at them in amazement and shouts that this is simply impossible. The reptile stands on a rock with a spear in his hand. Jael reminds them that the buffalo follow regular routes. They could not have gotten lost and somehow ended up here. Rakrak, who has a spear in his hand, declares that there is no point in thinking about this now. He jumps down. His comrades shout worriedly after him. The lizard's face is filled with delight. He dives at the buffalo, loudly shouting to his compatriots that today they will be freed from hunger. Rakrak throws his spear. It hits one of the buffalo right on the top of the head. The animal falls. Its comrades, mooing loudly, turn to flee. The lizards pounce on the prey. The order to catch the animals sounds. Rakrak, whose eyes we can see, tells the reptiles that God sends them not only bugs, but also meat. A column of smoke rises above the oasis. We see a skull with horns. Blood drips from the mouth of a hanging buffalo. Below him, a pile of bones is visible near the tree trunk. Rakrak kneels and, raising his hands, addresses the nameless god of beetles. He begs to accept the tribe's offering, no matter how pitiful it may be. The lizards look at their leader with inspiration. They lower their heads and in one voice beg the god to accept their offering. A pool of blood collects on the ground. Nebula gets up from his place. He thinks that the ritual was performed carelessly, but the sincerity of the lizard's intentions is important. He received even more faith than he expected. We see a system window that reports that the young man has 162 faith points. Nebula thinks that for a novice priest, this was a good ritual. Rakrak stands with his hands raised. Nebula stands with his arms crossed over his chest. He thinks that, considering how quickly they did it, everything went quite well. The young man's face is almost invisible under the mask. It was difficult to attract the buffaloes because he is not the god of the grass that the ungulates eat, so they had to ask for help from their friends. We see locusts eating grass. The buffalo sees a path of tasty grass in front of him. The animal is nibbling the vegetation. Nebula thoughtfully raises his right hand. The lizards are eating meat with appetite. The guy wonders if they ate the buffalo babies too. Nebula works with the system windows. He says that at this stage of development it is stupid to expect them to know how to raise cattle. It is too early for that. The tribe of lizards is small for this oasis. We see the natural object in question. Nebula understands that the reptiles will last here for a maximum of a few years. The exhausted lizards lie on the parched ground. The hero thinks that at this point these creatures know nothing about plant growing or cattle breeding, and it will be problematic for them to survive this stage. We see the hand of a young man. He reflects on knowledge and skills. Nebula sits thoughtfully in her chair. He understands that some knowledge is quite difficult to discover on your own. You can't tell the lizards directly about it either, otherwise the rules of the game will be violated. You can always find a roundabout way, but it will take time. The young man's hand reaches for the screen. Nebula raises a bent index finger. He decides that they should start with one blessing. Rakrak stands with his arms outstretched. A tall sparkling column is visible above him. We see a river and rocks. Buffalo skulls are impaled on stakes. The lizards have built a complex structure from animal bones. Someone says that Rakrak seems to have already woken up. He says that he was not sleeping, but was watching the altar. Rakrak, who has a fur cape on his shoulders, says that he had a dream last night. Jael, who is standing behind the lizard, asks what kind of dream his comrade had and if the god is trying to tell him something. Rakrak is not sure, as he cannot interpret the meaning of his dream. The lizard looks up. He says that in his dream, the altar was shaking strangely. We see stones. Rakrak says that all the fish in the blessing pool that has protected the tribe for many years have disappeared. The ground is strewn with boulders. Rakrak says that in his dream, the ground was so dry that nothing could grow on it anymore. Jael reminds him that this has not happened yet. His comrade raises his right hand and says that he knows about it. Rakrak climbs onto the altar. Jael says that there is no point in worrying about it because their god must take care of the tribe. Rakrak replies that he too believes in God. We see the bull skulls impaled on the stakes again. Rakrak reminds his comrade that gods will often come hand in hand with hardship. Sitting on a huge pile of bones, Rakrak declares that if they fail to understand God's plan, it will be tantamount to betrayal. This is exactly what he fears. Jael stares at the chieftain. Rakrak looks into the distance. Judging by his eyes, he notices something. The lizard asks his comrade to get up and look at something. Jael asks again, surprised. Rakrak urges him on. He points his finger in the direction he should look. It seems that Jael also notices something. A group of horsemen is moving through the desert. Rakrak looks at them and declares that now it is clear why the altar was shaking. These are the ones who drove them out of the tribe. In front of us are rather strange lizards, riding on creatures of an unknown breed. A pot-bellied lizard holds the reins in his hands. Jael asks in surprise if they really came here. Rakrak replies that this was to be expected. The leader of the tribe that appeared in the desert looks quite muscular. Someone notices that he has blue scales, just like the tribe that settled in the oasis used to have. Someone also notices the large size of the leader. The strange creature he is riding on also does not go unnoticed. The question is asked what kind of monster it is. Rakrak, observing the newcomers, says that, judging by their number, the entire tribe is on the way. We see a devastated land. Jael guesses that the appearance of the lizards indicates the complete depletion of their homeland, the green marshes. Rakrak peers intently. Jael looks up. He suggests that God has taken all the fertile lands. His comrade replies that this is just an unfounded guess. An army of lizards, led by a leader riding a strange monster, approaches. Jael asks if the aliens know about the refuge. Rakrak replies that the oasis is in a mountain valley and cannot be seen until you climb up. Jael looks up and says that this tribe might just be passing by. A lizard armed with a spear shouts loudly that this place belongs to the nameless avatar of the Beatles. A group of fighters is visible on the top of the cliff. Their leader waves his arms, asks if this is the blue scale tribe in front of him, and shouts that these reptiles are not allowed here. The leader looks up in surprise. Rakrak clutches his head. He says that Ur is on patrol today. Jael lowers his eyes and confirms that this is indeed the case. Rakrak places a hand on his comrade's shoulder and tells him not to worry. He moves forward a little, suggesting that perhaps this was God's plan. The hand holds a spear. Jael asks what his comrade means. Crouching behind the chief, he asks if God could have created this situation to test them. Rakrak hums uncertainly. He then looks over his shoulder at his comrade and suggests that this may indeed be a test. However, it is more likely a mission to accept and save those who were once their comrades. We see many lizards armed with spears. Jael looks at the back of his comrade as he moves forward. He says that even if this is the case, the leader of the blue scales is unlikely to be able to perceive anything spiritual. If he had this trait, he would not have insisted on the expulsion of all the weak members of the tribe. Jael recalls the sad picture of the expulsion. A butterfly appears in the sky. Rakrak looks at it in surprise. A smile appears on his face. He asks the insect if this is God's will. The reptile realizes that there can be no mistake now. The butterfly flies on. Rakrak follows it. He says that in this case he will do everything possible. The insect flies above the lizards. Nebula looks at the screen hanging in front of him. He says that Rakrak realized that this is exactly how he intended it. Before us are two parts of a divided people. Nebula says that the tribe from the oasis and the blue scales must unite. This is necessary for the growth of the number of believers and technological development. However, it is strange that Rakrak made this decision himself. The said lizard goes forward at the head of a small detachment. He looks up. Nebula realizes that his high willpower must be involved. The system notification reports that Rakrak has a willpower of 14. Nebula leans back in his chair. It seems to him that Rakrak mistook the appearance of the blue scale tribe for an act of God. There is some truth to this. Locusts are sitting on the green leaves. Words come from under the mask that a leader with high willpower is simply wonderful. Rakrak continues to lead his fighters. The young man thinks that if he instills strong faith in them, he will no longer have to make all the decisions himself. Rakrak smiles. Nebula knows that after this, the lizards will be able to carry out all his orders more effectively. The defenders of the oasis sit on a rock above the reptiles that have come to their land. The leader, riding a huge lizard, calls one of them a noisy guy and asks if they live here. Ur loudly protests at being called a guy, but then confirms that this is their land. The fat man smiles insolently and asks if Ur is serious about this. He raises his right hand and asks what they have there. Ur shouts that the fat lizard shouldn't care, but at least there are trees and fertile land here. The blue scale leader thinks about this. There are someone's legs in front of us. Rakrak, smiling, approaches the newcomers and says that there is prey here as well as a god. The leader, riding a huge lizard, asks again in surprise. Rakrak says that this entire land belongs to the nameless avatar of the beetles. The blue-scale chieftain wearily declares that this lizard is also talking nonsense. However, it does not matter. He demands that his opponents vacate this place in a good way. Rakrak looks at his interlocutor. The latter, proudly sitting on an aggressive lizard, promises that if Rakrak and his charges leave right now, he will leave them alone and will not attack. In front of us is the yellow eye of the creature on which the fat man is sitting. We see armed lizards. Their leader says that he does not know exactly how many reptiles oppose him, but the local lizards do not have a single chance of winning. The fat man puts his finger to the bald crown. He declares that since time immemorial, a leader needed to be able to count. Rakrak closes his eyes. We see a stone spearhead. Rakrak puts forward his weapon and says that he does not want to fight either the chieftain or his tribe. The leader, grinning angrily, asks again. One of the lizards holds a crooked knife in his hands. Rakrak, thrusting forward a spear, declares that the unfortunate and the disadvantaged will always be able to find shelter in the arms of God. Addressing the army of aliens, Rakrak declares that in this case God will take care of them. The leader of the blue scales smiles, and then begins to laugh loudly. He stretches out the hand in which he holds the reins. The fat man declares that his interlocutor still does not know how to count. He looks at him with a sly grin and asks if his opponent is sure of this. After all, he does not know what a god is. Rakrak holds the spear with both hands. The leader of the blue scales, grinning, says that all this is nonsense. He rushes to attack. The huge lizard opens its giant mouth. Rakrak looks up and calls his god. He holds the spear with both hands. The lizard asks the higher being to help him face the enemy and grant him courage and strength. Rakrak looks at the enemy resolutely. The huge lizard grins angrily. We see a severed rope. Rakrak has a very strange expression on his face. The leader of the blue scales, sitting on the lizard, calls the enemy an idiot. A huge paw of the yellow-eyed reptile descends on him. A system window appears, announcing the beginning of an intertribal battle. Two tribes have clashed with each other. The experience points of the tribes have increased significantly. Nebula thinks that this was very dangerous. System windows hang next to the young man's head. In front of us is a message that the hero is examining. You have paid special attention to one tribe. Now it is at your disposal. Race, humanoid lizards, level 1. You have unlocked a new skill. Do you want to use it? Nebula extends her finger to the yes option. The huge paw of the yellow-eyed lizard hangs over Rakrak again. He looks at it in fear. A star appears in his left eye. It turns out that it is flying from the sky straight at the combatants. The star falls right in front of the lizard's nose. The blue scale chieftain laughs loudly and says that his opponent deserves it. However, his face then becomes surprised. Waves of blue energy rise around Rakrak. We see the silhouette of Nebula behind his ward. The fat man looks at his opponent in surprise. He says that he has no idea how he dodged, but it will not happen again. The reptile again spurs the terrible creature he is sitting on. Rakrak confidently looks at the enemy. The star appears in his eye again. For some reason, Rakrak is thinking about the status. The corresponding system window appears. It describes the chieftain of the blue scale tribe, whom we see sitting with the reins in his hands. It is reported that he has strength 24, intelligence 15, sociality 16, and has the breeding skill. Nebula thinks that Rakrak could handle him alone, but the problem here is not the chieftain, but the monster under his control. The giant lizard in question extends its right paw. It is reported that this is Manhwa, a level 1 drake with strength 87, intelligence 6, and sociality 9. An information card for Rakrak appears. It is reported that he is the chieftain of the tribe. He is a level 2 warrior, level 2 chieftain, level 1 priest. Strength 30, intelligence 24, sociality 26, willpower 14. Supernatural status, divinity. Rakrak looks up. Nebula thinks that the drake will be no more problems. Rakrak quickly approaches the huge lizard. He grabs it by the lower jaw. The use of the strong avatar skill is reported, which gives the user an additional characteristic called divinity. An electric discharge is visible on Rakrak's forehead. 1 point of divinity is equal to the maximum possible strength of the creature under his control, multiplied by 200. The blue scale chief looks at what is happening in front of him in bewilderment. It is reported that Rakrak's total strength is now 630. The lizard throws the huge drake over himself like some kind of toy. The fat man hangs upside down, not understanding what is happening. It seems that he is about to be smashed into the ground. The reptiles look at what is happening in front of their eyes in amazement. Rakrak releases the drake just before the latter touches the ground. The reptiles are completely shocked. Nebula thinks that this overwhelming difference in strength will make absolutely everyone freeze. Manhwa lies on his back, crushing the blue scale chieftain with his body. We see the terrible teeth of this creature. The lizards cheer wildly for the winner. Rakrak looks over his shoulder. His comrades are very surprised. The blue scale chieftain tries to get out from under the drake's body. He calls his opponent a bastard and says that this simply cannot be. The bastard's hand reaches for a knife. He asks how Rakrak did this. The fat man points the knife at the lizard who has turned away from him and shouts that he must not be distracted in a fight with him. The blue scale chieftain grins and says that there are never any mistakes in his calculations. Rakrak holds his hand in front of his head. He delivers a very fast blow right to the jaw of his opponent. He flies back and falls to his knees. Rakrak looks around at those present and asks who is next. The weapon falls to the ground. The blue scales fall to their knees and shout their allegiance. We see the back of the lizard's head. He looks around, smiling, and realizes that it's all over, although it's certainly hard to believe. His fallen enemies lie before him. Rakrak tries to figure out if the god really did control his body just now. It was like a dream. Nebula smiles under her mask. White smoke rises above the oasis. The lizards have settled down next to the altar. One of them passes something to another. The newcomer asks in bewilderment if the inhabitants of the oasis really used to be blue scales. Why then did their scales turn black? The reptile brings food to her mouth. She says that's the whole point. Thanks to the worship of the nameless beetle avatar, they have all changed and become stronger. The blue lizards look at their black compatriot in amazement. He says that otherwise they would have died in the desert. Two reptiles are warming their feet by the fire. One of the blue lizards looks up. He says that the power of the god of the local lizards is truly unimaginable. In front of us is an altar. Someone asks if his interlocutor really does not understand what happened today. Jayal and Rakrak are sitting on tree stumps. The tribal leader looks down sadly, folding his hands in front of him. Jayal asks if a lizard with such gigantic strength can really exist. He could not even imagine such a thing. We see vegetation covering the ground. Jayal looks at his comrade and asks if everything will be okay. Rakrak asks him to clarify what he is talking about. Jayal looks to his right. He says that with the arrival of the blue scale tribe, their number has increased sixfold. The greenery gives way to cracked earth. Jayal fears that this oasis will begin to deplete very quickly. Rakrak looks down. He says that they will have to leave. Jayal looks at the chieftain with fear. He looks away thoughtfully. Jayal asks if this means that they will go back to the desert. But they cannot just wander there in an endless search. Rakrak answers that they can very well, because the answer is somewhere in those lands. A huge number of lizards are sitting in front of the altar. Rakrak says that they will go there because God's hint was the appearance of their ancient brothers. The tree trembles. Two lizards try to stop Manhwa with spears. They ask the drake to stop growling and remind him that the master is no longer there. They suggest that the huge creature just calm down. Manhwa hits with his tail. It almost cuts off the head of one of the lizards. The victim's comrade curses and prepares to use his weapon. Manhwa raises his paw and roars loudly. The lizard angrily asks why he can't do it. Ropes are tied to the tree. The reptiles trying to subdue the monster are afraid that at this rate it will break free and run away. The lizard calls the drake by name and asks if he really wants to be punished. Manhwa looks at someone in surprise. Rakrak calmly carries a couple of root vegetables. The lizard trying to subdue the drake recognizes him. Manhwa remembers how this same character abandoned him a little earlier and roars loudly. We see the paws of this creature. Rakrak holds out some food to him. These are quite large root vegetables. The tribal leader offers the drake something to eat. He looks at the lizard a little scared. Rakrak holds out some food. Manhwa takes a bite. The lizards standing behind the chieftain look at what he is doing in surprise. Manhwa is already smiling. Rakrak strokes his muzzle and asks if he wants more food and if he will behave more quietly if he gets food. Food falls to the ground. Manhwa eats the roots with gusto. Pieces of them fall from the drake's mouth. Rakrak says that if this creature is still alive, then surely the god has some plan for him. Rakrak and Manhwa stand opposite each other. The chieftain asks if the drake wants more. Then he says that he will give nothing more. If Manhwa wants to be on his side, he must learn patience. Rakrak seems to see understanding in the drake's eyes. He humbly lays his head on the ground. The tribal chieftain says that this is exactly how one should behave and praises the huge lizard. He moves away from his comrades. Rakrak says that if Manhwa starts acting up again, they should call him immediately. The fighters make it clear that they will do just that. One of them looks after the leader with a very surprised look. Rakrak is sitting on a log with two of his comrades in front of him. One of the reptiles is holding a homemade knife. She asks one of the interlocutors if he knows how to do something like that. The answer is that one can say so. Yer, whose body is completely covered in scars, says that if it weren't for the guy's persistence, he would have made a much better weapon a long time ago. Jayal looks at his fellow in bewilderment and asks how this is connected. Yer replies that it's all about the trees. Rakrak, holding a knife, asks again in surprise. Yer confirms that this is exactly how it is. We see a bundle of logs. Yer says that a lot of wood is used in the creation of weapons. Rakrak, who is sitting on a log, asks if the wood is needed for fires. Yer says no. They burn wood to get a special flammable material from it. Rakrak looks thoughtfully at the blade. He looks at Yer, who has bowed to him, and says that he understands everything. The chief promises to think about this idea and make a decision tomorrow. Yer agrees to wait. Rakrak feels the tip of the knife. He watches Yer leave. In front of us is a one-armed lizard. He says that, according to his information, they are looking for someone who can accompany the tribe in the desert. Rakrak looks closely at this reptile and asks if he is the wanderer. The disabled man smiles and says that it is he. The lizard calls himself an old man who wanders the world in search of shelter. The wanderer smiles. He says that in his wanderings he has learned to find the right paths. Rakrak, looking at his interlocutor, asks again. We see grazing ungulates. The wanderer says that he has several ideas about the lands that will save the tribe from starvation. The lizard scratches his lip. He states that he cannot guarantee that these territories have not already been occupied. Rakrak, next to whom Jael is sitting, asks how likely this is. The wanderer answers that it is quite high. The leader of the tribe says that everything is fine. He looks at Jael and states that if someone goes against them, they will simply defeat the enemies and take their lands for themselves. The wanderer looks somewhere up and says that this is true. If Rakrak has such determination, he can trust this feeling. The disabled man is sitting on the ground. Rakrak looks intently at his interlocutor and asks what about him. Why should the tribe trust him? The wanderer looks up. He points there with his index finger, stating that the answer is right there. Jael and Rakrak look up in surprise. There is nothing there but clouds. Rakrak asks if the wanderer means the sky. The invalid replies that it is not just the sky. There are stars visible above the tree. Rakrak looks up thoughtfully and asks if that is what the wanderer means. He confirms this assumption. The tribe leader asks if these objects are moving. The invalid says that he has noticed this. He puts his only hand to his chest. The lizard states that the leader noticed correctly. The stars are in some kind of movement, and he even determined some rules by which they move. We see the night sky. The wanderer says that if you know the paths the stars take, you can find your way anywhere. Rakrak looks up and understands that this may be true. The tribe leader stands next to the invalid. The latter promises to tell about the star paths. He asks if he will earn the tribe's trust if after a few days of observation everything turns out to be as he said. Rakrak replies that this is exactly how it will be. The interlocutors continue to talk about the stars. The disabled man, who stands behind the leader, who is looking at the sky, says that they will meet at the same time in this place. Rakrak confirms that he will come here. Yer approaches. Rakrak turns to him and asks what happened. Is Manyun causing trouble again? The lizard replies that nothing like that. Drake, of course, was a little unhappy, but as soon as he began to be fed regularly and on time, he noticeably calmed down. A blue butterfly is visible above Manyun's nose. Rakrak, standing with his back to the interlocutor, thanks God for the fact that everything happened exactly this way. Yer calls out to him. Concern is visible on the face of this lizard. He says that, according to Jael, the tribe needs to find a way to move through the desert without the risk of starvation. Rakrak, smiling, replies that this is true. We see the scene of Drake being fed. Yer states that today, when the chief was feeding Manyun, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Yer looks at the chief hopefully and asks if the same thing could work with other animals. Rakrak looks at his comrade and suggests naming the animals. Yer raises his left hand. He points at someone and says that maybe it could work with them. Black silhouettes are visible below the high cliffs. They are bulls chewing grass. A notification appears that the Rakrak tribe has discovered a new skill, cattle breeding. In front of us are two ancient Egyptians against the backdrop of a sphinx and a pyramid. They say that at a certain point in human history, two branches appeared. A representative of an ancient civilization plows the land. Some began to engage in crop production. A man milks a cow. Others devoted themselves to cattle breeding. Nebula looks at the screen in front of him. He thinks that this was naturally mentioned in the game Lost World. There are many system windows hanging in front of the young man. Plant growing is more stable, and it is not for nothing that most civilizations begin their development near large bodies of water. Lizards try to tame the bulls. However, the tribe that Nebula chose consists of humanoid lizards. One of the reptiles manages to bring down the bull. Nebula knows that his charges are physically strong and easily adapt to the environment. What they need most is cattle breeding. The lizards have tamed the bulls and are already leading them somewhere. We see a mask hiding the hero's face. Nebula reaches out to the screen. Also in this tribe, knowledge has appeared that will elevate him. This is ore processing. Yer hits a hot piece of iron with a hammer. The metal melts. Yer works at the furnace. He twists a wooden stick with his palms. The hammer hits the hot metal. Blades are lying on the ground. Nebula sees all this on the screen. He thinks that the lizards have finally learned to give metal the desired shape. The screen shows the manufactured tips. Of course, the metal is still much softer than in good bronze products, but for the Rakrak tribe, which had to fight with stone tools, this is already a big step forward. The leader examines the manufactured weapons. Nebula watches what is happening on many screens. He reaches out his finger to one of them. The young man thinks that in addition to this, the lizards have received another unexpected gift. The wanderer looks up. Rakrak is standing next to him. This gift is astronomy. The chief points his finger at the sky. In front of us is again the skull of a ruminant, hiding the boy's face. Of course, the tribe's knowledge can hardly be called astronomy at this point. But in the distant future, Nebula hopes the reptiles will be able to use it correctly. The lizards look at the starry sky. They are animatedly discussing topics that are very important to them. We see trees under the starry sky, and now the points tied to wooden shafts. Rakrak looks up and says that the wanderer is absolutely right. The stars are the guides of the heavens. The chief sits on a rock above his oasis. Rakrak thoughtfully looks at the stars. He says that now all that remains for him to do is to implement his plan. A white column of smoke rises above the oasis. We see a huge pile of bones. The lizards' faces are thoughtful. Rakrak speaks before them. He says that a long time has passed since their god brought them to this land. The reptiles listen attentively to their leader. He declares that they even had a chance to meet their brothers, and the tribe could have abandoned them just as they once abandoned him. The lizards could have chosen a solitary existence. A butterfly lands on the leaves of a tree. We see the insect up close. The lizards listen attentively to the leader. He says that in this case they could live longer in this oasis, but those they abandoned would perish in the endless desert. Rakrak, who stands against the backdrop of a pile of bones, declares that this would be wrong. Their god wanted salvation, not rejection. Rakrak raises his clenched fist. He declares that what they have done will be for their greatest good. The reptiles look up. Their leader, with the skulls of ruminants visible above his head, announces that the tribe will leave this land at dawn. The lizards are talking to each other in fear. Rakrak calls the wanderer. The leader introduces the one-armed lizard to his kinsmen. Rakrak says that this old man has been instructing him in the secrets of traveling on star maps for several days now, and he is convinced that the wanderer is telling the truth. Smiling, the leader declares that the one-armed old man will lead the tribe forward. Jael stands with his arms crossed over his chest. Rakrak declares that from now on the tribe will trust the wanderer, who will show the way. He asks the invalid to tell him where he will lead the lizards. Everyone should know this. The wanderer is a little confused. He points his finger at the sky. The sun is rising over the stone desert. The one-armed man says that in the morning, when the first rays of the star appear, the lizards will go to the right of the place where it rose. The reptiles look up. They hear that the tribe will walk forward for 10 days. Then they will turn right and walk along the rotten river for another 15 days. We see the waterway just mentioned. Now there are mountains in front of us. The wanderer says that they will have to walk along the mountain rift for another 3 days. The left side of the old man's head is covered with a green spot. The invalid says that as a result they will reach their goal, which is an endless forest. The trees stretch to the horizon. The wanderer says that there will be many wild animals there, as well as tribes of other creatures. Rakrak, smiling, exclaims that such a place is ideal for the tribe. The one-armed man laughs and says that it is true. The chief puts his hand on the speaker's shoulder, thanks him and lets him go. The wanderer says that he was glad to speak to the tribe. In front of us is someone's leg. The lizards look up. The chief stands on bones. He loudly calls Yer. He asks Rakrak in surprise what he wants. The chief, standing in front of the entire tribe, asks why they did not eat a single buffalo from those caught yesterday. Yer asks again in surprise. A column of smoke rises. Rakrak is standing on the turtles. Yer asks again in surprise. We see indecision on the lizard's face. He replies that he and his comrades were simply not that hungry. Rakrak, smiling, says that everyone worked so hard to catch these buffalo, but the prey never became food. Yer and the other lizards look at their chief in bewilderment. Yer tries to find an explanation for his actions. The wood is burning. Tears are running down the lizard's cheeks. He collects his thoughts and says that everyone really worked very well, but he himself did not eat anything because he was not truly hungry. The chief looks sternly at the lizard. Yer explains guiltily that if he holds out now, he will be able to eat properly later when he is really hungry. This is his own decision. Rakrak stands with his arms crossed over his chest. He smiles and calls Yer a good boy. Yer cries out in surprise. Rakrak extends his left hand towards him and says that the lizard wanted to eat the buffalo, but he held back for the sake of his future, and this is simply wonderful. The chief, towering over Yer, asks if he will continue in this spirit. The lizard, clenching his fist, says yes, as long as he is not hungry, he will follow this rule. Rakrak looks over his shoulder at the reptile and declares that he has behaved excellently, so he should receive some kind of reward. In front of us is a spear with a shiny tip. Yer looks at this gift in shock. He realizes that he has received a weapon with an iron tip. Yer takes the weapon from the hands of the chief. He looks admiringly at the shiny tip. Rakrak declares that the other lizards who listened to Yer's advice, those who overcame their desire to overeat unnecessarily, are all worthy of these spears. The lizards look at their leader in surprise. They receive the spears and examine them with admiration. The reptiles, left without weapons, look with envy at the owners of the spears. They say that they want the same. Jael looks closely at the leader. He was wondering what his plan was, but now it seems he understood everything. We see surprised green eyes. Two hands hold a bull's skull. Rakrak addresses the tribe members and asks them to approach him one by one. Yer looks at the leader in surprise, who asks the god to grant strength to true warriors. Rakrak puts the bull's skull on himself. The lizard is on one knee, holding a spear in his hand. The leader says that their journey will be successful only if everyone is patient and maintains the same restraint they have shown today. Rakrak places a skull on Yer's head. He declares that from now on this fighter has his own nickname, Bone Warrior. Lizardmen with skulls on their heads stand next to each other. We see blue eyes under the mask. Rakrak says that this is the will of God. Yer cries, "The wood is burning." Rakrak stares somewhere. In front of him is a whole squad of fighters with bull skulls on their heads. The chieftain addresses them and declares that the time has come to leave this divine place. We see a mountain of bones. Rakrak asks everyone to remember that the will of God will accompany them, so they are not tied to any place. The Wanderer and Jael look closely at the chieftain. He says enthusiastically that everyone must let the nameless beetle avatar into their heads. He cannot promise that it will be easy, but they must simply move forward fearlessly. Rakrak shouts loudly, raising his right hand, and declares that just as the lizards overcame the urge to eat the buffalo, they will cope with the coming journey. It is all for their own good. Iron-tipped spears rise up. The reptiles shout that it is all for their own good. Rakrak, standing on a pile of skulls, gives the command to set out and declares that the reptiles must endure, but move forward, the nameless beetle avatar will be with them. In front of us is a butterfly with blue wings. Rakrak, reverently closing his eyes, looks up. We see his right eye under his mask. The chieftain realizes that he has just spoken for a god and asks for forgiveness for this act. The butterfly flies up. It lands on a finger, and Nebula says that there is no need to apologize. The young man, sitting in his chair, tells the lizard that if he had done otherwise, he would never have chosen him as his priest. Nebula extends a finger to the system window. He examines the lizard named Yer and states that ever since Rakrak achieved the growth of his allies, everything has been going very well. In front of us is an information card for Yer. It says that he is a humanoid lizard whose reliability has increased from level 4 to 7, and his warrior level from 2 to 3. The skull hides Nebula's face. The guy says that Rakrak's special skills have finally shown themselves. In front of us is the tribe's leader. It is reported that the leadership level of the humanoid lizard named Rakrak has increased from 7 to 14, the priest's level from 1 to 2, and the warrior's level from 2 to 3. The leader hands over the bull's skull to one of his relatives. Nebula says that Rakrak is doing great and lives up to all expectations. In front of us is the lizard's face. Nebula says that he has made a new beginning. The tribe of lizards walks between the rocks in the desert. Manyun looks up and makes a strange sound. Rakrak turns around, sees the drake lying on the ground and calls out to this creature. The lizards surround the exhausted monster. The leader bends over him and says that it is still too early to fall without strength. The wanderer says that it seems that Manyun is tired. Rakrak turns to the invalid and asks if they have time to rest. The latter, leaning on his stick, says that there is no other choice and they need to stop for a while. The chief turns to his kinsmen and orders them to stop. He puts his hand to his mouth and says that they will make a short rest. Rakrak looks thoughtfully into the distance. He is tormented by thoughts about whether the tribe will find what they are looking for when they reach the end of the mountain ranges. Whether he will become stronger if he rests, there is only the unknown ahead, so a stop will not hurt, and he also realizes that he has hardly eaten anything. Rakrak looks up. He approaches the wanderer and asks to clarify whether they have really been walking at this pace for 3 days. The old man replies that it is true. The chief looks thoughtfully at the guide. Rakrak, on whose back hangs the skull of a bull, says that after 3 days the whole tribe is very tired and he is running out of food. Looking into the distance, he says that now we can only hope for a miracle from God. A lizard, who was apparently in the vanguard, runs up to the main group. He calls the leader and says that another tribe has appeared on their way and these are some fearless bastards. Rakrak and the wanderer look at the warrior in surprise. Creatures with green bodies are walking through the desert. One of them smiles widely and says that this is just great. It looks forward with enthusiasm and tells its companions that now nothing is blocking their way, and they can quickly get out of here. Loud sounds are heard from behind the rocks. The orc shouts that nothing can be worse than this monster. Lizards are in front of us. The orc leader notices them and cries out in surprise. Rakrak, smiling, stands in front of his army and notices that the green creatures are truly fearless. The chieftain, whose back of his head we can see, looks at several orcs and asks if they are just fools. The green-skinned creatures moan, not understanding what to answer them. One of the lizards holds his eye. The orc shakes his head. He drops his weapon to the ground. The orcs fall to the ground in front of Rak and beg for forgiveness. There are root vegetables on the ground. The orcs say that there was a misunderstanding, and they just wanted to leave this canyon as quickly as possible. Rak, next to whom Jael is standing, asks in surprise what misunderstanding they are talking about and hears that the orcs were just in a hurry. The kneeling chieftain says that they ran away from their homes and now they wanted to get food for their relatives who were homeless in the desert. Rak asks why the orcs ran away and what happened in the desert. In front of us is a lifeless space strewn with bones. The orc points to his left and asks if Rak can see that hill. We see rocks covered with trees and hear that orcs used to live there, and although these lands can hardly be called fertile, they had everything. Lowering his head, the green creature says that everything was fine until that monster appeared. Rak asks again in surprise, looking at his interlocutor. Nebula is thoughtfully working with the system windows. We see his white mask. The young man extends his finger to the blue window. In front of us is a stone statue. It is on the long body of some strange creature. Nebula says that it must be a deadly abomination. We see the head of this creature. The system window reports that this is an Ancient Centipede, a level 9 abomination with 120 strength, 12 intelligence, and 4 sociality. Before us is the monster's creator and his creation, and the description of the Lost World says that these creatures were created by the lost gods of the past. The monster crawls along the ravine, and it is reported that even after the disappearance of the owners, this abomination remained on the earth. The orc points his finger down. Rak is very surprised. He sees a centipede at the bottom of a huge pit and understands that this is the very abomination. Before us is the head of the monster. The system window reports that it has special skills, the poisonous fangs of a centipede and the blessing of a forgotten god. Nebula, who is sitting in his chair, thinks that this is too strong an opponent for now. Rak looks down at the monster. It makes some strange sounds. Ur and Jael, who have spears in their hands, say that the earth is shaking. The orc leader turns to the lizards and says that the monster just growled. Ur asks the leader what they will do. Rak asks the wanderer how long it will take to go around. He answers that if the tribe returns to the desert and goes around the mountain, then about 8 days. Rak repeats the words about 8 days. Nebula looks at the screen. He understands that the leader's hesitation is understandable. Rak looks back at the lizards. Nebula thinks that the leader does not know what to do since now his tribesmen are scared. In front of us is the head of a centipede. Nebula realizes that going around is a very wise decision. Rak looks down from the cliff. Nebula waits to see what decision the lizard leader will come to. Rak and Jael look down. They see very steep cliffs in front of them. An idea comes to one of them. It turns out that there are huge boulders on the tops of the cliffs. Jael, who is standing behind the chief, calls out to him and says that they must fight. Rak looks closely at his comrade. In front of us is an information window about a lizard named Jael. He is a warrior of level 3, a leader of level 1, strength 26, intelligence 35, sociality 28, intuition 11. Jael, looking at the chief, says that they have an advantage now. The leader of the orcs asks again in surprise. We see high cliffs, and Jael explains to the chief that the tribe's craftsman uses a method that speeds up the smelting of metal. Rak and Jael are sitting on the ground, and the former says that the craftsman used a special tool. Jael confirms that this is the absolute truth. We see the tool in question, and Jael says that the craftsman calls it an air bellow, and this technique requires less effort than any other methods known to them. Rak rubs his nose thoughtfully. Raising his right hand, he asks if this means that if you use a special tool, you can achieve more power with less effort, after which he reminds Jael that the craftsman experimented for a long time before creating such a thing. Jael says that nothing special is needed in this case, since even the most basic tool will do. It becomes clear that the boulders are ready to collapse on the scolopendra lying below. There is a stone on the top of the cliff. It is noticeably loose. Shards fly down. Someone calls the number 1. A log is pushed under the stone. The number 2 is heard. The lizards are trying to throw the stone down. One of them tells his comrades to hold their breath. The log is trying to push the stone down. 4 lizards press on it at once. One of them says that the log should be inserted on command 1 and pressed on 2. Huge boulders are ready to collapse on the scolopendra below. Nebula looks closely at the screen. He understands that the reptiles are rolling stones to crush the monster. It is a simple but good idea. We see a monster with a sculpture on its back. Nebula looks at the stones hanging over the abyss and thinks that in order to kill such a centipede, you need to drop all the boulders at the same time. I wonder if this is possible. The lizards press on the log. One of them asks to do it faster. We see the hands of the reptiles. The commands are heard 1 and 2. The boulder seems to break away from the rock. Ur joyfully shouts that it is falling. Jael asks in surprise if it really worked. The stones fly into the abyss one after another. The centipede looks up. The boulder approaches her head. It crashes into the monster. Stones fly down. The lizards look down. One of them asks if they got what they wanted. Nebula, whose lower part of the face we see, says no. The centipede seems to still be alive. Rakrak looks at his opponent in amazement. The monster roars deafeningly. The lizards standing on top of the cliff notice the centipede climbing towards them. Rakrak raises his hand and orders the reptiles to act faster. They must throw down all the remaining stones. Nebula gets up from her place and says that it is too late. He quickly rushes forward. Rakrak looks ahead. It seems that he sees the nameless beetle avatar. Yer looks at what is happening to the log in amazement. Rakrak copes with the job alone. The boulder flies high into the air. The tribe leader rushes to the next stone. He begins to push it with his shoulder. Rakrak rests against the boulder. The leader strains with all his might. Finally, he pushes the huge stone. Boulders are flying down on the centipede. Rakrak shouts that the lizards must help him. The monster opens its mouth wide. Rakrak says that it is unlikely that this monster will stand still. The leader grabs his spear. He jumps off the cliff. One of the lizards tries to shout to his leader. Rakrak raises his spear to strike. He throws it straight at the centipede's head. Stones are flying down. The iron-tipped weapon knocks down the statue that was on the monster's back. The centipede opens its mouth and roars deafeningly. It falls down. A huge boulder catches up with it. The stone breaks the monster's neck. Two more huge boulders are visible above the centipede. The monster falls to the ground. Jaal and Yer look down from the cliff in amazement. Rakrak lands. A dead centipede is visible in front of him. Nebula, sitting in a chair, declares that the hunt was a success. Rakrak stands in front of the slain monster. A notification appears that the chieftain's tribe has destroyed an abomination, an ancient scolopendra. The lizards rejoice on top of the cliff. Nebula declares that faith in him is growing, but he has received something more important. We see a system window that informs us of the receipt of a new item, namely a reward for the hunt. A pink orb floats above Nebula's hand. The young man declares that he wanted to kill the abomination for this very reason, the essence of abomination. The sphere hangs above a circular magical formation. Nebula thinks that each god has resources needed for a certain minor race, and although they can be obtained through faith, special items are used to create an entirely new thing. The humans worship a giant white wolf. Nebula thinks that with this essence he can summon an entity that is essentially a faith generator, spreading the word of a god by its very existence. The system window shows a white wolf. Nebula thinks that the entity can evolve, and if it evolves enough, it can gain a special class like an apostle or avatar. Nebula rubs his chin thoughtfully, wondering if such entities are created in the same way as in the game Lost World. He holds a pink sphere in his hands and tries to figure out what he should create. The lizards stand in front of a dead centipede. Jaal rips off one of the legs and asks if the meat of this monster can be eaten, despite the fact that it stinks disgustingly. The reptile pulls the meat of the monster with its teeth. Jaal places the severed limb on the ground and declares that the meat is quite edible and does not taste so bad. The lizard examines the white fibers. He says that, however, it will be very difficult to eat it just like that. Jaal props his head up with his hand and says that if raw meat is not suitable, then its taste should be diluted with something else. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jaal says that, for example, you can add an edible part of a tree vine and cook the meat over a fire. This will help to kill the disgusting smell. We see the dish being prepared. Jaal tries what he got and cries out happily. Jaal and Rakrak sit in front of the prepared dish. The chief says that the meat has become quite soft and tasty. Jaal replies that she tried to cook it. The chief asks again in surprise. Jaal holds a leaf in her hands and says that she simply added edible greens and fried the meat. Rakrak examines the prepared dish. He says that the smell was such that he was about to throw away all the meat, but cooking is an excellent skill. The chief asks to teach him this ability. Jaal, who is kneading meat in her hands, agrees to teach her comrade and then calls out to him. Jaal looks at her fellow diner and says that she noticed that the orc tribe chief has an heir. Rakrak confirms that this is indeed the case. The chief puts the meat in his mouth. He hears that he will soon need an heir too. Rakrak almost choked. Jaal, who is holding the centipede meat, says that the chief will grow old someday, and this is necessary for stability in the tribe. Rakrak thoughtfully rubs his chin and asks if Jaal offers him a partner. She says that if he does not see anyone in this role yet, then she can take this place. The chief thoughtfully lowers his gaze. He raises his head and tries to say something. Jaal looks at him hopefully. It turns out that the chief's attention was drawn to a golden tablet lying between two stone pedestals. Rakrak says that something is shining behind Jaal. In front of us is a golden tablet with hieroglyphs. The chief, who is standing behind the other lizards, says that most likely this object was hidden inside the stone on the monster's back. Yer is very surprised by this. This lizard tries to bite the tablet, but understands that he cannot eat it. The wanderer explains to the ignoramus that this is a metal, namely gold. Jaal, who is standing behind the wanderer, says that she has seen gold before, since the craftsman showed her different types of metals. In front of us are hieroglyphs on a golden plate. Jael explains that if gold is well cleaned, it will perfectly reflect light and shine beautifully. It also does not change color and does not rot over time, which is probably why it is valued more than other metals. Ur indignantly says that there is no point in it not spoiling. No, it is quite soft, but heavy, and also not fit for food. The wanderer offers his interlocutor to hunt deer. Smiling, the cripple tells Ur standing next to him that deer are animals with hooves and long horns, and their meat is also sweet and very tasty. The orcs recently told him where you can hunt deer. Ur excitedly says that you need to immediately go to this place. Rakrak looks in surprise at the teeth marks left on the gold. Ur looks at the chieftain and asks if he will go with them. Rakrak says that he will do without, and his comrades can go there themselves. The chieftain looks at the gold and thinks about how this metal does not rot. Blood flows down the stone. We see a dead deer. Someone thinks that everything dies, decomposes, and disappears, and nothing in this world remains unchanged. The thoughts belong to Rakrak, who is sitting with a golden tablet in his hands. He thinks that only this golden tablet will never rot, and whoever made it tried to save something on it. Rakrak thoughtfully examines the tablet, trying to understand what it could be. Jael approaches the leader and says that the tribe is ready for sleep. The lizard says that he did not tell anyone where he was going, and it is good that Jael always manages to find him. The reptile woman agrees with these words and says that in her memory the only lizard wearing a fur cape was Rakrak. He looks at the interlocutor in surprise. Lowering the tablet, the chief tells her that it was she who asked him to wear it. Jael agrees that this is exactly how it was and she wanted to make him special since he is the chief of their tribe. Jael states that it would be good if the chief of the tribe had some kind of symbol. Rakrak thoughtfully repeats the word he heard. Flies circle around the dead deer. Rakrak, who is sitting in front of the animal with a golden tablet, thinks that life goes hand in hand with death, so this too will evaporate someday. Surprise appears in the lizard's eyes. He sees some symbols above the deer's corpse and tries to understand what they are. Rakrak peers at what is happening in front of him. He realizes that the movement of the flies recreates the marks he saw on the gold. Rakrak picks up a branch. He realizes that a symbol that does not rot is no longer gold. A lizard draws something on the ground with a branch. He understands that there is something much more indestructible than gold. We see the back of the tribal chief. The morning sun rises above the tents. In front of us is a sleeping lizard. It is Jael, and someone calls her. She turns to the entrance of the tent, sees the chief there and asks what happened. Rakrak says that he wants to show something. Two lizards are sitting in a forest clearing. Rakrak draws a sign in the sand and says that this is it. Jael points to the symbol with his finger and asks if it represents Rakrak. The chief replies that it is more likely a lizard man. Jael asks him to explain. The two reptiles look down. Rakrak says that this is already his girlfriend. We see the symbol he drew. Jael examines the sign and asks if this symbol represents a lizard woman. The chief confirms this assumption. An equal sign appears between the two symbols. Jael looks at it in surprise. She looks up and asks the chief what it means. He looks at Jael in silence. We see three symbols in the sand again. Rakrak says that it means that a man and a woman become partners. Smiling, the chief looks at Jael and says that, among other things, this is an answer to her proposal. Their hands touch. Rakrak circles the three symbols we already know. Jael, smiling slightly, asks Rakrak if he knows what it means. The chief looks at her. The two reptiles are sitting next to each other. Rakrak says that he knows exactly what it means. Butterflies fly above Nebula, and above his head hangs a notice stating that the tribe has invented writing. The guy looks at the screen, thinking that it will take several generations to create a stable writing, but he is glad that it happened at the very beginning of the game. Nebula sees Rakrak leaning on a stone, looking into the distance. It turns out that there are several deer standing in front of the chief. Rakrak rushes at the prey, and Nebula thinks that it is time to have a festival. Ur and Jael are happy, and Nebula thinks that from the outside it may look like an ordinary hunt. Rakrak stands holding up the killed deer. Nebula thinks that the competition to get the largest game for their mate is a way for the humanoid lizards to celebrate their wedding. Rakrak brings the prey to his chosen one. The chief looks at something in surprise. The deer is hanging from a tree branch. Nebula thinks that both lizards did an excellent job. Nebula is visible behind Rakrak. In front of us are high cliffs. Below lie the limbs of a centipede and stones. A question is asked if anyone really minds. Rakrak says that of course he agrees, since they would have to face this monster sooner or later anyway. The orc looks at the chieftain in surprise, who reminds him that this same character used to say that this land belonged to his people. Rakrak also states that the orcs can live here the same way they used to. There are tears in the eyes of the green creature. He bows low and thanks the chieftain. The orc introduces his son, the future chieftain of the tribe, to the chieftain. The orcs and lizards stand opposite each other. The leader of the former says that they are more familiar with this area, so his son can lead the reptiles further, to which Rakrak easily agrees. We see an endless green forest. The orc says that they used to live among these trees, but then they were driven out by huge beasts and other tribes. The orc chieftain says that thanks to the lizards they were able to return to their usual way of life, and they will never forget the kindness shown. Rakrak nods his head. We see the endless forest again. Rakrak is in front of us. Someone calls him and says that there is something there. There is a distinctive paw print on the green grass. Rakrak kneels down and examines the prints. He turns to the wanderer and asks if he knows what these are. The invalid replies that he thinks he does. The old man says that these are the prints of humanoid frogs that walk on 2 legs. Rakrak looks at the wanderer in surprise and asks again. In front of us is the creature that the invalid is referring to. The old man states that among these creatures there are both peaceful and warlike species. In addition, they speak and think just like lizards. And since the frogs went out to scout, it looks like they are now fighting with someone. Rakrak looks down thoughtfully. There are many prints on the grass. The wanderer says that they show that there was not one, but at least 5 representatives of this species walking here. He also assumes that there are many more of them than lizards. Rakrak gets up and orders to return to the temporary camp. The torch is burning. Rakrak examines his camp. He walks between the temporary shelters and orders the tents to be placed further apart to take up as much space as possible, to which one of the lizards says he understands the order. Jael looks at Rakrak and asks why they are doing this. He replies that it is because the other tribes seem to be larger than theirs. Jael, who is standing behind the chief, says that they need to send more scouts to the borders. He replies that they will do so, but they need to make sure that everyone has an equal share of the work. Jael says that the other tribes will definitely be watching them. We see a camp located in the middle of a dense forest. It looks like someone is really watching it. The trees are illuminated by the bright afternoon sun. Nebula thinks that a few days later the lizards moved, and fortunately, the encounter with the frogs never happened. The forest stretches to the distant mountains. Nebula thinks that during this time the lizards have strengthened the tribe's security well. He doubts that many players have been able to make such progress at this point in time. Bulls are grazing on the lawn. Nebula thinks that cattle breeding is progressing quite well and the tribe has adapted their homes to the new living conditions. The lizards are building quite decent dwellings. Symbols are scratched on the stone. Nebula thinks that it is simply amazing how quickly the reptiles were able to spread literacy within the tribe. 3 lizards are standing in front of the stone. Nebula thinks that the symbols on the stone were visible to all lizards, and the hunting grounds are carved on the simplest map. There are apples under the stone. Nebula thinks that Rakrak has also begun to record the amount of harvest each lizard has collected. 2 reptiles are examining the inscriptions on the stone. One of them thinks that she has collected much more than the others today. The second understands that she is not working hard enough. Nebula sees that this technique has increased the productivity of the tribe. Nebula is sitting in his chair. He thinks that the tribe is developing at an excellent rate. A huge cloud of locusts is visible in the sky. Nebula thinks that the swarms of these insects in the center of the continent are gradually increasing in number, and in the north, the number of insects has also increased in general. There are so many locusts that they cover half of the sky. Next to Nebula's mask, a blue screen is visible. The guy thinks that the insect race has reached level 4, and if there were other players next to him, he could not even dream of this. The planet hangs in the middle of space. Nebula thinks that since he was summoned from the eastern lands, it is time to take another advantage of the current circumstances. System windows are visible around the tribe leader. Nebula thinks that both Rakrak's abilities and the tribe's development have already reached average levels. In front of us is a young man's cloak. He thinks that this is just the beginning. Nebula, together with his chair, hangs over the endless forest. He understands that further dangers await them that they have not yet encountered. We see a group of lizards. The chief is called from behind. He turns around and hears that they have problems because the frogs are coming here. Rakrak looks warily at the one who told him this. We see lush trees, and then an amphibian leg. Frogs approach, one of which has red feathers on it. Rakrak, Ur, and Jael come out to meet them. We see the left eye of the chief, which evaluates the appearance of the humanoid frogs. It turns out that there is one lizard standing among the amphibians. Rakrak notices it and tries to understand what it is doing among the frogs. The lizard smiles and holds onto a shoulder bag. The chief understands that perhaps the frogs want to negotiate. Frogs and lizards stand opposite each other. The leader of the amphibians declares that his name is Shunan, and he is the son of the great chief Alroy. Rakrak looks at his interlocutor in surprise, who states that the frogs are not going to attack the humanoid lizards. Rakrak raises his hand, thinking that Shunan is polite in his own way. The lizard introduces himself as Rakrak, the leader of the tribe. He states that the reptiles are also not going to fight the frogs. Rakrak, looking at his interlocutor, asks why the frogs have honored them with a visit. Shunan and one of his companions exchange glances. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. Shunan says that they came to say that the lizards have settled on their territory. Rakrak asks again in surprise. The lizard raises his right hand and says that it is unlikely that all this land belongs to the frogs, and when his tribe arrived here, no one saw any border markings. Rakrak closes his eyes and admits that, naturally, they did not particularly try to look for these borders, and he would like to apologize for such a misunderstanding. Shunnen looks at the lizard with some surprise. Rakrak asks to understand that the local rules are different from those in their homeland, which is in very distant lands, and then asks for permission to stay here until the tribe finds a more suitable place. Shunnen, who raised his hand, tries to answer something, but he is not very successful. Rakrak reminds him that he is Shunnen, the son of the great leader Olroy. The leader of the lizards, smiling, looks at his interlocutor and says that Shunnen, in his opinion, is the most worthy here, so he considered that he can address such a request to him. The frog, smiling happily, says that the lizard is absolutely right. Shunnen is the future leader, and with his authority everything is quite feasible. The frog's companions look at their leader in bewilderment. Rakrak calmly evaluates their behavior. It seems to him that the leader sent them here to take a closer look at the aliens. We see the right eye of the lizard. He turns his attention to his fellow standing among the frogs and thinks that, naturally, there are many questions left for the frogs, but now it is necessary to be more careful and unobtrusive in order to find out as much as possible. Rakrak looks at Shunnen and says that, in his opinion, this is not the best place for such conversations, and perhaps they should go to their village, where the lizards can accept the frogs with all hospitality. Smiling, the leader says that if the tribes agreed to peace without unnecessary strife, then this should be celebrated. Shunnen says that, in his opinion, this is not the best idea. He puts his fist to his mouth and thanks for the invitation, but states that he cannot accept it. Since both tribes are not yet so close, Rakrak replies that he cannot just let go of those to whom the lizards are in such a debt. The reptile chieftain raises his hand and suggests celebrating right here. Shunnen looks back at one of his companions and says that maybe that's okay after all. Meat is roasting on the fire. Rakrak and Shunnen are sitting next to each other. There is a lizard standing by the tree. Rakrak thinks that now he should understand what connects it with the frogs and why they really came here. Rakrak has a very cunning expression on his face. He thinks that he cannot show the amphibians that he is interested in this, because if they understand this, they will try to use this information against the tribe. Rakrak points his finger at the feathers surrounding the frog's neck and asks what they are. Shunnen asks again in surprise. He picks up one of them and says that these are cicatrous feathers. Rakrak asks again. Putting out his right hand, Shunnen says that the lizard is very lucky that he has not yet met these creatures, since these are dangerous animals that live around this forest, namely huge birds that stand on two legs. We see the creature in question. Shunnen says that the birds are not only huge, but also poisonous and very difficult to catch, because in addition to speed, they are also known for their agility. Shunnen explains that it is because of these creatures that the frogs have to watch this area. Rakrak asks what the frogs attack the birds with. Do they really throw spears from a distance? Shunnen asks in surprise what spears are. Rakrak looks at his interlocutor in surprise. The frog waves his hand to someone and says that he will now show the weapon with which they hunt cicatrices, after which he asks to bring him a bow and arrows. Shunnen turns to the lizard, whose name is Owen, and asks if he is not busy to bring the weapon. The reptile willingly agrees to do so. Rakrak looks at his fellow in surprise. Shunnen, standing in front of Owen, asks for another favor, and the lizard asks which one. Shunnen points to a tree and asks to hang a target there so that he can practice shooting, to which Owen agrees. Rakrak looks at the lizard, who is doing the frog's bidding. We see an arrow flying. It sticks into a wooden board. Rakrak, who is standing behind the frog, notes the accuracy of the shot. Shunnen, smiling, says that amphibians have been practicing shooting since childhood. He does not want to brag, but he is one of the best archers of his tribe. Rakrak says that he is very impressed and asks permission to try the bow too. Shunnen holds out the weapon. The lizard thanks him. Rakrak can't place the arrow correctly, to which Shunnen says that the process may seem quite difficult the first time. Rakrak looks at the weapon in his hands and thinks that the stick and thread are very strong. The lizard finally manages to fire an arrow. He thinks that the damage and area of effect of this weapon is less than that of a spear. But you can carry many arrows with you, plus arrows fly more accurately than a spear, and you can shoot them more often. The arrow sticks into the ground far from the target. Rakrak thinks that he would like to delve much deeper into studying this skill. The lizard shoots again. He misses again and curses. Shunnen smiles and says that nothing works perfectly the first time, after which he demands that Owen pick up the arrows. He obediently goes to collect the shells. Rakrak looks at the frog and says that he should have collected the arrows himself, since he was the one who shot them, to which Shunnen replies that the chieftain can consider this service a small favor. Rakrak thoughtfully looks back at Shunnen standing with a bow and thinks that he should learn something more important than shooting. Owen collects the arrows. Rakrak sits down next to him and asks if the lizard's name is really Owen, and he confirms it. Rakrak notices that the lizard is very scared and then asks him how he ended up among the humanoid frogs. The two reptiles collect arrows. Owen explains that lizards and frogs live together within one tribe. Rak looks at him in surprise and asks why. Owen looks at the chief and says that the two races can help each other. Rak asks again in surprise. Owen laughs happily and says that this is indeed possible, so we must try and live in harmony. Rak, sitting down next to Owen, asks for clarification regarding mutual assistance between the tribes. The chief looks at the lizard who came with the frogs and hears that in exchange for protection, the reptiles can help the amphibians in other ways. Shannon looks at the lizards who are preparing food. Owen says that frogs cannot leave the water for a long time, and lizards are good at collecting fruit and climbing trees, so sharing food with amphibians for protection is a good idea. Rak, looking sideways at Owen, says that his tribe can stand up for itself, so it does not need someone else's protection, to which Owen replies that the forest is a very dangerous place, and the Alray tribe is the largest in the entire forest. Owen smiles and says that without the frogs he would not have been able to live to this moment. Rak looks at his fellow tribesmen with distrust. The leader grins and demands that Owen forget his words. The lizard must pretend that Rak was simply asking him how to shoot a bow correctly. Appetizing ribs lie on a green leaf. Shannon eats the meat with appetite. Smiling, he says that he has already gotten used to the taste of venison, but the addition of greenery made the meat even tastier. Rak, who is sitting nearby, says that he is glad that the frog liked the treat. Raising his right hand, he asks if Shannon has ever tried buffalo meat. He says that he remembers that it was very tasty, although their tribe has not caught buffalo for a long time. Shannon widens his eyes when he hears that the lizard tribe keeps live buffalo. Without letting go of the bone in his mouth, Rak offers to exchange one buffalo for a couple of bows. Shannon begins to answer, but stops. Behind him stands another frog, after touching which Shannon says that nothing will work. Looking slyly at his interlocutor, Rak says that he is very sorry. Shannon raises his left hand and says that all this, however, can be discussed when the two tribes get to know each other better. He points to his left and states that, fortunately, the other frogs have gotten along well with the lizards. The reptiles and frogs communicate peacefully with each other. Shannon says that not only Owen communicates well with the amphibians, but also the warriors who belong to the tribe that Rak leads. Owen hears Shannon calling him. Smiling slyly, the frog invites the lizard to tell how they have helped each other in tribal affairs over the past months. Smiling falsely, Owen states that he will be happy to tell about the friendship of the two peoples. Rak looks at Owen with distrust, as he thought the frog led the lizard so smoothly to this topic, as if they had discussed it all in advance. Owen smiles. Rak thinks that if he had not talked to this lizard before, he could well have bought these false words. Words sound over the green forest that someone was glad to recognize their interlocutor. Rak, looking at the two frogs, says that next time the lizards can come to them, and they will not have to bother themselves with long trips in this direction. Shannon first agrees, and then says that this place is also perfect for such meetings. The amphibian, smiling, waves his hand. Rak and his fellow tribesmen do the same. Shannon whispers something to the frightened Owen. Rak notices a tear on the lizard's face. The chief asks Jael, who is standing nearby, if she saw it. She says yes. The frog, hugging the lizard by the neck, leaves, and Rak says that this does not look like a relationship between equal species. We see an island with two houses. Owen gets a blow to the cheek from the frog. Shannon points his finger at the lizard and asks if he really thought that he would not notice anything. Owen wipes away his tears, is asked what he said to the black-scale chief. The reptile swears that he said nothing of the sort. Crouching to the ground, Owen says that Rak asked him how to shoot a bow correctly, and the lizard simply gave his fellow tribesmen a few tips. The frog accompanying Shannon delivers a powerful knee to the stomach, and the lizard, she asks what kind of excuses these are, because Owen himself does not know how to shoot a bow. The lizard, who is in great pain, holds his side. He says that he simply deceived the chief of that tribe to divert suspicion from himself. Shannon raises his index finger and thoughtfully says that it was the right thing to do. Beaten Owen says that he then pretended that he could not tell Rak everything, and in order to get archery lessons, he must give the frog tribe something in return. Shannon leans slightly towards the lizard and asks what Rak answered. Owen says that he gave up on the idea and said that he was sorry, but he had nothing to offer the frogs. The amphibians exchange glances. Owen, who has closed his eyes, hears from Shannon that he expected nothing else from him. Shannon, leaning towards the lizard, asks him to listen to something. The reptile makes it clear that he is listening to his master. Smiling nastily, the frog reminds the lizard that there is something very dear to him on the island. Tears roll down Owen's cheeks. He looks back at the two small houses located on the island. Smiling nastily, Shannon declares that the lizard is very lucky. In front of us are the lizard cubs. The frog says that she wanted to sacrifice these children. The tiny tent in which the cubs sit is guarded by two muscular frogs. Shannon explains that the lizard was lucky that the new victims came into the hands of the amphibians themselves. Owen, closing his eyes in fear, says that Shannon is absolutely right. We see the lizard's eye. Owen says that he is very lucky. With a pained expression on his face, The lizard declares that he will try to outwit his fellows. The moon shines over the island. Owen thinks that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would not have rushed here. He sits on the shore of the lake and thinks that he should have guessed everything when the frogs welcomed them so warmly. Before us is the profile of the lizard, who thinks that everything was clear already when the frogs dragged them to the Brotherhood ceremony and even when they told them to gather on the island. Owen opens his eyes. He thinks that 200 lizards could not oppose 1,500 frogs. Before us is a terrible green monster. The lizards look at him in horror. Owen thinks that, besides, the frogs had a god on their side. The lizards look at the terrible two-headed monster. The unfortunate reptiles knock on the fence, behind which the frogs are standing. The monsters bare their disgusting teeth. One of the lizards dies. Bloodied Owen looks up. He thinks that the two-headed monster rules the frogs just as they now rule his tribe. A tear rolls down the reptile's cheek. He thinks that all this will not change, since the inevitable cannot be avoided. Owen remembers Rakrak. He thinks that the leader of the Black Scale tribe looks like a strong warrior. However, despite the fact that there are 600 of them, they are just simple savages who do not even know about the existence of bows and arrows. The lizard closes his eyes again. He thinks that if he sacrifices that tribe to the god of frogs, he can live a little longer. The small lizards sleep on the ground. Owen looks at the island and mentally asks his son to be patient, as he will soon convince the lizards from the other tribe to come here. The reptile is standing next to the buffalo. Shunin is beaming with happiness. He shouts that this is really a buffalo, a real live buffalo. Rakrak, smiling, looks at the frog and says that he was not lying when he said that he had buffaloes, and the exchange he proposed is really very good. Shunin thoughtfully rubs his chin. Owen standing next to him suggests that before exchanging resources, they get to know each other better. The frog looks at the lizard in surprise. She says that the local tribe does not know anything about the alien tribe yet and invites the leader of the Black Scales to visit them. Smiling, Owen raises his left hand. He says that in this case the frogs will be able to give them a bow, and this is a great reason to get to know each other better. We see a flying arrow. She falls not far from the two lizards. Rakrak turns to Jael, who is standing next to him, and asks how it went this time. She replies that the arrow only flew halfway to the maximum distance, to which the chief says that he did not even aim. Rakrak examines the weapon he holds in his hand. He understands that this is most likely the limit for their replica bows. They ideally repeated the appearance, but could not get the same bowstring as the frogs. Jael says that the 5th meeting will begin soon, and it seems that the frogs are very eager to learn as much as possible about the lizards. Rakrak, looking ahead, agrees, after which he says that the amphibians are clearly hiding something behind this simple trust of theirs. Perhaps they want to pull off some dirty scheme. An arrow sticks out among the greenery. The chief admits that the problem is that the tribe still does not know the frogs' plans, so they need to stay alert. Rakrak looks back at Jael and says that it's time to achieve something at the upcoming meeting. He asks if the lizards have collected the herbs they agreed on, to which Jael replies that the herbalist found out where they grow. The chief, whose back of his head we can see, says that this is good, after which he says that Owen could be the solution to their problem. Rakrak looks at his companion. Jael, smiling, asks why not try then. She thinks that we can give this guy a chance. The chief thoughtfully repeats the last word. We again see the island with tents and guards. Owen, who is being strangled by someone, is in great pain. He says that he did exactly as the frog said, but it did not work. Shunin asks Aboy to leave the lizard alone, otherwise he might die. The pumped-up amphibian replies that their victim will not die from this. Owen, gasping for breath, says that the black-scale lizards are more cautious than he thought. Aboy, smiling nastily, says that they are not at all like the tribe to which Owen belongs, who jumped into the trap without a second thought, and the lizard agrees. Aboy releases the unfortunate creature. Owen holds his throat and tells Shunin that he must go, and the frog allows him to do so. Raising his left hand, the vile creature tells the lizard that he should hurry. Owen, with a tear rolling down his cheek, hears that Alray has said to arrange the sacrifice ceremony as soon as possible. So the reptile must find out as much information as possible and quickly lure both the black-scale chieftain and all his warriors here. Owen, who can see an island nearby, asks what the rush is about, thinking that only the frogs know about it and that we should listen to them carefully. Shunin, looking up somewhere, says that the illness of his father and elders is only getting worse, so all these events cannot be postponed. Owen asks if these respected amphibians are infected with scabies, and if so, is it really that dangerous? In front of us is a frog covered in white mucus. It is scratching itself. Shunin looks down at the reptile and says that in general the lizards should not know about it, although nothing terrible will come of this knowledge. We see houses standing on the water. Shunin declares that scabies is indeed a dangerous disease. The frog scratches its shoulder covered in a white coating. Shunin says that if you get sick with this crap, you will not only start scratching yourself, but also become covered in white sticky mucus. The frog twists its mouth and says that no matter how much you wash away that crap, it will never wash off. Then the slime will cover almost the entire body. and when there is too much of it, breathing problems will begin. There is a dead amphibian lying on the floor of the house. Shunnen says that the next stage is death. For example, yesterday the tribal priest died of scabies. Owen is kneeling in front of his tormentor. He thinks that this is the first time he has heard that scabies can be deadly, and he does not understand why Shunnen is telling him, a lizard, about this. In front of us is the head of a green creature. Owen understands that Shunnen is testing him, and this should neither be happy nor surprised. Owen says that the lizards should not find out about this, otherwise there will be individuals among them who will mock the frogs. Shunnen stands over the reptile bowing before him. He says that this is right, but it will not be possible to hide this fact forever. Owen, holding his right hand out, says that even if that's the case, there are still ways to change the lizard's reaction, like telling the tribe that they can get it too. Shunnen, thinking about it, says that's a good idea, but scabies isn't contagious to lizards. There are some herbs in front of us. Owen says that there's a plant in the forest that produces a white sap when you break a branch, and there's also one that can cause scabies. Standing up in front of the frog, Owen says that he has more contact with amphibians and can tell the lizards that he's gotten scabies from them. Shunnen says that's not a bad idea. Smiling, the frog looks at Owen and says that she didn't expect anything else from such a sly man. The lizard laughs falsely. Owen stands with his mouth slightly open. He hears that if he can convince the lizards to come here, then he and his family will be forever freed from the fate of sacrifice. Owen, folding his fingers in front of him, humbly thanks the frog. Shunnen leaves, declaring at the end that this time huge sacrifices may be necessary, and the lizard should try to bring the whole tribe here. Owen hesitantly calls out to his master. The frog turns and asks what happened. The lizard states that he understands the ambiguity of the request that will now follow. Smiling, Owen says that during the negotiations, it seems to him that it is worthwhile to give up a couple of bows. Shunnen frowns at the reptile. The lizards and frogs are located between the boxes and sacks. Yer bangs on some board and shouts that it is incredibly strong. One of the frogs agrees, after which the lizard asks why the material is so hard and what it is. We see bundles. One of the lizards says that it is a herb that can be used to treat scabies. Rakrak sits on the bundles and asks if even this is not enough to exchange for bows, and Shunnen thinks that the Black Scale tribe has collected all the medicinal herbs in the area. Shunnen thoughtfully rubs his chin and says that it is not so much a matter of quantity. His face is shown closer. The frog says that exchanging weapons requires a certain amount of trust between tribes. Rakrak, sadly resting his head on his fist, complains that the conversation is again turning to some kind of trust. The chief looks askance at the frog sitting on the rock and addresses it as Shunnen, the son of the great chief Ulrich, then asks for one request to be fulfilled in order to strengthen trust between the tribes. The amphibian makes it clear that it is listening to the chief of Black Scales. Rakrak extends his hand forward and says that he would like to speak privately with Owen. Shunnen and Aboy frown at Owen. Permission is granted. The lizard smiles. Rakrak and Owen walk away together. We see their legs. Owen says that before becoming part of the frog tribe, the people of gray-brown lizards went through a brotherhood ceremony. Owen, who is standing behind the chief, says that before that they got to know the frogs better. With a fake smile, the lizard asks the chief of Black Scales to tell about himself and promises to be as open as possible in return. Owen approaches his interlocutor and says that they really need to put aside their mistrust and take a step towards each other. A blue butterfly appears in front of us. It lands on Owen's head. The lizard asks in amazement what kind of insect it is. We see the mouth of the frog's captive. Owen lifts his head. Rakrak admits that there is mistrust between the tribes and this needs to be put to an end. Rakrak, with a butterfly hovering over his hand, asks permission to tell the lizard about his tribe. Two frogs and a lizard are standing near the island. One of them praises them for their work and says that they have achieved simply magnificent results. Joyfully clenching his fist, Shunnen asks if these idiots really agreed to come here on their own. Aboy says that when the lizards invited them to their village, he thought it would be a trap, but they really were fools. Rakrak shows the guests the settlement of his tribe. Aboy says that now the frogs know the location and size of their village, and also understand what knowledge they have in the field of medicine. Two frogs stand in front of Owen. Aboy says that the frog scouts initially reported that there were about 600 individuals in the settlement, but in fact there were only 300 of them, of which only 30 were warriors. Shunnen, smiling, raises his hand and says that he did not expect that the lizards would trust them so much, and Owen played a significant role in this. Shunnen asks the lizard what he would like for this. The lizard says that what he has already been promised is enough for him. Shunnen looks at the reptile in surprise and asks what he promised. Owen reminds that the frog said that the lizard's children will not be sacrificed and he will be able to live with them. Owlboy asks in surprise if Shunin really promised this. The owner of Red Feathers asks his comrade not to be angry and says that his father should understand him. You can't always be strict with the lizards. Sometimes you need to show that good things sometimes await them along with the frogs. Owen bows. Shunin tells him that he will remember his promise. The reptile thanks his master. Owen sits on the sand and looks at the island. We see small tents on a piece of land. The lizard thinks that now, as he wanted, he will be able to live with his children. This will be enough for him. Owen closes his eyes and understands that now he will no longer have any problems. Everything else is the problems of the stupid leader Black Scale. Owen draws something in the sand. The stick leaves a trace behind it. The lizard thinks that Rakrak should have been more vigilant and careful. Some symbols are visible on the sand. Someone asks what it is. Rakrak looks at Owen, smiling, and says that they call these letters, and that the Black Scale tribe invented them. A butterfly flies over the heads of the lizards. Rakrak explains that one of the symbols means home, and the second means food. The chief draws a cross in the sand and says that it means not. The symbol, similar to a check mark, means a lie. Owen looks down and asks if it is possible to write these two symbols next to each other. Rakrak confirms this. He points his finger at the two drawn symbols and explains that if you write them next to each other, it will probably say not a lie, that is, truth. Rakrak, smiling, looks at the captive frogs and says that he had not thought about it before, after which he praises the interlocutor for his intelligence, who, smiling, says that combining these two symbols was logical. Shunin stands behind Owen, who praises the cunning lizard for his intelligence. Owen tries to understand why he remembered the frog. Owen kneels next to Rakrak, wondering why the chief hadn't mentioned the letters before and why he told him about them instead of the frogs. Rakrak smiles and says that it's all about trust. The chief draws another symbol in the sand and says that the trust that has formed between Black Scale and the frogs actually worries him less than the trust between Rakrak and Owen. The lizard looks at his interlocutor in surprise. Owen is visibly worried. He tries to say something but nothing articulate comes out. Rakrak looks at his kinsman intently and says that he doesn't believe the words he spoke about the frogs at all, because there must be a completely different meaning hidden behind them. Rakrak says with conviction that his tribe is familiar with pain and they know what it's like to be lost and frightened. Two lizards sit in front of letters drawn in the sand. The chief says that the Black Scale reptiles are the same as Owen. They are familiar with suffering firsthand. The lizard cries, covering his mouth with his hand. Rakrak looks at him and asks him to say if he is wrong, to which Owen quietly replies that the chief is absolutely right, and then asks if he has anything else to say. Rakrak, smiling, says that he has already said everything, but he adds that he noticed glimmers of faith in his interlocutor. Owen sits in front of the island at night. He thinks that Rakrak was very self-confident, but he cannot cope with all the frogs and their faith. We see the back of the lizard. He thinks that it is not worth talking about defeating monsters to someone who has not seen a real monster. The Black Scale lizards do not even know how to use a bow, let alone the secret weapon of the frog warriors. Amphibians guard the tents on the island. Owen thinks that Rakrak just told him about the letters out of the blue, and that was a very stupid decision. We see the lizard's hand. He thinks that Rakrak should have trusted him in vain. Under Owen's feet, there are painted symbols. The lizard thinks that he is not trustworthy, but why the hell did Rakrak trust him? We see the symbols up close. Owen thinks that he is a simple deceiver and a trickster. The symbols are slowly erased. We see frog legs and arms. Someone shouts that the Black Scale tribe has already arrived. Now we see the lizard's leg. Rakrak resolutely moves forward. Shunin comes out to meet him with raised hands and welcomes him to his territory. Rakrak thanks the host for his hospitality. The reptile looks at the frog and expresses hope that today's meeting will deepen the relations of the tribes. Shunin states that he hopes for the same. Rakrak points to the warriors next to him and asks the frog not to worry about the fact that they are armed. The lizards were just afraid that they will meet a cicatrice on their way. The frog smiles nastily. She thinks that in front of her are idiots who will not believe if he says that they cannot defeat the cicatrice with these sticks with pathetic tips. And when the feast begins, the frogs will give the lizards drink and shoot them with poisoned arrows. Rakrak looks around and asks where Owen is. Shunin replies that the lizard is preparing for the feast. Someone calls out to Owen, informing him that the Black Scale warriors have arrived. Owen walks between the rugs. Shunin notices him and says that the lizard is drawing something on the ground. Apparently he is deciding where to seat his relatives. Shunin, smiling, asks the lizards to go to where Owen is and say hello to him, and in the meantime he will check the readiness of the food. Rakrak says that this is a great idea. Someone calls out to the lizard. Owen turns around, sees the chief, greets him and says that he has marked their places. Rakrak is a little puzzled. Owen tells him that when the lizards sit down in their places, the feast will begin. The lizard draws symbols in the sand that mean lies. He says that this feast will mark the beginning of peace and friendship between the two tribes. We see one of these symbols close up. Rakrak reaches for his helmet and calls Yer, who responds. The chief covers his head with a bull's skull and says that it is time to begin. Yer swings his spear, indicating that he has understood the order. The spear thrown by the warrior hits one of the frogs. The weapon enters the frog's lower jaw and comes out of its crown. Rak orders that all amphibians be destroyed. The spear pierces the chest of one of the green creatures. The extermination of the frogs begins. One of them angrily screams at Owen, asking if he knew about everything. The leader's face is spattered with blood. An incomprehensible object lies next to the hand of the dead frog. Rak and Owen walk across the battlefield. The leader of the Black Scales says that it seems that all the frogs have been killed. Yer says that they also manage. However, while the battle with the warriors was going on, many frogs escaped, including Shunin, so the lizards will soon have to face the arrows. Yer looks at his commander and says that, nevertheless, everything is going according to plan and no arrows will stop them. Rak turns to Owen and calls out to him, who makes it clear that he is listening to the Black Scale chieftain. Rak says that he has a request for the lizard. The frog prepares to shoot his bow. Shunin looks away. Anger appears on his face. He curses Owen and mentally asks how he came to such a decision. Shunin turns to his subordinates and asks if they conveyed the order clearly. The answer is yes. Aboy, whose back we see, says that he called all the warriors from the village and made them attack the lizards with black scales. We see the reptiles wandering. Aboy says that he ordered the lizards who were in the village to hold out until the warriors arrived. Shunin angrily asks which warriors he is talking about. The amphibian holds out his index finger and orders the enemy lines to be cut off immediately before reinforcements arrive. He specifies that everyone must open fire at the same time. The frogs release many arrows. Shunin thinks that they have poison tips. One of the lizardmen looks at the approaching shells. Shunin thinks that even if the enemies are slightly grazed, they will still die in agony. The lizardmen of the Black Scale tribe cover themselves with plates. The order sounds to make sure that the warriors' bodies are completely covered with this protection. Arrows with poison tips bounce off the shields. Shunin sees this and opens his mouth wide. The shells lie in the grass in front of the kneeling lizardmen. Shunin loudly shouts that he does not believe that the enemies were able to reflect all the arrows. Yer laughs happily. He shouts that these plates block even spears, and the arrows will not be a big problem. Turning to the chief, he reminds that he was confident in the quality of these shields. Shunin clenches his fist. He demands that the frogs do not take this failure to heart. They just need to continue firing to slow the advance of the lizardmen. Shunin notices something. His eyes widen. We see the back of a frog. It sees the smoke and tries to understand where it is coming from. The silhouettes of the enemies are hidden by an impenetrable veil. Shunin thinks that he does not see the lizards, and because of the smoke screen, his warriors are unable to shoot at them. In front of us is a torch. Owen sets something on fire. The other lizards indignantly ask why he is burning the village. One of the reptiles is holding a stick in her hands. Owen asks her what she is going to do with this clumsy weapon, to which the answer follows that Shunin gave such an order. The lizard looks in amazement at Owen standing with a torch in his hands, and asks him if he is also following the order that Shunin gave. Owen, whose back we see, replies that no, his relatives from the Black Scale tribe asked him for this favor. The lizards can't believe their ears. They ask their comrade in horror. Owen, who is standing in front of a burning building, calls on his kin to trust him that the Black Scale lizards will crush the frogs. One of the reptiles, holding a small stick, asks how exactly they are going to do this. Another lizard says that they just don't trust Owen, who has a reputation for being a liar. He continues to set fire to houses and says that this is why they should trust him. Owen, whose face is almost invisible, says that he is a magician and he has put everything he has on the line. The lizards can look at him in surprise. We see two torches at once. Shunin looks at something with alarm. In front of him are burning houses on stilts. It seems that Shunin understands that Owen did it. The chieftain's son tells his comrade standing next to him that they should probably retreat now. It is already clear that the lizards who lived in the village have betrayed the frogs. Two toads stand opposite each other. Shunin says that they are now at a disadvantage and need to leave here. His interlocutor objects, stating that the lizards killed their warriors. We see the left eye of the chieftain's son. Shunin thinks that she is surrounded by idiots. If he is killed, it will be the end for everyone. The frogs are incredibly upset. Some of them curse, some say that they need to come to terms with it. One of the toads looks at Shunin and asks if they will join Aboy. Shunin looks thoughtfully somewhere to the side. It is not that he doubts Aboy's abilities, but there is one catch. The frog looks at the island in the middle of the lake and tries to think of a more reliable and effective way to get rid of those who are there now. In front of us is a surface of water. Aboy looks at the burning frog village. He asks the toad standing next to him if Shunin is really fighting in the beggar's village now, to which the answer is affirmative. Black smoke rises above the frog village. Aboy thinks that several warriors are in the banquet hall. 5 warriors were sent to check what is happening, and they all seem to be dead by now. Aboy looks at the island. He thinks that there should be about 15 warriors left now, including Shunin, as well as 4 or 5 guards stationed on the island. In addition, 10 warriors are with him, If you put them all together, then in total there will be about 45 fighters. Owlboy clenches his fist. He thinks that the frogs still have the advantage. The toad brings an arrow to the tiny orange frog. A viscous purple liquid flows from the tip. Owlboy orders the arrows to be coated with poison as generously as possible, after which he says that when Shunon arrives, they will set off immediately. We see the tops of the trees. Owlboy pulls back the bowstring and shouts that something is approaching. He orders his fighters to prepare to open fire. Owlboy looks around in amazement, not understanding the tension that has washed over him. It is very similar to the one that arose when he encountered the cicatrice. Something is rustling in the trees. Owlboy thinks that his instincts cannot lie, and some terrible danger is lurking there. Burning eyes appear behind the foliage. Owlboy orders them to open fire. He looks in amazement at what is happening in front of him. Manyun, on whose back Jael is sitting, grins bloodthirstily. Rakrak, who is sitting on the monster, turns to Jael and says that Manyun grows well on this land, but wasn't he wounded by an arrow? We see the projectile flying straight into Manyun's mouth. Jael explains that the drake simply ate the arrow, as he has a habit of swallowing everything that comes near his mouth. Manyun opens his horrible mouth. Rakrak asks why he is so angry now, to which Jael replies that the drake has indeed been complaining a lot lately. The frogs look at the huge enemy in fear. Rakrak asks Manyun to look ahead, where a sumptuous feast awaits him. One of the toads turns to Owlboy and says that arrows will not help here. He says that he knows this very well. Owlboy looks at the enemy, assessing the situation. He thinks that perhaps he should aim for the eyes, but then another idea occurs to him. Manyun, with riders on his back, rushes towards the frogs. Owlboy barely dodges the drake's teeth. Judging by the blood on his teeth, Manyun destroys one of Owlboy's subordinates. The drake's eyes glow predatorily. Owlboy thinks that this monster cannot be compared to a cicatrice. It is so fast that it is impossible to aim at its eyes, so if they want to poison it, they need to throw poison directly into its mouth. Owlboy throws a blue frog towards Manyun's head. Drake swallows the tiny amphibian. The frogs begin to throw poisonous creatures at the huge opponent. Owlboy shouts loudly that they need to be thrown directly into the mouth. This monster has no defense against poison, and it will swallow everything that flies towards it. Manyun shakes its head. Rakrak carefully looks at the frogs and asks Jael what these creatures are trying to do. Jael states that they took poisonous amphibians from their bags and began to throw them at the drake. Rakrak, sitting on the monster, says that this is strange and asks why they are doing this. Rakrak, smiling, says that trying to poison Manyun is useless. A system window appears, describing 3 blessings, the last of which is poison resistance. Owlboy looks at the drake in despair. Rakrak says that frogs are doing useless work. Owlboy looks at his enemies and calls them very bad words. The next second, a fountain of blood begins to spurt from the place where his head was. Blood stains are visible on the grass. Houses are burning. The frog pulls the bowstring to shoot someone with a bow. An arrow flies. It flies to the back of Rakrak's head. However, the next second the projectile flies into 2 halves. Yer, who apparently protected his leader, asks where the arrow came from. Rakrak and Yer look into the distance. The latter of them says that this was most likely the last warrior. Everything suggests that Shunon really abandoned the village and ran away. 2 lizards are beating a frog to death. Yer suggests that it was because the main force retreated that the brown-scaled lizards began fighting the frogs. Rakrak says that this is normal and they should not blame these reptiles. Yer looks at his leader in surprise. We see the burning settlement again. Rakrak says that it is even stranger that the great leader Alroy has not shown up, especially considering how critical the situation is for the frogs. Nebula smiles. He sits in his chair, his hands on his knee, and thinks that all this is because of him. In front of us is a green microbe. 2 system windows appear. They report that the strain used is ACO 23731, which has the following characteristics: mycelium, application to amphibian mucous membranes, high infectivity, lethality, and slow development. In front of Nebula there are blue windows. He thinks that finding such a strain was not easy. The most important factor in choosing was that it only affects the mucous membrane of amphibians. In front of us is Rakrak. Nebula thinks that around the same time when the lizard decided to leave the Holy Land, this disease was discovered 100 kilometers away. We see a green frog with flies circling around it. The insect's legs grab a sample. We see flying creatures carrying red samples. Nebula thinks that he managed to transfer this disease to the lake thanks to countless swarms of wasps. In front of us is a house with a thatched roof. The insect drops the sample down the frog's collar. Nebula thinks that after this Alroy, the most influential leader of the frogs, has disappeared. Circles appear on the surface of the water. The frogs beat the drums. The unfortunate lizard cubs cry inconsolably. Another amphibian heals the fat frog. Nebula thinks that the sacrifices to cure the leader did not help at all. In front of us are the yellow eyes of the frog. The amphibians are kneeling before the lizard cubs. Their leader turns to the two-headed god and asks him to accept this sacrifice and then to demonstrate his greatness to his enemies, which are the lizards. Predatory eyes are visible inside the lake. The leader of the frogs asks to kill all the lizards. Shunin, who lands on the shore from a boat, notices that his father has begun the ritual of sacrifice, and it seems to him that this will give his tribe victory. Circles are spreading across the water. Rakrak is in front of us. Someone is calling him. It is Owen, who is out of breath. Bowing, the leader of the lizards recognizes him. Rakrak says that Owen has done an excellent job, but what happened that was so important that he came here? Owen, tears streaming from his eyes, says that they urgently need to get to the island in the middle of the lake right now. We see the object of the terrain he is talking about. Rakrak asks what is there, and immediately hears the answer that there are young lizards there who are to be sacrificed. Owen sadly bows his head and clarifies that the sacrifice is intended for the god of frogs. Rakrak looks back at the former prisoner of the amphibians. He hears him say that perhaps the god will not cure the disease of the frogs, but the tribe of the Black Scales is strong enough to stop all this. Rakrak looks at Owen and says that he should have told him about it a long time ago, but the frogs have set out there in a boat, and the lizards will not be able to go to the island. Owen, looking miserable, suggests that they swim there, but Rakrak says that it is too dangerous, since on the way to the island they will be defenseless against the frog archers and, in addition, they can be attacked along the way. Owen cries bitterly. He tries to object. Looking imploringly at the lizard leader, the unfortunate creature says that he has a son there and he was chosen as a sacrifice. In front of us is the left eye of the lizard leader. Rakrak strikes. Opening his toothy mouth wide, Rakrak calls Owen an idiot and says that he should have believed him earlier and told him everything. Owen covers his head with his hands, tears streaming from his eyes. Rakrak shouts loudly that he does not believe in the gods of the vile frogs. He believes that he can defeat them with his power, and if their god appears and attacks the lizards, he will show everyone how to crush this god. Rakrak clenches his fist. He looks sadly at Owen and says that in order to save his son, he should have told him about everything at least a little earlier. Jael, who holds the reins, sighs sadly. She looks at the leader with displeasure. We see the island in the middle of the lake again. Rakrak thinks that if he knew about Shunin's intentions at least a little earlier, everything would be different. Something appears from the water. The leader of the frogs smiles happily, raising his hands. A huge two-headed monster rises next to the island. The frogs joyfully shout that their god has appeared. We see the baby lizards. The amphibians ask their god to accept this sacrifice. Olroy, covered in white slime, smiles happily. He tells his deity that the lizards dared to disturb the god of the lake and for this they must be punished in the most cruel way. The monster angrily opens its mouth. Owen looks at all this from the other bank and understands that he is too late. Rakrak and Jael are looking there too. The two-headed monster seems to smile. Rakrak thinks that maybe it is worth trying. Although this time the lizards do not have the advantage of terrain and they will not be able to use any tricks. Rakrak carefully looks ahead and understands that, most likely, they will have to make some sacrifices. We see the right eye of the lizard. Rakrak looks in amazement at the blue butterfly. Owen is kneeling next to him and hears the chieftain calling out to him and urging him to look at something. Owen, tears streaming from his eyes, looks up. He sees a purple butterfly in front of him. Rakrak asks if the lizard believes in miracles. A giant insect towers before the leader of the Black Scale tribe. Olroy raises his arms towards the two-headed green monster and thanks his god for appearing. We see the baby lizard shaking. The frog asks his god to accept this sacrifice and then kill all the lizards from the Black Scale tribe. The green monster turns his attention to something and both of his heads open their mouths in surprise. Shunin also looks up. He notices the change in his god's behavior, who usually pounced on his victims, but now does not do so. The frog looks to his left. In front of us is a purple insect god. Shunin does not understand what his god is waiting for. We see the frogs and the two-headed green monster towering over them. Shunin looks truly shocked. The gods stand on either side of the island and look at each other. In front of us is a purple creature with many legs and arms. Nebula thinks that when he finished creating it, it looked like a praying mantis. Nebula works with many blue screens. He thinks that this is a creature of the minor domain of the 4th level, possessing the levels of divinity and faith, as well as the essence of abomination. A giant purple monster towers over a two-headed monster. Nebula thinks that at the moment, most likely, only a couple of players have created something like this. One of the heads of the green frog god opens its mouth wide. The insect grabs this monster by the head and squeezes tightly. The lizards, who are under the two monsters, scream loudly, asking for help and calling each other to escape. Shunin holds his sick father by the arms. He tries to protect him from the huge bodies of the monsters. Olroy, not believing his eyes, looks up. He sees the wide open mouth of his god and loudly screams that he will soon finish off his opponent. A huge mantis strikes and kills the two-headed green god. we see the head of this formidable creature. Shunin and Alray look on in horror as the monster looms over them, saying that a water serpent cannot claim to be a god, and that those who believe in it should realize how insignificant they are. The mantis holds the two-headed snake tightly in its hands and declares that it will offer it to its creator. One of the insect's appendages penetrates the green god's neck, and the mantis says that it will help its opponent atone for his guilt. It looks like the monster is tearing off a very important part of the water serpent's body. We see the creature's head from below, screaming that the stupidity of frogs is a sin. Alray cowers in fear as the monster looms over him, promising that amphibians will atone for their sins with blood and flesh. We see the system description of the two-headed monster. It says that it is a level 4 snake and a level 3 Hyungsin. Then it lists its parameters and says that its habitat is unknown. In front of us is the green creature that was just described. Now in front of us is a giant praying mantis. The system describes it as Esrates, a level 11 creature with a super strength skill. The lizards are rejoicing. Nebula is visible in the sky. We see a white skull covering the head of a young man. Nebula thinks this is really stunning. The two-headed monster looked quite strong, but it turns out that it can't compare to the creature he created. The super strength skill that Esrates accidentally got is quite good, but Nebula is not sure that he used this power on such a weak enemy. A red sphere hangs above the skeleton of the water snake. A notification appears about the destruction of the two-headed monster and the acquisition of the essence of the evil spirit. Nebula sees another system message. It says about receiving an unknown Siberia and suggests checking it now. The young man, who has a red sphere hanging over his hand, thinks that he is very lucky. Nebula selects the yes option. The guy smiles. He seems to understand something. In front of him hangs a message about receiving a small area of seawater, and Nebula realizes the reason why the two-headed snake could not use all his power, because the water in the lake is fresh. Nebula stretches out his left hand to the side. He thinks that the river is very good, but now he does not need it. However, someday it may come in handy, so he will put it aside for a while. We see the bow of the boat. Shunin and Alray are sailing on it. The chief of the tribe says that he does not understand how this could happen to their god. Shunin looks at his father and thinks that the scabies has made him very weak. A long stick goes into the water. Shunin thinks that his father was too fascinated by the power of the two-headed monster, and after the appearance of this god, he began to rely on it in everything, and all the warriors of the tribe did the same. Esrates hangs over the killed water snake. Shunin understands that he has turned into a coward who cannot move forward. Esrates, standing in front of Nebula, says that he has fulfilled the will of his creator, and he praises him for a job well done. Nebula says that the creature can rest until next time. Esrates turns away from the guy hanging in the air and says that when the time comes, he will again fulfill the will of his creator. Nebula stands with his hands folded behind his back. He thinks that it is very quiet around. The hero hangs over the leader of the tribe and mentally asks him if the lizard really has such a character that he will just stand in one place. Several boats cross the stretch of water between the island and the shore. Rakrak says that the frogs are heading to the upper village, and since the island is now empty, the lizards can simply swim to it. Rakrak tells his fighters that today they will achieve the final victory. Then the chief asks if there are any willing to lead the tribe to the upper village of the frogs. Owen puts his hand to his chest and says that he will go, since he needs to be on the island to find his son. The lizard says that he is not tired at all and can do it. Rakrak calmly looks at him. Owen holds a stick in his hands and asks permission from the great chief to help the lizards from the Black Scale tribe. Rakrak tells him that he is not a warrior and will not be able to fight with such a weak body, to which Owen replies that he was once a warrior too, and, besides, not only soldiers can kill frogs. The brown scales look at Rakrak with pleading eyes. Owen says that it may not bring them much honor, but they all came here to kill frogs, because they have wanted revenge since the day they became slaves. Rakrak, with Jael's head visible next to him, says that the brown scales are just upset. Owen, with tears streaming from his eyes, honestly admits that this is true. This is a real hysteria from grief for the friends, children, and parents they lost, but now they just need to get revenge. Rakrak says that he will allow the lizards to do this. The reptiles raise flaming torches. Rakrak shouts loudly that they have every reason to be angry, and everyone who thirsts for revenge should follow him. There is an arrow sticking out of the center of the target. Someone says that it is amazing. Shunin, who is standing behind the chieftain, says that if he practices more, he will shoot better than any frog. Rakrak says that he hit the bullseye. Has he really not reached the level of amphibian warriors yet? The lizard and the frog are holding the same bow. Shunin says that it is not only about the shooting itself. Rakrak has strength and accuracy, but he spends too much time aiming. The lizard, folding his arms over his chest, asks if it is not better to inflict a fatal wound once, Then to try to do it in several hits, the frog replies that the target usually does not stand still, but moves rapidly. Shunan puts forward his index finger and says that the primary task is to slow down or stop the target, and inflicting a fatal blow is a secondary issue. Rakrak says that this time he will agree and remember. Shunan looks at the lizard, smiling, and says that if the two tribes are really trying to build friendship, he will teach the lizards everything related to bows. The frog holds a weapon in his hands and says that the lizards can easily get everything they need themselves. Rakrak, whose eyes we see, tries to understand what was the point of that unpleasant time. Jaal and Yer swim after him. The lizards swim to the island. Rakrak thinks that he has no choice but to hear the answer to his question personally from Shunan. The lizards go ashore. The parents hug their children, whom they have not seen for a long time. Rakrak calls out to Owen, who, not hiding his tears, hugs his son. The chief looks at Yer and orders that all the lizards, who are very tired, be sent on boats with the children. He also orders that Yer himself accompany them. We see houses on stilts. Rakrak says that Yer should then take any willing lizards from the brown scale tribe and go around the village from behind. They will try to catch the enemy by surprise. Yer asks if the plan is to attack from two sides, to which Rakrak replies that it is exactly like that, and once Yer has attracted the attention of the frogs, he should attack them with his warriors. The lizard who is standing behind the chieftain asks if this plan will work. Rakrak replies that it will, since the number of amphibians has significantly decreased and the lizards, as it turns out, have another blessing from the god. Rakrak and Yer stand next to each other. The leader says that their black scales are almost invisible in the water under the moonlight. Rakrak says thoughtfully that the frogs are definitely finished now. The amphibians, screaming shrilly, run around the burning village. Alroy smiles strangely. Screams are heard around him. The frogs cannot understand where the enemies came from. Alroy gasps in bewilderment. A spear flies into the chest of one of the amphibians. The lizards destroy the frogs. They desperately scream, begging for help. Rakrak kills two opponents at once, separating him from Alroy. The leader of the Black Scale tribe looks sternly at the leader of the frogs. Alroy, twisting his mouth, calls out to the two-headed god and asks to save him in the name of the sacrifices he has already made to his deity. Rakrak strikes with his spear. Blood is visible above Alroy's head. There is a feather on the ground. Rakrak says that the god the frogs worshipped is no longer here. We see yellow frog eyes. One of the lizards shouts that someone is running away and must be caught. Shunan holds a bow in his hands. He hears the lizards shouting at each other, asking each other where the frog leader has gone. He thinks that there were many more amphibians and they had poisonous weapons. The quiver that hangs on the frog's belt is empty. Shunan thinks that his father does not know how to control the warriors. The lizards are invulnerable to poison. We see huge frog eyes. Rakrak appears behind Shunan. The frog asks if his enemy is here yet. The lizard leader, his eyes flashing angrily, says that he has found the frog. Shunan, his face twisted with fear, looks at the lizard standing before him and calls him by name. Rakrak, looking sternly at the leader of the amphibians, asks if he is not a warrior. Shunan kneels. Rakrak tells him that he will do him the honor of letting him die as a warrior should, so the amphibian should take up his weapon and fight, to which Shunan humbly asks for mercy. The vile creature puts his hand to his chest and asks the lizard to remember their friendship. It assures that it did not feel any hostility towards the lizards. Rakrak thoughtfully rubs his chin. Shunan states that they were all intimidated by the disgusting two-headed monster. Shunan, with a frightened expression on his face, points to the bow and says that he will reveal the secret of this weapon. Rakrak asks the frog what secret he is talking about. Shunan replies that it is about the technology of making bows, because the lizard was probably trying to figure out what they are made of. Shunan looks at the reptile with fear. Rakrak threatens to tell the frog about this technology, and she says that the bowstring is made from back tendons. The Black Scale chieftain looks sternly at the bow he is holding in his hands. Shunan, smiling, looks at his opponent, who asks what living creatures this tendon is taken from. Shunan, bulging his yellow eyes, replies that the tendons belong to lizards. The toad lowers his head, realizing that he has just signed his own death warrant. Rakrak calmly looks at the frog and says that he understands everything. He opens the cloth door of the tent. Rakrak looks outside as if releasing a frog. He says that there are no hard feelings between them and the lizards have won a complete victory, so he accepts the deal that Shunan just offered. Rakrak looks at his interlocutor and says that he can go. Shunan, with half-bent legs, walks out of the tent. He falls to run. Owen asks the tribal chief if he is really going to release this vile creature. Rakrak puts an arrow on his bow and says that everything is fine. The arrow is aimed straight at Shunan's back. Rakrak prepares to shoot and says that he just needs a moving target. The arrow flies. It pierces the head of the now dead frog. Rakrak prepares to release another projectile. Owen, who is standing behind him, says that the quality of the new bows has improved significantly and now they can shoot as fast as the frog's bows. Rakrak points to the bowstring. He says that it has been replaced with another material, but if you pull it too hard, it will break, so it would be great to find some other material to make it stronger. Owen, closing his eyes, says that in this region, unfortunately, it is difficult to find something suitable. Rakrak agrees, but says that they cannot stay in this forest forever. Looking at the interlocutor, the chieftain says that winter is coming, and in order to ensure stability in terms of obtaining food, they need to find a warmer place. Owen stands puzzled. He hears the chieftain's question about whether he went hunting today. Another arrow is pierced into the stomach of a dead frog. Owen says that he went hunting. The lizard has a rather strange mask on his head. He says that all the frogs in the area have been destroyed, so for some time the tribe will not have problems making bows. Rakrak once again pulls the bowstring and says that it is simply excellent. The frog gets hit on the paw. It opens its mouth wide. An arrow is stuck in the amphibian's paw. The lizards look very aggressive. The frog's yellow eye reflects the figure of its executioner. The green creature gets hit in the chest. Owen stands with a bloody knife in his hands. Rakrak takes aim again. Owen asks if he thinks about Olroy. Rakrak looks at his interlocutor in bewilderment and says that he does not think about the frog leader, and he got what he deserved just like his son. And the old frog's bones will be on someone's head, just like the skull of Shunin, which is now on Owen's head. The former captive of the frogs, smiling, says that when he was hunting amphibians, he discovered something. Jael carefully looks at the small lizard, who is holding something in his hand. She greets the baby and scares him very much. The cub is crying loudly on the ground, holding his hands to his chest. Jael asks what he is doing there and if he wants to say anything. Jael looks at something in surprise. Her hand reaches out to a figurine lying on the ground. Jael examines a very skillfully made figurine. Rakrak, rubbing his chin with his finger, asks if this is the creature that protected them. Jael shows the figurine to the tribal chief and Owen. She says that the figurine is made very skillfully, high quality and neatly. We see the face of the little lizard. The baby blushes and laughs loudly. Raising his hands, he says that he is giving the figurine to the high chief, who asks if the baby does not mind giving it. Owen, who is standing behind Rakrak, says that among the children of their village this activity has become very fashionable in recent days. They make various figurines like this and exchange them. Rakrak, with his arms folded, asks the little lizard if many of his peers have toys like this, and he says yes. The little lizard, smiling, says that it is their protector. We see a giant insect, and the little lizard says that this creature saved them because it was very generous. Rakrak and Jael look at each other. The tribe leader says that he would like to see more of these things, to which Owen replies that they can be found in the village. Rakrak, smiling, says that he is ready to exchange these toys for something quite valuable. The tribe leader looks at Owen and asks what he wanted to tell them about when their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the little lizard with his toy. Owen, closing his eyes, says that he wanted to tell them about the cave where the frogs were hiding, and that something very strange was discovered there. Rakrak, surprised, asks again. High mountains are visible above the trees. Owen, followed by the lizards, states that they are almost to the cave where the frogs were hiding. We see the entrance to the cave. Rakrak asks if this is the object Owen was talking about, and he confirms that it is. A butterfly flutters over the chief's head. Owen states that he has already killed everyone inside. Rakrak looks at something in amazement. Owen asks if he is the only one who finds it suspicious. The lizards are standing in front of a perfect circle, the bottom of which slopes downwards. We see this object from another angle. Rakrak says that it is simply amazing, and wonders how the frogs were able to carve such patterns into solid stone. Jael, who is standing next to the chief, states that they have seen something similar before. Rakrak confirms that this is absolutely true. Something similar was on the back of a centipede. We see half of a circle. Nebula looks at the object on a huge screen hanging in front of him and guesses that these are ancient ruins. Nebula, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, thinks that there are many different ruins. Exploring them, you can get ancient knowledge, but the most interesting thing that can be found here is the so-called demonic items. On the wall you can see a sculpture of a human face. Nebula thinks that, nevertheless, the level of civilization of the lizards is still too low and ancient knowledge will not give them any advantage at the current stage of development. In front of us is a huge crystal and an extremely original frame. Nebula thinks that you can create or change special resources, as well as receive blessings, since each ruin has its own characteristics. But all this is not very important for the leader of the Black Scale tribe, who leads a nomadic lifestyle. The hero looks at the screen. He thinks that the chance of finding something unique here is negligible. It remains to hope that these will not be the ruins of a demonic castle. A bright light comes on near the chieftain's hands. A stream of white energy appears in the air. It is emitted by a very bright white source. Someone thinks that they have come here. Stones fall from above onto the ruins illuminated by the bright light. Someone welcomes the strange visitor to the demon world. The lizards walk along a narrow path above the abyss. They see that they have a very dangerous path ahead of them. Jael says that they will have to walk along these stone paths, to which Rakrak says that it would be great to just jump over them. Jael, who is walking behind the chieftain, asks if he will pray to their god. Rakrak replies that he does not want to annoy this entity with such trifles. Rakrak hears some noise and listens. Dozens of eyes are visible in the darkness. These are some kind of rodents. Someone assumes that they are rats. The leader, who is walking ahead, asks why these creatures are screaming so loudly. Jael says that they are nutria, and she is sure that Rakrak has tried them several times already. The leader of the tribe says that he understands, but notices that these creatures look larger than those he is familiar with. The rodents are ready to pounce on the lizards. Rakrak notices that the nutria he knew did not gather in such large groups and were not so aggressive. Owen says that he also sees such for the first time, to which Rakrak replies that then they are some kind of monsters. The leader of the tribe declares that the rodents can be the defenders of this place and calls everyone to arms. The rat, opening his mouth, rushes to attack. The lizards put forward their spears and begin to exterminate the rodents. The weapon is stuck in the neck of one of the nutria. Rakrak, in front of whom Owen stands, orders his fighters not to spare the enemies, as they are incomprehensibly overly aggressive. A huge rodent lies on the steps. Someone asks if these creatures can be eaten. The answer follows that you can take out the entrails and take the meat with you. Jael asks the chief standing next to him if it is possible to breed these rodents, like, for example, buffalo. Owen says that it is possible to breed fish. If the lizards are going to take up this type of activity, Rakrak asks in surprise how it is possible to tame fish at all. We see a fairly large school of these creatures. Owen says that the fish reproduce and lay eggs, and the frogs were engaged in breeding them. Moreover, they even explain to the lizard how this can be done. Owen, stretching out his hand forward, declares that it is only necessary to dig a pond and build a dam in front of it. Rakrak promises to think about this issue upon returning home. Someone screams next to the chief. One of the lizards holds his hand and says that the nutria is still alive. Rakrak leans over to his comrade and asks if the nutria really bit him on the hand. The fighter replies that it was not quite like that. Electric discharges are visible around the animal's head. The victim says that he took the rodent to clean it, but then there was a crackling sound and a very unpleasant sensation appeared. Rakrak, looking at the animal's corpse, asks again. The leader reaches out his hand to the rodent's fur. Electric discharges sparkle around its body. Jael calls out to the leader with concern, who, holding his hand, says that everything is fine. The rodent, in which a spear is sticking out, shows no signs of life. A description of the nutria, strengthened by demonic power, appears. It is reported that it has such an attribute as electricity, and it can hit the enemy if he touches it. A particularly strong concentration of electric discharges is observed on the nose of the nutria. Nebula rubs his chin thoughtfully. Looking at the screen hanging in front of him, he thinks that these are the ruins of a demonic castle, since electrical properties go well with demonic ones. We see the eye socket of a skull on the head of a young man. In front of us is a monumental staircase. Nebula thinks that if Rakrak can go through these ruins to the end, then with a high degree of probability he will get demonic power. The hero rubs his chin thoughtfully. He thinks that getting such power will not make the leader of the lizards a wizard right away. But this power becomes more powerful from generation to generation, which means that the tribe will be able to create entire generations of wizards in the future. The magician raises his hand. Nebula thinks that a problem immediately arises here, since magic contradicts holiness. A mage with a book in his hand stands in front of a huge skyscraper. Nebula knows that magic originates from ancient evil, and powerful wizards can create spells without relying on gods. And as the number of people affected by this increases, there is a price to pay for strengthening faith. Nebula is surrounded by system screens. He thinks that it is not that there is no way to overcome this, but if you get this power early in the game, then too many variables appear. Gradually, the demonic variables will reveal their essence. Rakrak is sitting on the steps in front of the killed nutria. He sees a very strange winged creature, which mentally calls him a visitor. The chief looks at this incomprehensible creature with anxiety, and she offers him to gain this power even as a gift. Jael approaches the chief and says that if he feels bad, then they can go home now and come back later. Rakrak agrees. The chieftain, with a translucent creature hanging over his head, orders his warriors to make sure the nutria are no longer breathing. Then they need to check their bows, spears, and all their equipment. Rakrak looks up in surprise, trying to figure out if he is really the only one who sees a strange flying creature, and he can't figure out what it is in front of him. The transparent entity, hovering over Rakrak, explains to him that it is a spirit that protects this place, and only those gifted with great power can see it. Rakrak mentally addresses the invisible interlocutor and asks what is meant by great power. The lizard understands that he can communicate with the spirit through thought, but it is unlikely that Rakrak's deep emotions are understandable to this creature. Nebula looks at the screens and realizes that he sees a demonic spirit. He thinks about whether he should warn the tribal chieftain about this. Nebula touches the screen with her finger. In front of us is Rakrak and the system window. Inside the last one, the tribe leader is described, his skills are reported, and his characteristics are described. Nebula notes that, compared to last time, the skill cunning has appeared here. The young man tries to understand when the lizard managed to acquire it. Nebula recalls 3 episodes involving Shunin and guesses that Rakrak could have acquired a new ability when he fought against all of Shunin's tricks and cunning. Nebula also ponders whether it is worth taking a closer look at this characteristic. A ghostly creature tells the leader of the Black Scale tribe that it speaks of a power known as electricity, which makes it possible to burn living organisms and emit light, just like the sun. The translucent spirit bends the tips of its wings and declares that it can give the leader this power. Rakrak looks at the strange creature and tells it that it will be very grateful if it receives this power. The entity hangs over the lizard's head. It says that there are some conditions, since the lizard cannot get such a powerful ability for free, to which Rakrak replies that he is ready to listen to the interlocutor. We see a translucent creature close up. It says that the conditions are very simple and the powers that the lizard has are quite enough to fulfill it. Rakrak, over whose head a strange interlocutor hangs, says that if the spirit wants to make a deal, this should have been warned from the very beginning, and so the lizard is very disappointed with the way this conversation is going. Having heard no answer, Rakrak turns around and asks to wait. He mentally broadcasts that if the entity wants something from him, then it must show its true intentions, but from now on it needs to be more careful. We see the spirit a little from above. It asks to clarify what exactly is meant. Rakrak looks over his shoulder with a frown. He says that the entity must name the conditions, and also tell what it can give and what it specifically requires from the tribe leader. If it turns out that the entity is hiding something, then no further dialogue will work. Rakrak and the translucent creature look at each other. Jayal, who is standing behind the leader, tells him that the lizards have already regrouped. Rakrak tells her that he will stay here for a little while longer, and then come to them. We see the spirit up close. He says that he is locked in these ruins and cannot free himself, and his condition is this: the lizard must go down and destroy the guardian of the ruins that holds him here. Rakrak looks intently at his interlocutor. He says that when he is freed, he will be able to share his power with the lizard. Rakrak puts his palms forward and asks if the entity is referring to the same rattle that the dead Nutrias had, to which the spirit replies that the chief, of course, belittled this force with his definition, but he means exactly this. The entity says that this force is called electricity. We see discharges around the translucent creature. It states that right now this power can only crackle, but the more it is used, the more powerful it will become, and eventually the lizards will be able to use even thunder and lightning. Rakrak looks closely at his interlocutor. He hears that this power can rise so high that it will even rival the divine. We see 3 rows of lizards. The spirit says that the power he offers is enormous, and the reptiles can get it, and later not only Rakrak, but any representative of his tribe will be able to harness the power of electricity, and if they want to monopolize it, then this can be done with the help of a ritual. The leader of the Black Scales says that this is truly impressive, but he asks why a creature with such enormous power is locked here and cannot get out. Under the translucent spirit, magical information is visible. The creature says that this is due to the fact that its power is too great, and everyone tries to stay away from dangerous things, trying to isolate them, since they cannot cope with them or avoid them. The entity pulls out one of the appendages. Rakrak addresses it. The spirit asks the lizard what he wants to hear. Rakrak stands with his arms folded on his chest. He states that his interlocutor has just confirmed that he is a dangerous creature. We see the face of the leader. He states that the spirit is either hiding something, or the harm that its power will cause can outweigh the benefit from it. The entity seems deeply outraged. Rakrak calls for it to stop lying. He states that he can return to the entrance of the cave and destroy it, and then no one will definitely find these ruins. Rakrak turns and begins to leave. The spirit rushes after him and agrees to tell everything for free. He begs the lizard to just listen. White dots are visible on the translucent body. We see vague outlines. The leader's interlocutor admits that one of the entities that once ruled this world was a descendant of a forgotten and ancient evil. The spirit hangs next to the lizard's head. He declares that neither the deities nor he himself now remember their origin, and he himself has been imprisoned here since time immemorial. In front of us is a man around whom red-black streams are visible. The spirit says that such power poisons people very much because they begin to consider it their property. We see representatives of different species. The leader's interlocutor declares that he has already seen creatures intoxicated by this power. Rakrak asks if this means that demonic power can corrupt tribes. The spirit hanging in the air says that this is true, and, in addition, its power is not selective. To be more precise, it is received by absolutely random creatures. Rakrak looks thoughtfully at the interlocutor and seems to understand what he is talking about. The lizard holds a bull's skull in his hands. Rakrak thinks that the god gives his power to those he chooses. The reptile's hands rest on the teeth of the lower jaw. Rakrak thinks that, on the other hand, anyone can have this ability. The chieftain looks thoughtfully to his right. He thinks that the unworthy become stronger, and eventually they are tempted to turn their backs on their gods. A translucent entity hangs in the air. Rakrak walks up the stairs. He thinks that this power is very tempting and powerful, and also incredibly useful in battle, so the lizard tries to understand if there is any other way out. Rakrak looks at the translucent spirit and says that he agrees, but he has a condition. The entity asks what it is. The lizard chieftain asks to clarify whether the power is really given to anyone, but it can be monopolized with the help of a ritual, because in the end it turns out that it can only be given to a select few. The spirit thinks he understands that it seems to be really possible, but the question arises, why would anyone need it? Rakrak, looking at the interlocutor, explains that if the ability is given only to the chosen ones, it will be considered as the choice of the god, and then people will continue to remain submissive to the god. Rakrak raises his index finger. Two appendages are visible next to the spirit's head. The lizard looks at the entity hanging in front of him and says that his second condition is that it must believe in his god. The white dots on the translucent body of the spirit become brighter. The entity asks again in bewilderment, after which it explains that it is an evil spirit and is generated by something much more ancient than the god that the lizard worships. The transparent entity declares that this is complete nonsense, since the gods do not favor evil spirits. The lizard asks the interlocutor not to judge the god he is talking about by his standards. Nebula looks thoughtfully at the screen. He hears the lizard declare that his deity is very lenient to useful things, and the spirit looks exceptionally useful. The glow of the white spots on the body of the translucent entity becomes brighter. The spirit asks if the god Rakrak is talking about can really accept him. The lizard says that the god will do so if the spirit agrees to the proposed conditions. Rakrak looks at his interlocutor. He says that, in truth, he is not just imprisoned here, but rules this place. The leader looks at the backs of the departing lizards. The entity declares that both the Nutria and the Guardian below, who must be defeated, are just his subordinates. Electric discharges are visible above the ghostly body of the spirit. He declares that he conducted a suitability test with the lizard and deceived him, after which he asks if Rakrak is angry because of this. The leader of the Black Scales stands in front of the interlocutor, closing his eyes. He declares that he understands everything, so he can forgive this deception, after which the spirit asks again in surprise. In front of us are two flights of stairs. Rakrak says that the entity lives in a very damp and dark place, and only rodents keep him company, so if his character has deteriorated a little, then this is quite normal. The translucent body of the spirit becomes almost completely white. Rakrak says that this entity needs to get out and see more beautiful things. The lizard, smiling, looks at the interlocutor. He asks what the name of the reptile is, after which Rakrak introduces himself. Electric discharges sparkle around the spirit. He says that the test is over. If the lizard god accepts him, he will give them his power. A system window appears, which says that one of the evil spirits wants to join, and if the user agrees, he will receive the power of electricity. Nebula clicks on the yes option. He says that subduing evil to make it holy is the only way to overcome the punishment and gain the power of the evil spirit. Nebula points his index finger forward. He mentally thanks the lizard for his work, realizing that their meeting was most likely a great fortune for both of them. A system notification appears, informing us that electricity has been received. In front of us is a pile of bones and skulls, as well as a golden tablet. At the very top of the huge pile are bull skulls. Someone says that this is how Rakrak gained the power of thunder and lightning. In front of us is a man listening to the lizard, and he has just learned the story of how 9 years ago the Chosen One appeared in the Black Scale tribe. The man asks what is the connection between the nameless beetle avatar and thunder and lightning. The lizard, smiling, raises his index finger and asks what color lightning is. They answer that it is blue, after which the reptile asks what the name of their deity is. The man, whose face we see up close, answers that his name is Blue Insect God. The man, behind whom we can see the barren desert, says that in any case, they have not even introduced themselves to each other. Telling this long story, he says that his name is HWI. The lizard is thoughtful when the man asks him to introduce himself in return. The reptile abruptly rises and apologizes for interrupting this pleasant conversation. Down the road under the rocks, someone is walking. The lizard says that it seems that they have uninvited guests. We see the creatures he means. The man fearfully pulls his head into his shoulders and says that they seem to be gnolls. Then he hears that the interlocutor has a question for him. The reptile holds a bow in his hands and asks if these gnolls are like those who serve Salkate. HWI hums thoughtfully. The gnolls walk one after another along the path. HWI says that they are poorly protected and not at all vigilant. In addition, they are armed with some very primitive weapons. That is, in his opinion, they are just vagrants. The lizard, whose eyes are covered by a hood, notes that HWI is very observant. The reptile pulls back the bowstring to shoot. She says that she also came to the same conclusions, after which the lizard suggests breaking the morale of these gnolls. The gnolls walk through the desert. One of them looks up, noticing something. An arrow falls near the spotted creature's leg. The gnoll screams loudly that they are under attack. A powerful discharge of electricity hits between the gnolls. It seems that they feel its effect in full. One of the gnolls looks up and realizes that his opponents are lizards. The reptile next to the man smiles. The gnolls curse the lizard and shout loudly that they need to get out of here. The reptile turns to the man and introduces himself as Owen, who asks again in surprise. The man looks at the reptile and says that he had no idea that he was so strong. A tear runs down Owen's cheek. He says that it has been a long time since he gained this power. The lizard offers the man to rest a little and chat. White smoke rises from the pipe. HWI, who is standing next to the lizard, remembers that some lizards use a smoking pipe and tobacco as ritual tools after using special powers. Owen tells the man to relax, and if he wants to ask about something, he can calmly do so. HWI says that Owen has great power, after which he asks if the lizard obeys anyone at all. The interlocutors are near a mountain of bones and skulls. HWI says that he does not mean betrayal. He asks why Owen survives alone in such difficult conditions. The lizard exhales smoke and says that he has a reason for this. The man hears that his interlocutor is very sinful. Smiling, Owen says that he once betrayed many of his fellow tribesmen. He lifts the pipe and says that, however, he was shown the path to redemption. Under the mountain of bones there is a golden tablet. Owen says that with the help of history and texts he must glorify the name of his god, as well as the supreme leader Rakrak. This is the path of redemption that he has chosen. HWI looks at the lizard, who wipes the dust from the tablet. He thinks that even if the reptile does not do all this, there is not a single living creature in the area that would not know about the leader of the black scale lizards. HWI looks at the back of his interlocutor and thinks that there is no need to constantly talk about the reputation of Rakrak, who is a priest and a leader. The lizard casually states that if someone attacks him, then he simply scares off the enemy and does nothing more. Owen, smiling, turns to the interlocutor and asks if he is also a wanderer. HWI, rubbing his chin, answers in the affirmative. We see the walls of the castle. HWI admits that he came from automation. Owen, surprised, asks again. HWI raises his hand and says that he must convey the words of the Lord of Automation, and he was just on his way to the black scale lizards. Owen says that he did not even know that this man was a guest, but that's even good. The lizard puts his hand to his mouth and whistles loudly. Someone appears in the distance. We see a bird that resembles both a rooster and an ostrich. HWI, to his amazement, recognizes the cockatrice. Owen holds onto the reins, which have somehow managed to attach to the bird's head. Owen, standing next to a very strange bird, declares that the man is only half right. It is a quokka, a hybrid of a cockatrice and a chicken. The lizard offers the man to climb on this creature. Owen sits on the quokka's back and tells HWI that he too has not seen Rakrak for a long time and was just about to visit it. Smiling, the lizard turns to the man and says that in exchange for kindness, he will listen to his stories all the way. The man readily agrees. The quokka sets off. HWI asks what the reptile will tell him about the blue bug god or the Rakrak saga. It answers that a little of both. Clouds float across the sky. We see standards topped with bull skulls. An entire army lies before us. Yer, who is riding behind the chieftain, calls out to him by name. Rakrak hears from the warrior that the old astrologer has reported his approaching death. Yer, riding on a bird, says that according to the old man, he has only one chance to talk to the chieftain of the tribe, and it must be done now. Rakrak gives the order to stop the march and prepare to spend the night in this very place. Yer turns to the warriors and orders them to stop. We see the back of the chieftain sitting on the quokka. The warriors pass the order to stop further down the line. Jael asks the chieftain of the tribe what has happened. Rakrak orders to tell the astrologer that he will arrive soon, and also to tell him not to die before that moment. Jael looks at Rakrak with concern. He says that the old man has always been very good at predicting the future, so the lizards should begin preparing for the funeral. Jael stands with her head down sadly. She says that everything will be done. Rakrak goes forward, saying at the end that it will be a mournful night. White smoke rises above the tent. Next to her are lizards kneeling. A one-armed old man lies with his eyes closed. Rakrak enters the tent and asks how he feels. The lizard sitting by the wanderer's bed recognizes the person who entered. The lizard bows sadly and says that he has done everything he could, but the old man, apparently, does not have much time left. The wanderer, looking up, says that he is very tired. We see his open eye. The old man says that he has worked very hard all his life and succeeded wherever he could. Bright stars shine in the sky. The wanderer says that he has visited many different places and learned many things. He lost his arm and was exiled, but he happened to meet the supreme leader and, in addition, he taught many people to understand the stars. The wanderer closes his eyes again. He says that, however, if you are a lizard, then one day there will come a time when you will feel incredible fatigue and exhaustion, and there is only one cure for this disease. Rakrak looks back at the lizard leaving the tent. The chieftain looks at the old man silently. He opens his eyes again, looks at Rakrak and says that this cure is eternal sleep. The old man smiles. He says that he decided to be original in the last moments of his life and steal time from the busiest lizard of this tribe. The wanderer, smiling, asks if time is the most valuable thing that lizards have. Rakrak says that the old man hardly called him here to throw such jokes. The dying man looks up and says that he called the chieftain here to ask a question that only he can answer. Rakrak looks carefully at the wanderer. The smoke rising from the tent reaches the stars. The old man asks what happens to the lizards that die. We see several tents and lizards sitting in front of them. The wanderer says that only Rakrak can answer his question as he is closest to God. The old man looks sadly at the chieftain sitting next to him and repeats his question about what awaits him after death. Rakrak, looking sadly at his interlocutor, repeats the last words of the wanderer. Lizards are kneeling in front of the tent. The old man says that according to beliefs, when a living creature dies, it falls asleep forever. So it turns out that all of them will have eternal sleep. He asks if this means that they will have nightmares for eternity. Rakrak sits with his arms folded on his chest. He says that he does not know the answer to this question. He asks why the old man decided that he knows how to answer it. The wanderer looks up and explains that if the blue bug god guides them now, then he can help them stay on track after death. We see the lizard camp from a bird's eye view. The wanderer says that he sincerely believes this. Rakrak sits next to the dying man's bed. He asks if his guess is true, to which the leader replies that the stargazer is absolutely right. A butterfly flies over the desert. Rakrak says that every time the lizards lose their way, the blue bug god guides them, and he is sure that this entity will happily guide the wanderer after death. A smile appears on the dying man's face. He says that it would be great, after which he asks what the world will be like after death. Will they really meet their god face to face and exchange greetings? Rakrak, smiling, looks up. He says that at least it will not be as boring there as the stargazer imagines. The chief, looking up, says that it will most likely be a beautiful plain where the stargazer can run as much as he wants and where everything will be strewn with green grass. Before us is the landscape that the lizard describes. Rakrak says that there will also be a hillock where one can lie down and rest in silence. Between the green banks flows a blue river. The chief declares that the weather there will always be good, but if it does not change, it will be boring, so sometimes it will rain. The wanderer, looking up, declares that he would also like to have a house there where he can rest. We see the eye of the dying man. The old man declares that it should not be a temporary tent, but a real house where one can live for a long time. Rakrak looks at the dying man with sympathy and says that he did not know that the old man does not like tents. The lizards outside see the back of their leader. The wanderer says that he simply hates tents as he is fed up with the constant road and nomadism. White smoke rises into the night sky. The old man says that his heart has found peace and he has no regrets. A large hole is visible on the roof of the tent, through which smoke comes out. The old man asks if there will be stars in the afterlife. Rakrak looks up and says that they are probably there, as God simply had to take care of the stars, and the wanderer will be able to watch them there. The chief sees a purple butterfly above his head. The insect flies down. Rakrak asks the stargazer if he can see it. The old man looks up and says that his vision is obscured by darkness. The butterfly sits on the chief's hand. Rakrak looks at the stargazer and says that he has a gift. The old man smiles and says that the chief wants to deceive him again. White dots are visible above the butterfly. The chief wonders if the old man will refuse the gift this time too. The stargazer, over whose face the butterfly hangs, says that this time he will find the gift very quickly. Rakrak leans over the wanderer and tries to call him. The butterfly flies out of the tent. The insect rises high into the air. The entire lizard camp is visible below it. The butterfly lands on someone's finger. We again see the question that the stargazer asked about what awaits him after death. A butterfly sits on Nebula's finger. A system notification appears, informing that the conditions for life after death have been met, and it is proposed to create an afterlife. Nebula clicks on the yes option. The hero puts both hands forward. He thinks that the levels, resources, faith, and sufficient death have been obtained, and although the conditions of sufficient death are not yet clear, the afterlife in the game Lost World was very important. Nebula reaches out his finger to the window, which depicts many butterflies. He thinks that the introduction of the afterlife can help him a lot. We see a beautiful green world, and then fire breaking through a crack in the ground. Nebula thinks that for bad deeds, characters will now receive eternal torment, and for good deeds enjoy eternal peace. In addition, all this will help to set the boundaries of morality. We see terrible monsters. Nebula thinks that the afterlife can also be used as Valhalla, a place for training mighty warriors. Butterflies flutter above his hands. The young man thinks that from here it will also be possible to send already trained souls back to the world of the living. In any case, at the end of the game the afterlife will probably turn out to be a very useful function. Butterflies fly above the hero's head. He thinks that there is no point in rushing with this since everything is just beginning. Nebula flies in the sky with a huge number of butterflies over green lawns. He thinks that the afterlife can be expanded as much as you like. Purple insects fly over a green meadow. One of them lands on the grass. The sun shines brightly in the sky. The wanderer's head lies on the grass. The stargazer lies on the lawn with his eyes closed. He feels a tickle and brings his hand to his nose. The lizard tries to reach the cloud. He spreads his fingers wide. Amazement appears on the wanderer's face. He sits down and looks up. In front of him are endless meadows. The stargazer thinks that this is a dream. The wanderer looks closely and realizes that this is not so. In front of the kneeling lizard is a truly beautiful picture. He turns to Rakrak and says that he was right. This is the very meadow they dreamed of. The chief is sitting in front of the fire on which the corpse of the stargazer is burning. He already in the afterlife says that there are no stars and a stone house here yet, but it would probably be too impudent to count on everything at once. Rakrak, behind whom two lizards are kneeling, looks up. The wanderer, sitting on a green lawn, thinks that most likely no house is needed here. The stargazer smiles blissfully. In front of him are endless green meadows and grandiose clouds in the blue sky. The lizard thinks that this is the real gift. The wanderer is sitting on the grass and humming a melody. It seems that the lizard notices something. He turns his head and sees several reptiles lying on the grass. The stargazer says that there seem to be other lizards here. He sees that his kind are still sleeping. The wanderer kneels down in front of one of the lizards. He thinks that it would not be very polite to wake these dead. The stargazer looks at one of the reptiles and seems to recognize it. The old man looks closely at the young lizard and thinks that this is definitely one of the warriors he taught arithmetic. This was when the Goblin Alliance broke through their defenses. We see many green creatures armed with spiked clubs. Someone shouts that this is an ambush, and the Goblin tribes have formed an alliance. In front stands an old man with one arm. The lizard behind him says that the goblins want to get to the children and the elderly, after which he expresses doubt that they will be able to hold out until help arrives. The wanderer, shedding tears, says that they are absolutely powerless and asks if this is the end. The goblins rush forward. An armed lizard appears in front of the wanderer. He stands in front of the goblin horde and says that with one life he can save many others. The young lizard turns to the stargazer and thanks him for teaching him to count. The wanderer looks sadly at the young man who takes the blow. The old man thinks that some warriors from the Black Scale tribe are capable of breaking the leader's order if they themselves think it is necessary. The young lizard rushes at the goblins. The wanderer thinks that this was a heroic sacrifice that no one wanted. We see smoldering sticks. The stargazer remembers that at the funeral of the fallen warriors, Rakrak was angry. We see the back of the chieftain, who is kneeling next to the old man. Rakrak accuses the wanderer that it is all because of that damned arithmetic that he taught the lizards. All the warriors who were good at counting disobeyed the order and went forward. They thought that by exchanging one of their lives for several goblins' lives, they would make a good exchange. The wanderer looks at the chieftain with resentment and asks if he thinks that the warriors who sacrificed themselves were wrong. Rakrak replies that he does not think so. We see the teeth of the grieving chieftain. He says that he is angry precisely because they were all right, and all that is left for him now is to vent his anger on God knows who. The young lizard lies on the grass. We see his face up close. The wanderer, smiling, looks at the reptile and thinks that after this even the warriors who were not interested in learning began to secretly study arithmetic. This fighter inspired many to start learning. The old man sits next to the brave lizard. He thinks that he is really very glad to meet him here. The grass reaches for the sky. The wanderer, whose face we see, cannot understand whether there is only a green field here and there is no God. Someone's tail is visible behind the tree. The stargazer thinks that he has met a living creature. The wanderer is on one knee and trying to shout to the one he noticed. The tail is still sticking out from behind the tree. The stargazer is trying to attract the attention of its owner. The old man gets to his feet and starts running. He runs to the tree. The wanderer stretches out his hand to the running lizard and asks him to stop. The stargazer looks at something in surprise. We see his face up close. A very unusually shaped structure appears in front of the reptile. The wanderer thinks that if there is a god here, then he has one question for this entity. The stargazer sees an arch with extinguished torches hanging on either side. His feet are on the steps. The old man wants to ask the god why he chose the lizards. The wanderer enters the arch, continuing to formulate his questions for the god. Maybe he chose them because the lizards are superior to other races, or because he is compassionate, or maybe because the reptiles are useful. At the end of the passage, a butterfly is visible. The stargazer does not receive a single answer to his questions. The exit from the tunnel glows brightly. The wanderer remembers that Rakrak said that this could just be a coincidence. It was an inevitable choice, or perhaps just a consequence of precise calculations in order to obtain the best result in the proposed conditions. The stargazer looks at something with awe. He thinks that, in the end, the lizards were the chosen ones, and this may mean that they are the best option. In any case, this is very good. Judging by the eyes of the wanderer, he sees something very unusual. There is a telescope on a powerful stone foundation. The stargazer climbs the stairs, thinking that Rakrak was right, there are both stone houses and stars here. The lizard looks into the lens of the telescope. He tries to understand what kind of device this is. The stargazer determines that the base is made of brass and a crystal is inserted at the very end of the pipe. The reptile looks into the lens of the telescope. He sees a cosmic object and tries to understand if this is a real star. The amazement of the lizard, looking at the sky, knows no bounds. Stars are visible through the lens of the telescope. The wanderer realizes that they look exactly like this. The old man sees a nebula and thinks about how much he still has to count. Looking through the telescope, the wanderer thinks that everything he knew before was just the tip of the iceberg. The wanderer, with Nebula visible behind him, thinks about how wonderful it would be to share this information with the living. Nebula, who is standing behind the old man, thinks that the astrologer has done a great job. The young man hides his hands behind his back and thinks about how the afterlife is not only a place where the dead go, but also has a huge impact on the values of those who believe in a deity. We see a white mask covering the hero's head. He thinks that if a warrior gets to the afterlife, he will dream of Valhalla and immortals will dream of a peach valley. The stargazer is enthusiastically working with a telescope. Nebula is trying to understand what will happen if a scientist gets here. Nebula turns around. He thinks that this will be an excellent foundation for a technological advantage. Smiling, Nebula heads for the exit. He thinks that this is all the more appropriate due to the fact that a new threat is approaching and the afterlife must begin to work correctly. In front of us is a gnoll sitting on a tiger. Nebula has information that the cropped ear tribe is already approaching, which is superior to the lizards in terms of iron technology and has managed to subjugate the saber-toothed tiger. The gnoll with the man behind him smiles. Nebula thinks that the technical skill and movement patterns of this tribe are very unusual, which means that there is probably a player behind them. A chessboard with vague figures is visible behind the hero. Nebula understands that he needs to make many different preparations before starting a war with other players. In front of the hero's face hang system windows. The young man is enthusiastically working with them. He thinks that he already has an afterlife, and this will allow him to meet any opponent with dignity. Nebula looks at the grasshopper. He thinks that the players are slowly expanding their borders, and to counter them, he has invested heavily in small areas with insects. The grasshopper sits quietly on the hero's finger. He thinks that he has 3 large swarms. Nebula sits in his chair in front of the map. He thinks that he sends swarms of locusts to those who rely on agriculture, trying to do everything quietly so as not to be discovered. Wasps fly with infection in their paws. Nebula used these carriers during the toad epidemic, and they diligently replenish the number of diseases. On the ground lies a skull. A huge number of insects rush over it. In the last squad, Nebula has different types of bugs. They are needed to gain experience in their habitats. A green creature is kneeling in front of Rakrak. Nebula thinks that the tribes neighboring the lizards obey this leader and are gradually uniting, so the capture of the southern peninsula is only a matter of time. Nebula bends over the map. He thinks that now it remains to deal with the players who cause him inconvenience. One of the lizards meets Owen, behind whom sits HWI. Owen learns about the death of the astrologer and says that this is very sad. HWI, sitting behind the lizard, says that he heard this name and, it seems, today is not the best day for reptiles, but Owen thinks that everything is fine. He says that the lizards do not mind strangers coming to their funerals. For them it is a sign of goodwill, since the guest gets to share their grief with the reptiles. Rakrak stands in front of the funeral pyre. HWI stares at him. He sees the back of the lizard's head and thinks that it is Rakrak, the chief of the Black Scales tribe. The man asks Owen in surprise if it is acceptable for a chief to cry. The lizard asks in confusion if humans do not cry when they are in grief. Rakrak puts his hand on his mask. HWI says that humans cry too, but their leaders do not do it in front of others because of their pride. Owen narrows his eyes and says that he seems to understand what pride is. Rakrak, clenching his fists, walks forward. HWI tells the lizard that if a leader shows weakness, the warriors may think that he is not worthy of leading them. Owen raises his left hand and asks the man not to tell the other lizards about this, as they might not understand. The man asks why. Rakrak looks very sad. Owen says that there are some things that lizards value much more than pride. HWI tries to ask what exactly, but Owen has already approached the tribe leader and calls out to him. Rakrak recognizes the lizard and says that they are all very lucky that he was not late for the astrologer's funeral. We see the funeral pyre again. Owen agrees with the leader. Rakrak looks at HWI and asks who the man is. Owen replies that he is on assignment from Lord Automation. The man bows and introduces himself as HWI of Automation. Owen whispers something in the leader's ear. Rakrak looks at his guest and says that he understands. HWI responds with a look. A white flash is visible behind him. White smoke rises from the tent. Rakrak is sitting on the floor. He says that the man must be tired after a long journey, but unfortunately, they will all have to stay awake all night too. The chief looks at the guest and expresses the hope that he understands that the lizard first needs to finish his business. He replies that he understands everything. HWI reaches into the hem of his cloak and asks to accept this as a gift. We see a small bag. The man says that his master asked him to give it personally to the chief of the lizards. A white crystal falls out of the bag onto the reptile's hand. Rakrak examines it and says that it is rock salt. HWI, looking at the chief, says that this is the pride of his people. We can see the face of this man close up. He says that in the hands of the lizard is the first piece of rock salt, which his lord gave without asking for anything in return. Rakrak, looking at his interlocutor, slyly says that if there is a first case, then a second and a third will follow. We see the man's mouth. He says that of course the gift will not be the last and asks to accept the salt. The chief, smiling, says that he understands. He takes the stone in his hand and crumbles it. Rakrak pours small fragments from his palms. Shaking the salt onto the floor, the lizard asks the man to tell his master that Rakrak happily accepted the gift. HWI asks in a trembling voice what the reptile is doing. The chief thoughtfully answers that a man cannot understand this since he has no gods, and this is just part of the ritual. The salt lies on the floor. The lizard says that, according to this ritual, you need to sprinkle some salt on the ground since this pleases the god and you need to perceive it in this way. HWI, smiling, looks at the lizard. He thinks that he heard a completely ridiculous lie. Looking at the leader sitting opposite him, HWI says that it was still a gift from Lord Automation. Rakrak replies that it was just a small piece of rock salt and the main thing in all this is that he brought it as a gift to his god. HWI looks at the lizard with displeasure and says that no one thought that he would use this gift like that, especially since the next pieces of salt will not be so small. Rakrak thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that, as far as he knows, the ruler of automation is rich, but sending an envoy for a small piece of salt still seems wasteful. Then the lizard expresses hope that next time HWI will bring more goods for exchange. The man looks at the reptile and thinks that he has a very cunning creature in front of him. The man looks at his interlocutor appraisingly. He thinks that, despite the fact that they belong to different species, they can communicate normally. Rakrak looks ahead. HWI thinks that the lizard spoke harshly, but he was not rude and refused the gift using a diplomatic tactic. Rakrak turns away from the guest and asks how soon he planned to return. The chief says that, like people, he finds it difficult to be tactful and give words a hidden meaning, so when something happens, he prefers to solve problems with stories. HWI looks at the lizard with a slightly displeased expression and says that he does not know how to do that, and since the chief does not like diplomacy, then they can talk directly, after which the man asks why the reptile refused the offer. Rakrak raises a finger. He looks over it at the interlocutor and says that, firstly, he does not like to agree to what others have already refused, and since someone has already rejected this gift, this means that the offer was not the best. HWI looks at the lizard in amazement and asks again. The man, folding his arms across his chest, approaches the reptile and says that nothing of the sort happened, and that the gentleman sent the piece of salt especially for the chieftain, to which Rakrak replies that Owen brought the man for a reason. The chieftain looks at HWI with suspicion and says that, according to Owen, he came not from the west, but from the north, despite the fact that automation is located in the west. HWI looks at the lizard from under his brows. He hears that the tribe of Pierced Ears Salcate is located in the north. The chieftain turns away and says that the man made the same offer to him, but failed. Rakrak extends his clawed hand forward and asks if his interlocutor would like to tell him honestly what he is trying to achieve. The man looks at the lizard silently, who calls him HWI, Lord of Automation. In front of us are the city walls. It is reported that this is an ancient relic, automation. A knoll stands in front of the walls. It is reported that Saturn is an ancient relic that cannot be found anywhere else, a real castle with 5-meter walls. We see a strange entity with one green eye. It is reported that mud monsters restore Saturn when necessary, so it can truly be called a miracle of the lost world. The settlement is shown from a bird's eye view. Nebula thinks that no one knows how this castle could be built, but several tribes live in automation together. Nebula stands with his arms folded, thinking that this city has, among other things, a geographical advantage, since it is located in a valley on the way to the continent. Nebula looks down on the city nestled at the foot of high cliffs. He thinks that this is an ideal location, so the settlement must be secured. Miners extract salt. Nebula thinks that the city also has a salt mine, and this will help with livestock and improve the food situation. Rakrak looks at HWI standing in front of him. The chieftain turns to the owner of the castle and says that he does not believe in free gifts. Salt lies between the interlocutors. Rakrak says that he cannot accept anything from a man who hides his identity. HWI lowers his eyes. The chieftain notices that he does not deny anything and asks permission to tell why he came to this conclusion. Rakrak sits in front of the fire. He says that the interlocutor introduced himself as HWI, and probably the man knows about the attitude of the lizards to automation. It seems to the leader that the man told about this to find out how much information the reptiles have about the city. Rakrak throws a piece of wood into the fire. He says that even inside the castle of the City of Automation, only very few people know what the Lord looks like and what his name is. As far as the lizard knows, only 4 families can boast of this, distinguished by extreme loyalty to the owner of the castle. The man silently looks at the lizard. He tells him that people who are relatives of the Lord have a combination of the letters HWI in their name. In addition, Rakrak heard that the Lord has 4 sons and 3 daughters. In front of us is a human hand. The leader says that in front of him is not a woman, and judging by the wrinkles on his hands, he is far from a youth. Rakrak looks askance at the guest and says that this is how he guessed that in front of him is the ruler of automation. The man takes off his hood. He says that Rakrak is very good at his job. The guest looks at the reptile and asks how he knew everything in such detail, because there is not a single lizard among HY's confidants. The man looks at Rakrak and says that everything is correct, and he is indeed the Lord of Automation, whose name is HYCO. The man sits down on the floor and says that this, however, does not change anything. He really gave salt for free. Rakrak, stirring the coals in the fire, says that it still has a price. Even the greedy Salkate refused it, because they understand what the essence of the matter is. The lizard looks sideways at the man and says that if he receives salt, he will have to protect automation when the city is attacked by external enemies. Goblins bombard the settlement with a huge number of arrows. Rakrak says that the lizards will worry about the safety of the mine and they will have to protect it. The chief looks at the man. He says that besides, the reptiles would have to help the humans even if they got involved in some kind of war, and it seems to him that this is what HYCO wanted. The man raises his hand and says that this is called diplomacy, or, if it sounds more harmonious, a transaction. HYCO looks at his interlocutor and asks why he refuses if he knows that all this will benefit him. There is a fire in front of us. Rakrak says that the man has already heard the answer to this question. A knoll is visible above the lizard's head. The chief says that the man's previous interlocutor probably said the same. But it would be much easier for the Blackscale tribe to capture automation, drive the humans out and appropriate the mine for themselves. HYCO looks at his interlocutor in surprise. Gritting his teeth, he asks if this means that the lizards will attack the city. Rakrak continues to stir the coals in the fire. He states that he did not threaten anyone, but simply reasoned about what would be best for the reptiles from a logical point of view. Sitting in front of the fire, the lizard explains once again that the diplomacy that humans use will not bring good, so it will be much easier for the lizards to simply capture the city. HYCO, whose eyes we see, asks not to underestimate the people. Rakrak states that if his calculations are correct, the lizards will cope with only minor losses. We see a giant insect and people running in its direction. Rakrak explains that they worship the blue bug god, and if he helps the reptiles, then neither the high fence nor the mud soldiers will help the city. A smile appears on the chief's face. HYCO sits with his legs folded under him. The chief asks if the man is afraid to come here alone, because he makes the lizards work much easier. Rakrak hears his companion laugh loudly. HYCO rests his head on his hand. He declares that Rakrak will not kill him. The chieftain frowns at the man. We see a human figure at the gates of the city. HYCO declares that if he dies here, no one will know who is the next ruler of the castle. We see the paws of a lizard. He asks how the question of the air is connected with lizards. HYCO, smiling, asks if Rakrak knows about a game called Go. The man extends his finger to the board with several chips and explains that in this game you need to place white and black stones on the crossroads of the lines. The winner is the one who completely isolates the opponent's stones. In HYCO's hand you can see a shiny crystal. The man says that these rules are not very important now. HYCO places a chip on the crossroad and declares that much more important is that he is a stone on the board. Rakrak looks at the interlocutor in surprise. We see a Go board up close. HYCO says the game has already started. The gods use their races as stones, and the gnolls and lizards have already started playing. HYCO, holding out his hand to the board, says the game is called Automation, and the lizards are already deciding who will be the next ruler. The man, who is very excited, looks at the lizard and says that for some time now his children have been talking about teeth full of anger, as well as about some blue butterfly. They have suddenly started believing in gods. Rakrak looks at the interlocutor, his eyes emitting a blue glow. The leader, whose eye we see, says that he can't do anything about it. It doesn't hurt the lizards as much as a hypothetical attack on the city. 3 weeks ago, a blue system window hangs in front of Nebula. There are words written there about a clash of civilizations. Here we have Hegemonia, who tells the hero that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Nebula looks at the interlocutor and asks why he greets him like he's an old friend. Hegemonia tells the hero to remember the last time they played Lost World together. Nebula asks what prompted his interlocutor to initiate this conversation in reality. Hegemonia is engulfed in flames. He asks if that game meant anything to Nebula. The hero reaches his finger to the system window. He says that he was worried about the holy strategy of the orcs who followed trends, but in general it's boring when they try to counter you. Hegemonia hums thoughtfully and puts his hands on his helmet. He points his index finger at his opponent and shouts that this time he will definitely win and destroy him. Nebula states that his opponent always says stupid things. He asks why they need to fight now and who will benefit from it. Rak, from under his mask, says that Hegemonia seems to have forgotten that there will be no other attempt to play and this will be their last game. Hegemonia looks at Nebula silently. He raises his hand and scratches his head, after which he admits that he just got a little carried away. In front of us is the hero's interlocutor. A name is written above his head. Nebula thinks that he understands his opponent's playing style. We see Hegemonia in the moment of battle. Nebula thinks that at first his style seemed rather primitive, but it turned out that Hegemonia has some kind of supernatural sense. In addition, he can perform several tasks well at the same time. The hero's eyes are visible under the mask. He thinks that in fact Hegemonia often won, starting a war at the very beginning of the game, but the hero himself should not adapt to these tactical features. Hegemonia and Nebula are standing opposite each other. The latter says that he thinks the hero wants to determine the best in some other way. Nebula confirms this assumption. In front of us is Automation. Nebula says that they both want the same thing. The hero extends his hand to his opponent and says that they seem to have come to a decision. Hegemonia and Nebula are hanging over the gate to Automation. They agree to put the city and its inhabitants on the line and also try to use the contradictory prophecy. The mage holds a sparkling sphere in his hands. Nebula thinks that the prophecy is a skill that is available if the divinity reaches level 6 and above, and it looks like a quest that players give themselves. If you complete the prophecy, you can get additional experience points. The sphere splits. The hero thinks that the punishment here is also great. Because of the waste of religious resources, experience points are reduced. In addition, an unpleasant event may occur. Here is a system window about the prophecy skill, which describes how an ancient king received a prophecy that his son would kill him, sleep with his wife, and destroy the kingdom. The king was afraid and ordered his servants to kill the child. But the servants secretly left the child in the field, and then a shepherd found him. When the child was almost an adult, he heard rumors that his parents were not his biological parents, and went to the prophet to find out the answer. But instead of answering his question, the prophet said that the boy would indulge in passion with his mother and kill his father, but the boy loved his adoptive parents, so he left home. Hegemonia and Nebula are standing opposite each other. The hero thinks that if two players have opposite prophecies, then the prediction is considered contradictory. Here is Hegemonia. He says that the winning side will receive a reward, and the losing side a penalty, and this is just perfect. Then he asks which prophecy the opponents will choose. Nebula, who is standing opposite the opponent, asks if he knows that the lord of the city is going to choose his heir. Hegemonia replies that he does. Looking at the hero, Hegemonia says that Automation regularly chooses its ruler, and only the lord knows how long he will remain in power. The opponents hang over a small city located at the foot of a cliff. Nebula offers to bet on who will become the next head of the castle. In front of Hegemonia hangs a red system window. He asks if we are talking about 5 children. Nebula, looking at the blue window, says that if they choose different candidates and guess the next lord of the Automation castle, then the conditions for the contradictory prophecy will definitely be fulfilled. Hegemonia, in front of whom hangs a red window, says that he has a list and offers to share it with the hero. He says that it would be nice. Here we have the first portrait. Hegemonia says that this is the first son. His name is Dan and he is already in his 30 seconds. The character in question is looking at a scroll in front of him. It is said that he is strong in body and is trusted by Hwicio. He has the support of 2 of the 4 major families and is currently the most likely contender. Here we have the second portrait. Hegemonia says that this is the second son, Jun. He is just under 30. He is Dan's half-brother and is considered weak. Jun is sitting on the threshold of the house. It is said that he rarely shows himself in public, and there are rumors that he is not interested in the position of ruler. He is supported by his mother's side of the family. We see the third portrait. It is said that this is the ruler's third child, Jin. She is a woman who is already in her 20 seconds. She and Dan have the same mother. We see Jin having fun with some drunk men. Hegemonia reports that she hides her identity and often goes out to have fun. She gets along well with rough people like hunters, and has the last of the remaining families on her side. The next portrait is of a girl with blue eyes. Hegemonia reports that this is Kayam, who is in her early 20 seconds, from the ruler's third wife. The girl is sitting next to a stern of hay. Hegemonia reports that it looks like her mother has already died and she has a strange appearance. It looks like she was cursed. Kyan covers her face with her hand and looks down. It is reported that she is avoided not only by the lord but by all the other members of the family. Before us is the fifth portrait. Hegemonia reports that the last child is named Min, and she is a teenage girl. Min is kneeling in front of many scrolls. Hegemonia reports that according to those around her, she is extremely smart and talented. She got her father's love since she is the youngest child. All 5 portraits are visible above Hegemonia's head. The hero's opponent offers to make a choice now or postpone it for a while so that Nebula can process all the information. The hero, in front of whom one of the portraits is visible, declares that a choice can be made right now. Nebula extends her hand to the window in which the portraits of the contenders are visible and offers everyone to choose their favorite and then compare them to make sure that they are not repeated. A system notification appears, offering to make a contradictory prophecy together with the Hegemonia player. It is reported that if the hero is defeated, he will suffer great losses, and finally it is suggested to think carefully before confirming the choice. Hegemonia and Nebula are opposite each other. The hero asks if his opponent is ready, he answers that he is. Nebula reaches out with her fingers to the blue window. In front of us is a portrait of the contender for ruler, whom Hegemonia has chosen. This is HYCO's second son, HWI Jun. Below the hero's outstretched hand, we see his challenger, HYCO's second daughter, HWI Kyum. Hegemonia looks over the red window in surprise. Nebula looks at her opponent through the eye socket of her helmet and thinks that he is surprised by the choice the hero made. Nebula states that they chose different challengers, so he simply clicked the yes option. Hegemonia raises his fist. Then he lowers it down and shouts loudly that the competition has begun. A powerful beam of light appears between the two opponents. It is announced that the competition between Hegemonia and Nebula is approved. A fire is burning. HYCO smiles. We see his right eye. The man thinks that he came here to find out the source of the rumors that have been on everyone's lips for 3 weeks. As a result, it turned out that the two tribes have moved closer to automation. Rakrak smiles. HYCO thinks that both tribes are quite large and it will be difficult for humans to cope with them, and there must be one of these tribes behind the rumors. The man, looking down, looks down. He thinks that he did not die after meeting both chieftains, and this means that he is just a stone on a board. The man sees 2 pebbles in front of him and understands that what happened to him gives him hopeless confidence. Rakrak stirs the coals with a stick. He says that choosing one of the two is very easy if you put aside diplomacy and respect. He holds out his hand and gives the man a choice: Salkate or Rakrak, dwarves or lizards, the god of evil teeth or the blue bug god. HYCO, looking at his interlocutor, says that everything is not so simple. In his opinion, in this situation he has a completely stupid choice: to put his head in the mouth of a lizard or a saber-toothed tiger. Rakrak looks at the man and asks him if it wouldn't be better to put his head in the lizard's mouth. HYCO replies that the Salkate said that the tiger is much better in this regard. HYCO has the game stones in front of him. The man says that if a saber-toothed tiger and a Korka fought each other, the winner would probably be quite exhausted. The lizard chief looks at the interlocutor and says that it looks like the man wants to step aside. He asks if this means that he is not ready to make a decision now. Rakrak, next to whom a man's head is visible, says that at least it looks that way, when HYCO says that he is ready to accept his fate as a stone on the board. The man puts his hood over his head and says that he has had enough and has one last question. HYCO looks at the lizard and says that in the end he himself will end up as a stone on the board. The man asks if this prospect angers or frightens him. Rakrak looks at the guest smiling and says that he will give an answer when everything is over. HYCO leaves. He thinks that the chieftain has no need to see him off. The man stands in front of 2 other people. He takes off his gray cloak and is immediately dressed in a red robe. HYCO shaves. The man approaches the horse. He gallops along with the other riders. We see the face of one of the escorts. In front of us is HYCO's back. The ruler's companion is very puzzled. The riders continue to gallop somewhere. The moon shines in the night sky. 3 weeks ago, a huge rock rises above the forest. Someone, groaning from the strain, climbs it. In front of us is a young girl with blue eyes. She curses, blaming some children for her current situation. In front of us is a wheelbarrow with a wheel that has fallen off. The girl cannot believe that this happened and says that it is very good that there was only silk in it. We see the legs of this character. She is very far from the top of the cliff. She is trying to figure out how to climb up there. We see horns. Someone says that she is cursed. The little girl looks at adults. They say that she killed her mother during childbirth. One of them calls to speak more quietly because the baby can hear. Accidents have happened around her since childhood. The girl falls down the stairs. It was in the market and she was 13 years old then. Now she is behind bars. She is 14 years old. She was accused of stealing salt and was put in prison for 4 days. We see broken boards. At 15 she fell into the toilet, and this is not a reason for jokes because she almost died. We see a hand. The girl thinks that once a jug of water fell on her head, and there was another case when a pack of stray dogs ran after her all night. A drop of sweat runs down the brunette's face. She thinks that if she survived everything that happened before, she will cope now. The girl is holding onto the rock with difficulty. She curses herself for her recklessness and for her decision to drive here with a wheelbarrow. Now all the silk she was carrying is most likely lost. We see high cliffs. The girl thinks that there is nowhere to even step here. The girl's legs, one of which is badly torn, fall onto a tiny ledge. She reassures herself that everything is fine and she can endure pain better than anyone. The brunette looks down in fear and thinks that if she climbs up, having support under both legs at once, then she will succeed. The girl hears someone offering her to take his hand. A lizard is sitting on a rock above her head. He looks at the girl and asks why she does not want to take his hand, which is already completely bored. She looks up and asks the lizard who he is. The reptile, continuing to hold out his hand, says that the girl does not have time for long conversations. She replies that she has nothing and she will not be able to thank her savior. The lizard takes the girl by the hand and declares that everything is fine. He easily lifts her up and says that he does not need anything. There is a mountain path in front of us. The lizard says that only one person can walk along it with difficulty. There is a high cliff on one side, and there is a risk that rocks will start falling from it. The lizard sits on one knee and asks the girl what she was thinking when she dragged the car here. She replies that if the wheel had not broken, she would have easily driven through. The girl gets to her feet and asks what the name of her savior is. The reptile replies that his name is Saren Mule. The girl puts her hand on her head and says that she can only thank the lizard for saving her. The brunette wants to pass by, but the reptile puts his hand forward. Saren Mule looks sternly at the girl, says that her name is Hwi Kyung, and says that the conversation is not over yet. She reaches behind the hem of her dress and takes something in her hand. Looking at the lizard suspiciously, the girl asks how he knows her name. Saren Mule raises both hands and says that Rak told him about it. Standing in front of the girl, the lizard says that the chief ordered him to find her. Kyung's face is amazed. She asks if this is the Rak who is called the chief of the Black Scale tribe. In the girl's imagination, Rak appears as a very formidable creature. She remembers several of his nicknames: Hunter Rak, Thunder Lizard, First Chosen, to which Saren Mule replies that they simply call him the chief. The reptile's eye glows brightly. The girl asks in amazement why Rak is looking for her. Saren Mule, raising both hands, says that perhaps it is because of the rumors that have been circulating lately. Kyung indignantly puts her hands on her belt and asks what kind of rumors are you talking about? She was absent for quite a long time as she went to buy silk, so she does not know anything. Saren Mule, looking down at the girl, says that according to these rumors, the Lord's second child will become the next ruler of the city. Others claim that the fourth child will become the head of the castle. Kyung smiles and says that this is just nonsense. The lizard looks at her and states that, according to his information, she is Hwico's fourth child. Kyung again reaches into the hem of her dress. She states that the lizard may not know her, but these rumors do not concern her in any way since she is an outcast. Probably one of her brothers or sisters spread them since it could be beneficial to them. But the reptile will not gain anything from her, so she should fool someone else in her family. Saren Mule stands with her head down. The girl, a drop of sweat running down her cheek, thinks that the lizard knows very well who she is. We see a clenched fist. Kyung thinks that the children of the castle ruler must hide their identities. This is the iron law of automation. The reptile looks strong, but she may have to kill this lizard. Saren Mule looks at the girl and says that she seems to have misunderstood him. The interlocutors are standing on a narrow ledge of a rock. Saren Mule says that he also has a second order to protect the girl's life. Kyung makes wide eyes and cries out in amazement. She asks to clarify what her interlocutor is talking about. Saren Mule extends her hand and says that her brothers and sister may react badly to all these rumors and start hunting for the girl so that she does not become a rival for them. Kyung screams loudly that she is capable of protecting herself. Kyung, gritting her teeth in anger, grabs her head when she hears that the lizard received an order from his leader to protect her. The girl puts her hand on her head. She shows two strange dots on her forehead and says that these are horns, or rather, they used to be there. We see one of these marks in close-up. Kyung says that it is a curse. She was born, having torn her mother's belly with these horns. Another child of her father also died because of them. And, besides this, her life is full of other failures and accidents. Kyung with horns on her forehead looks sadly ahead. She explains that she is a loner and suggests that the lizard just leave. He looks sadly at the girl and says that he is very sorry. The lizard and the man stand opposite each other. Saren Mule says that it does not matter to him at all whether his interlocutor is cursed or not. He must carry out the order that the leader of the tribe gave him. Kyung grabs his head. The lizard declares that he will make her obey, even if she refuses. The girl looks down at the broken car. She thinks that if she can't scare the lizard away, then she can only make him feel all the difficulties of her life himself, even if it means that she will have to walk everywhere with a huge and strong reptile. The girl's leg is on the edge of the cliff. She thinks that this is not so bad, and the lizard will come to her aid if she is in danger. Kyung looks down. She states that she needs to get the silk, so she will quickly go down and then come back. Saren Mule tells the girl that her leg is injured and she knows that nothing will come of it. The reptile says that if Kyung wants to make people do what she wants, she needs to find a better way, like just asking for help. Kyung looks at the lizard in amazement. She closes her eyes, asking the reptile to help her bring the silk. He readily agrees. The girl and the lizard walk along a very narrow ledge. Kyung, whose back of his head we can see, asks his companion how he knew she was there. Saren Mule, who is carrying Silk on his powerful shoulders, says that he asked around, calling the girl's fake name Mangjai, after which he says that, in his opinion, this name suits her better. The travelers approach Automation. Kyung asks the lizard why her business partners shared information about her so easily. He replies that they immediately spilled everything when they received a bag of salt from him. Kyung clutches his head when he hears a huge amount of interesting information about himself. Saren Mule says that this is how he found out that the girl had long been planning to start selling silk, but no one knew where she got it from. Then he was told that Kyung borrowed a wheelbarrow and never returned, as a result of which the one from whom she took it decided that she cheated him. Kyung covers his ears with his hands. The flow of information continues to flow from the mouth of the lizard. He says that several days have passed since she disappeared from the city, and offers to answer the question of whether the girl has lost the trust of her business partners. The interlocutors are standing on a cliff above the city. Saren Mule says that Automation is already visible. Kyung replies that only a few merchants from the city know the path they took. We see the back of the girl's head. She says that when she returns, she will talk to the Gyo family about selling silk. Saren Mule covers the girl with his body and stops some sharp projectile with his hand. Kyung looks in horror at the pierced limb of the lizard. He examines the wounded hand and says that Rakrak was right, someone is trying to kill the girl. Goblins are visible behind the ledge of the rock. The lizard states that the battle for the throne has begun. The goblins are sitting tied up on the ground. Someone says that this is incredible. Kyung, who is standing next to Saren Mule, admits that he fights well, although among the lizards, the most famous warrior is Yer. The lizard bandages the goblin's hand and tells the girl that Yer is indeed the best warrior of their tribe. Saren Mule says that he learned from him. Kyung looks at the reptile in surprise. We see the goblin's bandaged hand. The girl asks if Saren Mule learned healing from Yer. He replies that he did not. The lizard says that he learned medicine when he served Jaal. Kyung, wide-eyed, looks at the lizard and tries to understand who he is. The reptile's eyes emit streams of white energy. Kyung thinks that Jaal is responsible for the internal affairs of the Black Scale tribe, and she is Rakrak's wife. If this lizard carried out her orders, then he was in her direct subordination, and if he learned to fight from Yer himself, then this means that he occupies a rather important position in the Black Scale tribe. Kyung looks at the reptile in surprise. Saren Mule communicates with the goblins. The girl thinks that if this lizard was sent to protect her, then she is most likely very lucky. Kyung sees how the lizard and the goblin feel a bolt of fabric. She reminds that this is actually her silk. Saren Mule replies that this is necessary to bribe the goblins. Quite a few creatures have gathered in front of the city gates. Kyung looks closely at what is happening there and realizes that the castle gates are closed. The guard puts his hand forward. The girl says that no one is allowed in there. Kyung calls out to the fox, and when it turns around, he asks it why the gates of Automation are closed. The fox puts out its left hand. It says that the silk merchant will not be able to get in. And the strange creature standing behind the fox says that they say that the entrance to Automation is closed for an indefinite period, and if the girl gets in, she will not be able to get out. Saren Mule and Kyung look at their interlocutors in surprise. We see the girl's eyes. She is trying to understand what could have happened in Automation. In front of us is an Asian-style house. It is said that it belongs to the Gyo family. A young man is sitting at a table, his legs folded under him. Kyung looks at him and asks what is with his expression, because she is the one who should be angry. The girl takes a sip from her cup and says that the car she took from the young man fell apart, and because of this she almost died. The guy says that it seems that she does not know anything yet. We see the characters sitting at a table from above. The young man asks if anything strange happened to the girl on the way back. She replies that she was almost killed. Smiling, Kyung points to the lizard and says that she is very lucky that the Black Scale tribe sent a warrior to protect her, and it would be nice to thank him. The reptile puts his hand to his chest and introduces himself as Saren Mule of the Black Scale tribe. The young man looks at the lizard, says that he is pleased to meet you, and introduces himself as the head of the Gyo family, one of the older families of Automation. Saren Mule says that he spoke with the goblins who tried to kill this young lady, and it seems that the Gyo family had nothing to do with the assassination attempt. The head of the family pours tea into a cup and says that, of course, everything is like this, and unlike other families, they never do mean things. Kyung, smiling, looks at the man and asks what happened in the castle, because the gates are probably closed, not because someone tried to kill the fourth daughter that no one needs. The head of the Gyo family looks at the girl and says that there was an assassination attempt here too. Kyung asks again in amazement. The man puts the cup on the table and says that the Lord is away now. We see the roof of the house in which the conversation is taking place. The head of the Gyo family reports that the potential heir of Automation, the girl's brother, HWI Dan, has disappeared somewhere. Saren Mule and Kyung are standing in front of a table on which scrolls are laid out. The girl looks at the table and says that a very long time has passed since she was here last. Saren Mule looks under the table. Kyung says that although she was close to her older brother, over time they began to avoid each other. The girl looks at the reptile. It says that it smelled blood. And indeed, some kind of stain is visible on the leg of the table. Kyung also looks under the table. There is a streak from the table leg. The girl says that it looks like someone washed away the blood, of which there was quite a lot. The head of the Gyo house appears. He says that HWI Dan is most likely already dead. He also saw traces of blood. The guy thoughtfully rubs his chin and says that the problem is that they still couldn't find the body. In front of us is a closed gate. The young man says that they closed it to prevent the criminal from taking the body out of the castle. A cliff is visible behind the city walls. The head of the Gyo family says that over time the corpse will probably begin to decompose and smell, and catching the criminal in this case is just a matter of time. Kyung looks closely at the guy. He says that this is exactly why the girl shouldn't go anywhere and make herself known now. We see the brunette's right eye. She is trying to understand if the criminal really did not calculate all the risks before committing the murder. Then she understands that she should not delve too deeply into this matter, and Gyo Jung is absolutely right. The girl's eyes become round with amazement. A black silhouette appears next to her, which offers the girl to tell something. Kyung nervously looks at the outline of the face, at the bottom of which a smile appears. An incomprehensible entity asks if the girl really will not do anything, and this time, Kyung asks his invisible interlocutor to shut up. Saren Mule looks at the girl with concern and asks if everything is okay with her. A drop of sweat runs down Kyung's cheek. She turns to Gyo Jung and asks which of the townspeople might have a large pot in which to hide a corpse. The guy, folding his arms on his chest, thoughtfully asks again. Kyung looks at him and says that you need to look among those who are engaged in the production or storage of meat. Saren Mule, bending slightly, states that this category could include butchers and hunters, then asks why the girl is talking about them. The lizard understands that in this case the meat will not rot and stink. Kyung, looking at the reptile, says that the killer put the body in salt to throw it away later when everything calms down. We see the girl's face close up. She says that the culprit is most likely a person who can bring hunters to the castle. He must have a lot of salted meat in the house, which is stored in large pots. Jung adds that this person should also have the right to freely enter and exit this room. We see the edge of a large pot. Someone's hand is placed on the lid. In front of us is a girl with a scar on her cheek. Kyung says that this person is a hunter and a contender for the place of the ruler of the automation castle, her sister HWI Jin. In front of us is a huge jar with a lid. It is reported that HWI Kyung's reasoning was convincing. Only a few people in the castle were informed about what happened. People are talking animatedly. It is reported that, nevertheless, when HWI Dan's death became known to everyone in the city, people came to the conclusion that the main suspect is HWI Jin. We see a cliff hanging over the forest. Someone is cursing. In front of us is a bag. Someone says that she planned everything perfectly. Jin, together with someone else, is climbing up with a huge bag on her back. She says that she would never have thought of HWI Kyung. We see the profile of a girl. She hears someone telling her that there is another person she should have thought of. A girl is standing on the cliff. Jin, who is below, recognizes the voice, which belongs to her sister, HWI Min. Two archers are standing behind the girl. Her sister asks how she got there. Jin's companion gets an arrow right in the face. The girl, gritting her teeth in rage, looks at her sister. Min, smiling, looks down and asks why Jin is so angry, because it was she who killed her innocent brother, so even if Min kills Jin now, she has no right to be indignant. Min stretches out his hand and says that if the smartest offspring of the castle owner becomes the lord, it will be better for everyone. Min, next to whom archers are visible, offers to end their cursed family ties forever. Jin desperately screams out her sister's name. The next second, an arrow flies into her chest. The girl from behind the two guys looks sadly at what happened. She folds her hands in front of her and lowers her gaze. We see a wide open eye. A blade is sticking out of the girl's chest. HWI Min coughs up blood and hears that she is absolutely right. Behind her, we see a young man with a dagger in his hand. He says that it really is time to end these cursed family ties forever. In front of us is HWI Jun. We see corpses. The bastard says that he only has one relative left to eliminate. Standing on a cliff, Jun says that he won't make Kyung wait long. We see an Asian-style house. Kyung, with Saren Mule visible behind her, asks in surprise if the corpses of Jin and Min were really found, and Dan's body next to them. Jung, who is sitting opposite the girl, says that it is true, and this means that the killer is no longer going to hide his identity. Kyung replies that even a fool can tell who it is now. In front of us is the face of the bastard. The girl thinks that Min waited for Jin to make the first move. Kyung thoughtfully rubs her chin. She thinks that Jun, perfectly understanding what his sisters want, waited for them to meet in order to get rid of both at once. The goblin looks at two travelers walking along a narrow path. The girl thinks that if the goblin attack is also Jun's doing, then everything fits. If Saren Mule hadn't arrived, everything could have been presented as a regular armed robbery of a merchant. Jung looks at the girl and says that a real fight is beginning. She replies that everyone already understands this. Jung says that, to be honest, the Jio family recently gathered for this reason. Kyung looks at the guy in surprise. She takes a sip from her cup. Smiling, the girl looks at Jung and asks what position the Jio family has taken. Jung thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that this is generally a very difficult question, since people consider Jun to be the favorite. In front of us is the girl's right eye. Jung, smiling, says that his family has decided to bet on her after all. Kyung bows and thanks the young man for his trust. The girl stands with her hands on her hips. Jung informs her that this decision was made as a result of sober calculation, and not as some kind of emotional impulse. Jung, whose ear we can see, says that the girl must now definitely survive. She turns her head and says that she will try very hard to do so. Jung, sitting at the table, drinks tea. The girl leaves the house. She looks at the lizard, thinking that she will definitely fight and try to survive. Kyung is upside down for some reason. Now she has horns on her head. The girl thinks that finally there is someone who believes in this damned body. Kyung puts his hand on his forehead, where the horn sticks out. In front of us is a man. He shouts that simply trying to avoid murder is not the answer. We must do everything to catch Jun. A goblin frowns at this speaker. The man shouts that the Sang and To families are on Jun's side, so it will be very difficult to do this. Someone suggests attracting the Su family to their side. Kyung holds her head in her hands. She says that this is all very strange. Someone nearby claims that the support of the Su family is not that important, after which comes the objection that there are two families on Jun's side and they only have Jio. Saren Mule looks at the girl with concern and tells her not to even think about cutting off her horns. She replies that she has already come to terms with this shortcoming of hers. We see Kyung cutting off her horn and a shocked lizard. Saren Mule screams that if he knew there would be so much blood, he would not have let her do it. The girl replies that this procedure has always been very bloody. Kyung frowns at the reptile and says that everything is fine, and now is not the time to talk about her horns. We see that there are quite a few different creatures sitting in front of the girl. She states that she constantly thinks about how her life has changed compared to what it was a couple of days ago. There are two goblins in front of us. The lizard says that the girl should consider this the price for getting rid of all the dangers that have threatened her lately. A young man enters the room. He says that important news has come from outside the castle. Kyung, wide-eyed, looks at the guy, who says that the owner of the castle is returning. One of the sitting ones asks again in surprise. The young man who entered slowly approaches the girl. She asks when HYCO will arrive. The guy answers that the Lord is not in a hurry, so it will happen somewhere tomorrow morning. The newcomer touches his eye and says that the scouts told him the next news, and he can only tell it to the girl personally. Kyung carefully looks at the guy standing next to her and asks what this news is. Blood gushes from the young man's mouth. One of the goblins pierces the guy, and a knife falls from his hand. Kyung looks at the falling weapon in amazement. A knife is lying on the floor. Someone says that a young man tried to kill Kyung, and he seems to be from the Jio family. The goblins look outside. Jung says miserably that this guy was from his family, but it seems that someone bribed him. Saren Mule says that now they can't even trust the representatives of the Jio family. Those sitting inside the room hear loud screams that something is happening outside. In front of the house where the girl and her companions are, a real battle is taking place. Jung says that it seems that Jun, who is, of course, a real bastard, wants to finish everything before HYCO arrives at the castle. Kyung moves the boards and looks down. She says that, to be honest, she hoped that she would never use this path again. Saren Mule appears next to her, who says that there is no safer path than this. Even if the girl does not like something, they cannot go back. Kyung jumps down. The lizard says that given the circumstances, they don't really have a choice. The girl tells him that she will go first. Kyung disappears into a hole in the floor. She sticks her hand out and asks the reptile why she is not going. The lizard closes the lid that was hiding the passage behind him. He tells the girl that her stomach is definitely stronger than he thought. Kyung says that she is used to insects. It becomes clear that the girl and the lizard went down into the sewers. Kyung says that when she was little, she went to the toilet and fell inside. Saren Mule follows the girl. He asks why she speaks as if this is something ordinary. This is not a joke at all, to which Kyung replies that the lizard is right, she almost died here. We see breaking boards. Saren Mule asks if this happened because the floor rotted. His interlocutor replies that then she ended up in a huge pile of shit. Kyung, smiling, looks up and says that she managed to roll into the sewer without getting hurt physically, but she did not see a single ray of light and thought that she would die. Some blue balls are flying above the girl's head. Kyung says that when she saw them, she followed the light and saw the outline of the exit from the sewer. An insect flies up to the girl's hand. She says that she decided to catch one of these balls, but it turned out that they were just glowing beetles. It seems they are called fireflies. The girl and the lizard are knee-deep in dirty water. Saren Mule says that fireflies do not live in such places. The girl expresses doubt in these words. Kyung looks back at her companion and says that there really were a lot of these insects. She even caught one of them. The lizard thinks that this is a very strange story. Saren Mule is very surprised. He knows that fireflies do not live in the sewers, but admits the idea that it was some other kind. A door appears in front of the travelers, to which a staircase leads. The lizard says that they have finally arrived. Saren Mule points to the door with his finger and says that he discovered this exit during his second round of the territory, and it leads to the basement of the hunting hut of the Sioux family. The lizard's foot is on the step. He goes forward first and asks his companion to wait here. The reptile says that if he does not return after some time, she should run in the opposite direction. Saren Mule stares at his companion. She answers him with an anxious look. The girl looks at the door. She thinks that she is still alive only because Saren Mule was careful and looked after her. Kyung waits for her companion by the stairs. She thinks that they have fought several times and a lot has happened in the last 3 weeks, so she will wait for the lizard. She seems to notice something. Her foot is on the stairs. Kyung hears a strange sound. The girl remembers the lizard's words that if he does not return after some time, then she should run in the opposite direction. Kyung takes a knife from under the hem of her dress. She rushes forward, not understanding why she is doing this. Holding the weapon in front of her, the girl rushes forward. She thinks that she can no longer calmly watch someone die. The door opens. Kyung is shocked. The silhouette of a lizard is visible in the doorway. The girl calls him. Saren Mule looks back and calls the girl by name. A spear is sticking out of his back. He asks why the girl came up here. Jun, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, tells his sister that she is late and this lizard is almost dead. The reptile looks menacingly at the bastard and demands that he shut up. The young man looks angrily at Saren Mule and asks if he still has the strength to talk. The wounded lizard fights several opponents at once. Jun shouts for his fighters to forget about the reptile and kill Kyung. Saren Mule's eyes emit jets of white energy. The lizard rushes to attack and destroys one of the opponents. We see his paw. Saren Mule tells the girl that she could have run away. The lizard grabs the spear sticking out of his back with his tail. He asks the girl if she understands that this was the only right decision. The tail breaks the spear. Saren Mule looks over his shoulder at the girl and asks why she disobeyed and did such a stupid thing. Kyung replies that she herself does not know. The girl holds a dagger in her hands. She says that sometimes people make conscious choices, knowing that they are making a big and maybe even fatal mistake. The lizard looks back and says that it is not only people who do this. The warriors who obey Jun are ready to rush into the attack. We see a spear fragment in the lizard's back. Saren Mule says that the leader simply ordered him to protect the girl. He did not ask him to risk his life. The allies are preparing to give their last fight. The lizard says that regarding what the girl just said, they are very similar. A man approaches Jun and whispers something in his ear. The scoundrel says that he understood everything. A book appears in the scoundrel's hand. He promises to give the one who kills the lizard and Kyung a whole cart of silk. Jun points his finger at his sister and the lizard protecting her and asks his fighters how much longer they will hesitate. Because the enemy is wounded, they must finish them off immediately. The soldier, who has a spear in his hand, looks at the crouched Saren Mule and tells his master that the lizard spirit is too fierce and can't be called an ordinary warrior. They even say that he is one of the chosen ones. Jun fans himself with a bloody fan. He calls his fighters idiots and says that this is simply impossible. We see the battlefield from above. Jun says that if the lizard is the chosen one, then why did he hide his true powers until a spear was stuck in his back? Saren Mule looks to the right. There is a stone wall in front of us. The reptile thinks that if she is not mistaken, then there is a high concentration of salt crystals in it, which means that there is a salt mine nearby. The lizard tells the girl standing next to her to get ready to run to the right. Kyung replies that she only sees a wall there. Saren Mule says that he is certainly not the chosen one, but this does not mean that he is a weak warrior. Kyung looks at his ally in surprise. He says that he is the second strongest among the lizards, but no one remembers the second. The enemies are approaching. The lizard reminds them that they should run to the right. The girl screams that there is only a wall and nothing else. Saren Mule, scratching his head, says that this can be fixed. The reptile and Kyung rush forward. Having grouped together, Saren Mule breaks through the barrier with his body. Kyung looks in surprise at the flying debris. The fighters, commanded by Jun, are shocked. The villain puts forward his index finger and shouts for them to run after the hiding ones. They must be caught without fail. The fighters rush into the gap in the wall. We see the legs of the girl. Drops of blood are visible on the ground. Kyung asks how the lizard feels. Supporting the reptile by the arm, the girl leads him forward. She says that her companion has only a little time left to endure. Saren Mule, led by Kyung, is breathing heavily. The girl looks up in alarm. She sees that there is a dead end in front of her. Kyung looks at the wounded companion and asks if maybe he should rest a little, but the lizard refuses. A spike is sticking out of his chest. Saren Mule says that if he tries to pull it out of the wound, he will lose a lot of blood. The lizard notices something. He looks at the girl and asks why she is crying. Kyung asks her not to pay attention. Reptile looks closely at the sobbing brunette and says that he is simply trying to understand if it is because of him that she is crying. The girl says that it is because of him. What is the point of all this if he dies? Streams of tears flow from Kyung's eyes. She complains that the same thing happens to her all the time. Something terrible happens to those around her. Saren Mule asks if she connects this with the curse. In front of us is a mine lit by torches. Saren Mule asks the girl to remember how many dangers they have survived in the last 3 weeks, and yet they have overcome them all and are still alive. Kyung looks at his companion in surprise. He says that this is usually called great luck. We see the brunette's eyes close up. She understands that she is very lucky and not cursed at all. Saren Mule sits down on the ground in front of the girl. He asks if she remembers how they first met. He then went down the cliff to take the silk. The lizard looks at something shiny. He tells the girl that at that moment he noticed something very strange in the wheelbarrow. The mechanical unit is broken. Saren Mule says that he found traces of deliberate damage to the device used to attach the axle. We see the profile of the lizard. He reminds his companion that she borrowed this wheelbarrow before the fight for the place of the ruler of the castle began. The boards on the floor of the toilet are broken. Saren Mule says that what happened to her before also looks very suspicious. In particular, the floor in the toilet should not break so easily. Eyes are visible behind the girl. The lizard comes to the conclusion that they have long wanted to kill her, and perhaps this is not even related to the inheritance situation. Kyung looks at the reptile with round eyes. She realizes that she herself has long suspected this. In front of us is the left eye of the girl. She understands that she knows who tried to kill her. We see a burning torch. Someone shouts loudly that he sees Kyung and the lizard. There are legs in front of us, and their owner says that the reptile has already lost a lot of blood. Naturally, it is Jun who smugly declares that they are now inside a salt mine, so this time his opponents will not be able to break through the wall and escape. The bastard orders his fighters, who are standing in front of him, to kill the lizard and the girl. Kyung, holding out a dagger, stands behind the reptile. Gritting her teeth in anger, the girl thinks that she cannot blame the curse for this situation. If she dies, it will only be her fault. Saren Mule looks at the enemies and says that he is still waiting. Taking a fighting stance to meet the enemies, the reptile clarifies that he means the girl's luck. The fighters, obeying Jun, rush forward. One of them swings his sword. A bright white whirlwind appears between the opponents, emitting discharges of energy. The lizard and his companion are incredibly surprised. Jun looks at the glow in amazement and asks what the hell it is. We see a ghostly creature with a head and 2 appendages. This entity resembles a glowing stingray and it hangs above the heads of the opponents. The creature introduces itself as Buzz. Saren Mule and Kyung look at it in surprise. The girl repeats his name in surprise. Buzz addresses Saren Mule. The lizard steps forward a little and hears that he has been chosen. The fighters subordinate to Jun whisper among themselves. They tell each other that this is impossible. Their commander is shaking with anger and says that they are almost done. He calls his fighters idiots and asks why they are standing still. The bastard opens his mouth wide and shouts that they will regret not entering into an alliance with the gnolls. Jun yells that if his warriors are so afraid of this lizard, then they should take bows and arrows and try to get rid of him. Buzz, hovering in the air, looks at these people and tells the lizard that he sees obstacles in his path. Saren Mule looks at the ghostly creature in surprise and says that there is only room for 5 chosen ones in his tribe, and now it turns out that he has become the 6th, or maybe someone has died. Buzz, emitting white discharges, is silent for a while. After a pause, he says that the Stargazer has died. Saren Mule sadly looks up and asks if this is true. Buzz extends his front appendages to him and says that Saren Mule is the 2nd bravest member of his tribe and that is enough to become the chosen one. The ghostly ray glows brightly. He declares that now the lizard will follow God's will and will be able to borrow the power of a god, and from this very moment in time. Jun with his fighters and the lizard with the girl stand opposite each other. No one is above their heads anymore. Jun points his finger forward and asks his subordinates what they are worth. The glowing monster that was just there has disappeared. The bastard orders an immediate attack. Saren Mule takes hold of the blade sticking out of his chest. Kyung calls out to him with concern. The reptile says that she is fine. With a sharp movement of his hand, Saren Mule takes out the blade. A bright source of light is visible in the place where the blade was sticking out. The people rush at the lizard. He says that he has already stopped the bleeding and, despite the pain, feels a huge surge of strength. Saren Mule looks at his opponents and says that they seem to not understand what just happened. Kyung asks if he really thinks so. The lizard stretches out his hand. The girl standing next to him covers her ears. Saren Mule says that if this is really the case, then he must make the bastards understand what happened. The air in the mine is filled with bright discharges of electrical energy. People are struck by powerful electric shocks. Jun screams in horror. In front of the lizard and the girl life fighters obeying the scoundrel, some of their surviving comrades are trying to save themselves by running, declaring that in front of them is the chosen one. Jun looks back and also starts to run. We see the back of the lizard's head. Kyung, who is supporting him by the arm, is surprised by the incredible strength of the reptile and asks how she feels. Saren Mule says that he is still holding on. Lifeless bodies lie on the floor of the mine. The girl asks why, having such power, the lizards did not exterminate the Knoll tribe. Saren Mule puts his hand on his head and says that he thinks he knows the answer to this question. The lizard is on one knee. He says that this power cannot be used indefinitely. It seems to him that it spends mental strength. Perhaps this is why Owen always smokes a pipe of tobacco after using this power. Kyung looks at the lizard with concern and asks if he is really okay. Saren Mule replies that he is just a little tired. There is a blood stain on the reptile's back. She states that now that the blood loss has decreased, she feels much better. Kyung raises her head. Saren Mule tells her that they need to go. The man, around whom a powerful discharge of white energy is visible, screams loudly. He starts to run away. The girl looks at one of the defeated opponents. Hegemonia, who is watching everything happening on the screen hanging in front of him, says that he cannot allow events to continue in this direction. Streams of red energy burst from his eyes. He calls out to Nebula and says that he did not mean to go this far, but there is nothing to be done now. Kyung and Saren Mule look at something in amazement. Someone's paw is in front of them. A saber-toothed tiger appears. The lizard takes a fighting stance and asks what this animal is doing here. The girl calls out loudly to her comrade. The tiger throws forward a huge paw. A discharge of white energy is visible in the air. The monster is lying on the ground. Someone next to it asks how the saber-toothed tiger managed to get past the locked gates of the automation castle and end up in the salt mine. The lizard looks at the animal lying on the ground and says that he does not understand anything. Kyung, holding his head, says that many incredible things have happened and this seems to be another one of them. In front of us is a doorway. One of the allies is very worried about what awaits them outside. We see the legs of the lizard. Kyung and Saren Mule come out of the mine. Two guys are sitting behind them. Jun shows an unusual figure with his hands and curses the girl. He says that now he is cornered. Kyung, clenching his teeth in rage, asks who started all this. In front of us is the left eye of the scoundrel. He blames his sister for everything. Who dragged this damned lizard into the castle? Jun says that the battle for the inheritance should have developed between relatives and no one else. The young man angrily puts forward his index finger. He shouts at his sister that if she becomes the owner of the castle, using the power of strangers, automation will not remain the same. Because of this naive fool, people will be forced out of the castle and it will be occupied by lizards. Kyung indignantly puts her palm to her chest. She cannot believe that her brother considers her to be guilty of everything. Jun loudly shouts to his fighters that they must immediately kill both the lizard and the girl. The soldiers, taking spears in their hands, rush at Saren Mule, who is standing with his back to them. The reptile easily deals with his opponents. Jun, gritting his teeth in rage, tries to understand where the reptile has so much stamina from, because it should have fallen from blood loss and exhaustion a long time ago. Kyung points at his brother, calls him a real idiot and says that he does not even understand the reasons for all this. The girl, who is standing next to a high cliff, says that automation is a castle that lives and prospers only through trade, and if you do not establish connections with your closest neighbors, you can be left without a market. She asks if her brother did not understand that all their neighbors dream of establishing control over the castle, and if Jun is so smart, then he should have guessed this and tried to use the neighbors for his own purposes. The girl puts her hand to her chest and screams that, unlike her brother and father, she is not a coward. She is ready to take automation to a new level of development. A strange smile appears on Jun's face. He says that his sister not only looks different from all the other relatives, but also thinks differently, like a real monster. Jun covers his face with a fan and says that the girl should know that he never considered her his sister. Kyung looks at his brother in surprise and tries to understand why he suddenly opened the fan. We see this accessory in the young man's hand. The girl looks closely at Jun and thinks that, most likely, this is some kind of signal. We see barrels, bales, and other containers. Kyung thinks that this could be a sign for the killer and the only place where he can hide is opposite the warehouse. The distance is too great to throw a dagger, which means it will be a shot from a bow or crossbow. An arrow flies. The girl realizes that the projectile has an iron tip and 3 feathers, and it is aimed straight at her heart. A black figure with horns appears behind Kyung. The girl recognizes who it is. The incomprehensible creature expresses hope that Kyung will not shut him up when he is one step away from death. The outline of a mouth appears on the black outline. The creature says that if nothing is done, then they will both die, after which it asks Kyung if she can stop the arrow. Saren Mule looks with fear at what is happening next to him. The creature says that Kyung is too slow, and the lizard also reacted, but too late. Kyung and the ghost are standing with their backs to each other. The creature says that it could have warned the girl at the moment when it noticed the killer, but the brunette's horns have not yet fully grown. Then the ghost suggests the girl imagine how she could avoid being hit. Kyung looks thoughtfully in front of her. She says that she does not know, perhaps the wind should suddenly blow, which will deflect the arrow. The black ghost looks up, smiling, and says that the wind is good, it is always on his side. A white whirlwind appears in the air. The ghost says that uncertainty is growing, and asks Kyung if she understands what this means. The arrow spins and flies past the girl. Jun looks at what is happening in despair. Saren Mule is also very surprised. Kyung, covering herself with her hand, looks up. The arrow seems to hang in the air. The girl does not understand what it is, a curse or luck. The projectile begins to fall down. The ghost says that everything is much more complicated and does not fit into these two simple concepts. According to the creature, it sees an infinite number of diverging paths in the future and chooses those that lead to the best outcome. The arrow pierces the ground in front of the girl. The ghost with horns on its head smiles and says that it can control probability. A system message appears stating that HWI Kaya, who was shrouded in a canopy of demonic energy, has learned the essence of her demonic nature and has also discovered her hidden demonic power and obtained demonic energy of probability manipulation. Hegemonia seems surprised, asking if Kyung was cursed. Nebula, who the opponent sees on the screen, asks if he thinks he is so stupid that he would choose a cursed child. Hegemonia asks how such a thing is possible. The fire creature clutches its head, saying that the character's background clearly states that she is cursed. How could it suddenly turn out that it is not a curse at all, but a demonic spirit? Hegemonia asks if Nebula interfered and edited her background. The hero, who has a blue screen hanging in front of him, states that the girl's background has not been changed since the moment he and Hegemonia came to this world. We see a white skull covering the hero's head. Hegemonia asks how Nebula knew that Kyung was a demon. We see a fly circling under the boards. Nebula says that, to be honest, he wasn't sure about it from the beginning, and also thought that it was a curse of bad luck. The girl is lying on a huge pile of shit. Nebula says that later it was discovered that countless random incidents that everyone around and the girl herself interpreted as bad luck were in fact assassination attempts. Among the broken boards, someone's head is visible. Nebula says that he found out about it the very time she fell into the cesspool. This happened because the servant damaged the boards before the girl went in. Kyung looks up in disgust and says that now he will not even be able to go to the toilet in peace. The girl stands up and adjusts her dress. Nebula says that, however, Kyung always came out of each of these situations alive and well, even when death seemed inevitable. The girl looks up and sees fireflies. She follows them to the exit. Nebula says that at that moment he realized that by watching Kyung, he would be able to understand what was going on in her head, and that is how he came to the conclusion that this was not a curse of bad luck, but rather the opposite, a blessing of great luck. An upside-down ghost is seen above the blue-eyed girl's head. Nebula says that this is called probability magic. Nebula is in front of us, thinking that the very presence of a being possessed by a demonic spirit is a huge advantage. Hegemonia, whom Nebula sees on the screen, declares that this is all. Of course, it was a pity for him to spend so many resources on summoning a saber-toothed tiger, but it was worth it, and now the victory belongs to him. The hero says that his opponent looks very pathetic, who even told him that he won. Hegemonia clenches his fist. He says that Nebula still hasn't killed Jun. This bastard is still alive and nothing can be done about it. The Lord rides into the castle on horseback. Hegemonia says that HYCO has returned. The man calls out to his children and orders everyone to stop. Hegemonia, who is visible on the screen, declares that it's all over. HYCO has returned, and this means only one thing: all the families inside the castle must immediately stop their confrontation. Nebula asks what this means. The man dismounts from his horse. Hegemonia declares that the Lord wants to sort everything out as quickly as possible, so he will simply name the successor and perhaps it will happen right now. The son stands next to his father with a strange expression. Hegemonia says that HYCO will appoint Jun as his heir because they have similar views on how to rule the city, and if that happens, Kyung won't be able to do anything about it. The girl stands with a knife in her hand. Hegemonia says that killing HYCO doesn't make sense. The families won't support whoever does that. Nebula asks from under her mask if his opponent is sure of what he's saying. The owner of the castle is wearing a red robe. Nebula asks why his opponent is so sure that Jun will be appointed as the heir. What if it's Kyung? The Lizardmen and the girl stand in front of the father and son. HYCO puts his hand forward and says there is no need to fight anymore. He will appoint his heir right here and now. The girl looks up and says that before that happens, she must tell her father something. The father looks sternly at his daughter and says that she has grown horns again. She replies that the man shaved his beard. The girl closes her eyes when the father asks what she wanted to say. Kyung opens his eyes and asks why he tried to kill her all this time. The man clenches his fist. The people behind him look at the owner of the castle in surprise. Jun also looks shocked. Hyseo looks sternly at his daughter and asks when she managed to find out about this. The girl, smiling, says a long time ago, but all this time she deceived herself and did not want to believe it. Sarenmule looks at the people in amazement. Kyung asks why the father would try to kill his daughter, maybe because his wife died during childbirth. Kyung points to his horns and asks if this is related to the curse that she has carried all her life, although the rumor of this curse was started by her father. The sun shines over the city. Hyseo, looking down gloomily, says that his wife wanted to give life to her child despite the fact that she was very weak in health. The man remembers himself in his youth. He says that this is why his wife died of mountain fever shortly after giving birth to a daughter. We see the eyes of the owner of the castle. He says that Ryo is special to him, and he could not come to terms with her loss. It was so painful that it is difficult to even imagine, and at that moment the word curse began to spin in his head. The newborn child is sleeping. Hyseo states that it was then that he chose the path of justification, convincing himself that Ryo died because of the curse brought to this house by the baby and her horns. His days as the lord of the castle have become unbearable, always with his daughter looming before him, who took away his most precious possession. Hyseo looks down sadly. He states that this is why he couldn't let Kyung live. The girl holds out her left hand. She says that she has learned everything she wanted, and now her father can do whatever he wants. He says that he will. Jun, who is standing behind his father, shouts that the choice of the heir will determine the fate of automation, so he cannot let guilt influence his decision. The man looks back at his son sadly. We see the left side of the castle lord's face. He tells Jun not to worry. Hyseo is an old, battered man, of course, but when it comes to such things, he will make decisions as the Lord of Automation, not as someone's father. Above the man's head, a go board is visible. He thinks that he is just a bargaining chip thrown onto the board by the will of the gods, and this will be his last voluntary decision. In front of us is the lower part of the face of the ruler of the castle. He begins to pronounce a phrase about who he chooses as his successor. Hegemonia folds her hands in front of her face and begs Buddha and several other gods to give him victory. Nebula, whose mask we see, thinks that these prayers will not work, since here they themselves are the gods. The hero notices something. A stream of black energy rises above the head of the ghost standing next to Kyung. Nebula sees that something is happening there and decides to take a closer look. We see the mouth of the owner of the castle. The ghost says that the man's upper lip is stretching, and he wants to pronounce the girl's name. Kyung thoughtfully rubs her chin. She hears from the ghost that she will be the next ruler. In front of us is a profile of a ghost. The entity notices that the girl looks worried and asks her what happened. Hyseo stands with his mouth slightly open. Kyung says that her father is running away from the problem. In front of us is the lower part of the man's face. The girl states that even she does not know herself completely, and her father chooses a path that will allow him to take some of the blame off himself. Kyung looks at Hyseo with concern. She says that later this whole story will fly around the castle, and everyone will say that the ruler tried to kill his own child. And then, because of guilt, left in power, those who support Jun will actively spread this rumor, and then everyone will question whether Kyung deserves to be the ruler. In front of us is a castle. Kyung says that the four main families, and even the common people, will not follow her, and her position will quickly be in jeopardy. Behind the girl's back is a horn ghost. She says that she should not be appointed as her father's heir. It will be better if she achieves this title on her own. Kyung raises her hand and tells her father that she has changed her mind. Hyseo asks again, surprised. The girl closes her eyes and says that she has thought it over carefully and has decided that she should be the next ruler, no matter what her father says. Kyung puts her hand to her chest and asks her father to hand over the castle to her. Sarenmule is very surprised. Jun grinds his teeth in anger. The young man looks at his father and tells him that now this monster has begun to threaten the lord of the city. Hyseo gestures to his son to shut up. The lord says that his daughter should try to justify her demand. Hyseo stands in front of his army. He asks his daughter how she is going to cope with all the warriors standing behind him. The lord wants to know if she has the courage to back up her words with deeds. Kyung puts out his left hand to the side. Sarenmule raises his hand, palm up. Electrical discharges begin to sparkle above it. Hyseo looks at what is happening in surprise. In front of us is the right eye of the reptile. The girl says that this lizard is the chosen one from the Black Scale tribe. The lord's subordinates are scared. Kyung says that he does not know if Sarenmule has enough strength to kill everyone present here. The girl looks to her left. She states that, however, the lizard is capable of killing her father and helping her escape. Jun, standing behind the lord, shouts that this is a blatant lie. Sarenmule is wounded and exhausted. HYCO looks from above at the Lizardmen's camp. That day he saw how high the level of organization of this tribe was and also witnessed the power of the Chosen One, and finally, he clearly remembers what impression Rakrak made on him. A lizard is seen next to a go board. HYCO thinks it is a scary person. He assumes that the presence of the Chosen One here is not accidental, and he is sent here to force the Lord to make the right decision, and this is how the god influences people. Kyung looks down, her father calls out to her. In front of us is a city that is being fought over. HYCO states that automation is a special settlement. If the Lord dies without naming an heir, the people will choose a new ruler, evaluating the abilities of the candidates themselves. He asks his daughter who, in her opinion, will be appointed the next ruler. Kyung says that she would not like to take things to extremes, but in this case she will turn to the Black Scale tribe for support. The lizards pull a local resident out of the city. The girl says that using the power of the reptile warriors, she will make the castle empty, and in this case she will be the only person who will decide who will become the next ruler. Jun steps forward and, with his mouth wide open, calls his sister a dirty slut who no longer tries to hide her vile nature. He shouts that she has finally declared her intentions openly. HYCO closes his eyes. Saren Mule, Kyung and Jun hear him say that he has no choice left. We see the Lord's leg. He approaches his daughter and says that he, HYCO, the ruler of automation, appoints HWI Kyung as his heir. The man looks at the girl and declares that his order is effective immediately. Kyung looks at his father with wide eyes. Jun sits down on the ground and wearily says that this is nonsense. A few days later, people are walking around the market square. Someone says that life in automation is getting better for the first time in a long time. The townspeople are happily chatting. One of them says that it has become good because the squabble over the inheritance is over. The second replies that this also played a role, but the atmosphere in the city is different from what it was before. The fox and the man are calmly talking to each other. One of the townspeople notices that the volume of trade with other races has increased. This was not even close before. The number of traders arriving from distant lands has also increased. Jun listens to these conversations. He hears that the four main families are sitting quietly in the castle and doing nothing. It seems that they have accepted the changes that have occurred in the city along with the appearance of the new ruler. In front of us is the back of the scoundrel's head. Now we see his face. Jun says that some kind of nonsense is going on. Could it be that the creature cooperating with the lizard was really recognized as the ruler of the city? The gates are half closed. Jun puts his hand on the saddle. He thinks that he needs to leave this place, gain strength, acquire supporters, and then return and take what is rightfully his. The scoundrel notices someone next to him. He looks around and asks who is there. Saren Mule stands before him, asking where Jun is going. The bastard seems to be about to mount his horse. He asks the lizard what business he has with his plans. Saren Mule looks at the bastard and says that he doesn't care at all. He won't stop anyone, and the bastard won't succeed, so whether he stays or goes doesn't matter at all. Jun rides off, insulting the reptile one last time. Saren Mule looks up. We see a burning fire. The lizard says that he has always been taught that troublemakers like this bastard should be nipped in the bud, and he won't let him do anything against Kyung. The lizard holds a burning stick in his hands. He says that in this case he completely agrees with his teachers. Saren Mule waves the burning stick. A ray of light is visible above the city wall. In front of us are two goblins. One of them jumps down on Jun, who is riding under the gate. The goblin strikes. The bastard's head flies off. The goblin looks back. Apparently, he is riding on the dead man's horse. Streams of fire rise above Hegemonia's helmet. The hero's opponent, whose helmet we see, admits his defeat. Nebula, in front of whom hangs a blue window, notes that Hegemonia is completely calm. He replies that those who cannot admit defeat cannot develop. Hegemonia raises his hand to his head. He declares that he is, of course, offended, but he is forced to admit that Nebula has won. The hero smiles under his mask. He says that this is obviously the truth. Hegemonia, waving his hand goodbye, leaves. Nebula thinks that his opponent admitted his defeat and left with the majesty inherent in a god. Hundreds of creatures pass between the high cliffs. It is reported that Hegemonia has decided to lead the Knoll tribe across the continent and reach the western lands. And the troubles that will now happen to his flock because of the failed prophecy are only part of the inconveniences that he will have to face. Hegemonia stands calmly, arms crossed over his chest. He says that the winner takes all. Flames rise around his helmet. Hegemonia states that for some time he will not see the hero. We see a beam of light. Nebula looks at the screen. He thinks that Hegemonia will march to the final destination, taking technology from the inhabitants of the entire continent, and it seems that his opponent is confident in a positive outcome for himself. The gnolls move away from the city. The hero thinks that Hegemonia's departure from its current location will lead to the formation of some kind of vacuum, and Nebula will have an opportunity to increase the number of its forces. In front of us is a map of the area. Here you can see the northern coastal lands and the southern half of the peninsula. Nebula continues to look at the system windows. He thinks that since all these territories are coastal, sooner or later he may need them. In addition, there is also a small water area where the god of toads lived. In front of us is a two-headed snake. Nebula thinks that the most interesting thing is that it is freshwater and it could not normally use areas washed by seawater. We see a helmet on the hero's head. Nebula decides that all this can be thought about later, but now it is necessary to meet with the new rulers of automation. A girl is sleeping on the drawing. This is Kyung. A grasshopper descends in front of the brunette's face. Kyung looks in amazement at the insect that climbed onto her hand. Nebula appears in front of the girl. Kyung screams in surprise and recognizes the same blue bug god. A white stripe is visible above the hero's hand. Kyung says that the followers of the blue bug god have done a lot for her. The girl falls to the ground and says that they are just at the beginning of their journey and that she has nothing that would interest the god. She has started several businesses but is not yet sure that she can be of any use to him. Nebula raises her hand to her hood. An insect hangs above his fingers. Now an elongated object is visible above his palm. Kyung looks at this object in surprise. The girl, judging by the expression on her face, is trying to understand what she is seeing. In front of us is the profile of a brunette. She asks if this is the metal plate that is used in the city for trade calculations. Then she states that she may seem stupid, but does not understand what all this can mean, and finally she suggests that the god wants her to donate money to him. A clawed hand falls on Kyung's shoulder. The girl turns around in fear and sees Saren Mule. Kyung is shocked and tells his comrade that she sees the blue bug god. Judging by the girl's eyes, she notices that the god is missing. Saren Mule looks at the brunette in surprise. She tries to understand if she could have seen the deity in a dream. Kyung falls off his chair and screams loudly. The girl lies in an awkward position in front of the table, on which some kind of drawing is visible. The lizard says that it really was a dream. The city street is full of people. Kyung walks through the market and thinks that if that dream was some kind of revelation, then, unfortunately, no idea comes to her mind about how she can help the god with the help of the plates. The girl suggests that maybe the material was important and she should pay attention to iron. Kyung rubs her chin with her fingers in irritation. She understands that she somehow needs to earn the blessing of the blue bug god, but first she needs to understand what he was hinting at when he showed her the iron plate. A green hand falls on the yellow material. Its owner says that this is the first time he sees silk of such good quality. The lizard looks at the troll in surprise. He says that this cannot be, since he has been selling this fabric in the city for quite a long time. The troll asks again in surprise, after which he says that he is here for the first time and came from far away, from the west. Huge fangs stick out of the mouth of the green creature. The troll says that the west is where the sun sets, and earlier the Gnoll tribes blocked the road, so there was no opportunity to freely travel to the east. The lizard, smiling embarrassedly, says that he really has not yet seen representatives of the people to which his potential buyer belongs, after which he asks if the client will buy silk. He reaches into his shoulder bag and says that, perhaps, he will take all the silk that the reptile has. The troll asks if the seller will be satisfied with such an offer. The lizard, smiling, looks at the object that the troll shows him and says that if it is iron, then he agrees. The client replies that then they have an agreement. The troll shows a bag filled with iron ingots. He states that such high-quality silk must be expensive, and asks if this amount of plates will be enough for the lizard. The reptile says yes. The lizard smiles happily, preparing to give his final consent, but someone stops him. Kyung approaches the bargaining party and tells the troll to keep his money. Smiling happily, the girl apologizes to the respected troll and says that it was this merchant who promised to sell her the entire batch of goods. The green creature looks at the reptile with disappointment and asks if this is really so. The lizard mumbles, not understanding what to answer. The troll looks sideways at the seller and says that he is very sorry. He replies that he is too, but it seems that nothing can be done here. The troll leaves. The lizard leans towards the girl, calls her Madam Ruler and says that this is a bit unfair. She angrily states that if the reptile continues to do business like this, he will cause her great trouble. Kyung touches the silk with his finger. She irritably asks if it is really worth selling at such a price. The lizard replies that he is an experienced trader and, of course, knows the price he wants to get for this product. We see the lizard accompanying a cart with goods. The trader explains that this time he brought the silk to the city with a caravan, which was guarded by Rak warriors, and he saved a lot on the cost of transportation. Usually he sells the goods for a higher price, but now he gets his profit even at a lower price. Kyung, whose back of her head we can see, sighs in displeasure. She says that if the lizard makes his calculations like this, then he will not be able to trade in this city. She asks if he knows that only the Black Scale tribe is able to sell such goods. The girl points her finger at the merchant and says that even if the production and transportation costs have decreased, he does not necessarily have to lower the price of the goods, especially when it comes to silk, which is a luxury item. The girl shows an iron plate and says that she has one more remark. The lizard looks at the ruler of the city in amazement. She says that in her hand she is holding one of the plates that the troll brought to the city. The girl places this object on one side of the scale and calls the lizard to carefully look at the device she is holding in her hands. We see the plate lying in the scale. The girl suggests comparing the weight of the plate that the troll brought with the weight of the plate that was made inside the automation castle. We see the girl's hand. She says that the lighter plate will be higher than the heavier one. The lizard looks in amazement as the scales rise. Kyung, holding a scale, explains to the reptile that the plate the troll brought is lighter. The lizard seems to understand what is being said. The girl irritably tells her interlocutor that next time when exchanging iron plates, he should first check their weight. We see the back of the head of the ruler of the castle. She says that the scales are a very useful thing. Rakrak approaches the interlocutors. He holds out the plate and asks to weigh it. The merchant recognizes the leader of his tribe. Kyung, smiling, takes the plate in his hands and says that, of course, she will do it. Then she states that the automation castle is proud of the accuracy of its scales. The girl looks in amazement at the object that Rakrak handed her. She thinks that this plate is slightly different from the usual iron ingots that she is used to dealing with. In front of us are stones falling down. Rakrak says that this plate was taken from ancient ruins. Kyung stands surrounded by 3 lizards. Rakrak says that this is a plate of excellent quality, but smelting something like this is very difficult. The blacksmiths of his tribe, at least, have already given up, and he thought that automation might have better opportunities to work with such metal. Rakrak, smiling, looks at the ruler of the city and asks if her charges will be able to melt this iron and make a weapon out of it. The girl remembers how Nebula handed her the plate. She understands that this is probably what the god wanted from her. In front of us is a tall tower. Kyung remembers how she very confidently told the leader of the Black Scales that, of course, she could do it. The girl thoughtfully examines the blade. She thinks that if she now says that they failed, then her reputation as the ruler of automation in the eyes of Rakrak will end. In front of the girl is a man kneeling. She asks him if he can tell her why she was so confident in her words. He tries to object. We see the face of this man. The girl says that he, having only looked at the metal plate, told her that he would make it without problems, and that is why she answered the leader of the lizards so clearly and confidently. The blacksmith declares that he can finish the work if it is the will of the ruler of the city. In front of us is red-hot metal. The blacksmith reports that the unusual property of this cursed material is that where he previously had to strike 10 times, now he has to strike 30 to 40 times. The blacksmith sits in front of the anvil. He says that with great difficulty and a full day of work he managed to make one spearhead. His hands are simply falling off, so he does not undertake to make more. Kyung looks at the master and asks why he does not take a rest, but the man says that it does not work like that, because if the smelter cools down and it has to be heated from scratch, then a huge amount of coal will have to be spent. Work is in full swing in the forge. The girl asks if it is possible to attract more assistants. The blacksmith says that in order for them to be able to work efficiently, they will have to spend a couple of years on training. Kyung mournfully puts his hand forward. She says that it is clear to her the master worked hard and can rest. A lizard appears next to the blacksmith. He approaches the girl sitting at the table and asks if she is still worried about the situation with the iron plate. The brunette greets the lizard, and he says that he will most likely have to honestly confess everything to the leader of his tribe. Kyung looks at the lizard and says that she was confident in the abilities of her masters to process iron, but was wrong. After that she asks what news from Saren Mule. Does he think that they will sign their own helplessness and show Rakrak that automation is a disgusting ally? The lizard says that nothing can be done about it, and the Rakrak he knows has always been condescending. The tribe leader smiles happily. He says that everything is fine and there is nothing terrible. He did not expect anything special, since his blacksmiths also did not succeed with this iron. Saren Mule looks somewhere to the side and says that this is exactly how Rakrak will react. Kyung covers her face with her hand and says that this will hurt her pride even more. She puts her hands on the table, says that nothing can be done about it, and calls Saren Mule to go with her. The lizard standing behind her asks if the girl is going to read the letters. She says that she will do it later, because first she needs to check something. At the end of the corridor, a door is visible. The lizard holds a torch next to his head. We see a strange creature with a glowing light on its chest. Saren Mule looks at him with apprehension. Kyung says that the mud warriors of automation live only in the inner part of the palace. They help to maintain order here, and, by the way, people still manage to learn to completely control them. We see the girl's leg. She tells the lizard that she called him here not because of these creatures. Kyung opens the door a little and says that he wants to show the lizard something else. In front of us is a profile of the ruler of the city. The reptile and the girl are standing in front of a powerful stream of water falling from a great height. The lizard, holding a torch in his hands, says that he sees something like this for the first time. Kyung, with his arms folded across his chest, says that this is the source of automation's water. It is inside the castle, and that is why they are not afraid of sieges. Kyung looks up and says that this is not all. In front of us is a stream of falling water. The girl says that it rotates the wheel and generates significant energy. The lizard and the girl look up. The reptile says that it is like a blacksmith's hand that never gets tired. Kyung replies that this is exactly how it is, and they do not fully understand how strong this stream is. The lizard, whose profile we see, hears that the girl wants to use this power for more than just working with iron. The ruler of the city and her companion stand next to a powerful stream of water. Kyung clarifies that with the help of this power she wants to change automation. The girl looks at the lizard and asks if he will help her in this matter. The reptile looks at his companion and says that he will do it. We see automation from a bird's eye view. In front of us is the lower part of the girl's face. She looks at the drawing and says that they will lay a new path for the water. It will start higher than now, and the idea is to install new wheels slightly lower than the existing one, trying not to reduce the energy emitted by the flow of water. The girl looks at someone and asks to evaluate her idea. It turns out that Jael is standing next to her, responsible for the mechanisms in the Black Scale tribe. The reptile says that if you take into account the volume of water at the source, as well as the size of the already installed wheel, the idea looks quite feasible, but to implement such a large-scale project, a huge number of hands and, of course, money will be needed. 4 horses pull the wheel. Jael says that, among other things, a special type of wood will be needed, which does not grow in the area and there will need to be a lot of it. Kyung looks at the interlocutor and says that money is not a problem for automation. She replies that this is not quite the issue. Jael explains that the problem is that people are going to invest a huge amount of money in one specific project without understanding whether the possible profit from its launch matches the existing expectations. Kyung looks at his interlocutor in surprise. She says that everything is complicated by the situation in which the ruler finds herself. From a political point of view, she is very weak, and if she spends money without getting the desired result, she will immediately begin to be criticized by opponents, and whether she will cope with this pressure is still a big question. Kyung sits sadly at the table. She looks down and asks if her interlocutor knows the future. In front of us is a horn ghost. He says that he is not a spirit of prophecy and can influence what surrounds Kyung only at a specific moment in time. The ruler of the city wearily closes her eyes and says that she knows about it. Looking up, the girl asks permission to tell her interlocutor about the future that she sees. In front of us is a part of a drawing. Kyung says that she will leave the first wheel without a load, and this will be her legacy, a gift to the next ruler of automation. A blacksmith with a hammer in his hand stands in front of a furnace. Kyung says that they will connect bellows to the second wheel, which deliver air to the smelter, and if they have enough coal, the furnace will not go out easily. In front of us is red-hot metal. The girl says that they will attach a hammer to the axle of the third wheel, which will be able to forge iron that people cannot handle. Next to the barrel is a large white cylinder. Kyung wants to connect the fourth wheel to millstones, which will provide the city with flour. A ghost hangs over the girl's head. He says that this is wonderful. Kyung asks if her interlocutor will really limit herself to this answer. The girl looks up. The ghost says that he tells the girl only what comes to his mind, and repeats that he does not see the future. The chair is moved back. Kyung stands up and declares that she likes this idea. With determination in her eyes, looking ahead, she says that humans will do it. They will build wheels. Humans and lizards look up in horror. Alarmed cries are heard. The rope breaks. The huge wheel falls down. Nebula thinks that the construction has encountered many difficulties, including one tragic incident. Branches and stones fall out of the box that the lizard is holding. The hero remembers that the builders were shamelessly deceived with deliveries several times. Kyung asks in surprise why it is impossible to install a fourth wheel. Nebula thinks that the biggest problem was that there is still a significant difference between theory and practice. Jung puts his right hand forward. He says that it looks like someone made a mistake in calculating the free space. This is, of course, an unpleasant situation. But why can't the builders limit themselves to installing 3 wheels? Because under the current circumstances, to install the fourth, they will have to dismantle the 3 already installed. Kyung clenches his fists. Jung hears that nothing can be done. We see the girl from the back. She says that the construction will have to start over. Jung spreads his arms out to the sides. He says that if they start all over again, the work will take twice as long. Besides, they have problems with the hired people. Kyung looks at the advisor with displeasure. She states that building the wheels is a mission entrusted to her by the Blue Bug God, whose patronage is the best chance for automation's survival. The girl asks if Jung is afraid of bringing God's wrath upon the people. The head of the Sioux family and the bearded man exchange glances. The girl angrily puts forward her index finger. She asks to tell everyone that as long as she breathes, she will do everything in her power to keep the promise made to God, so they will install all 4 wheels. Nebula looks at the screen. He thinks about how he never asked to install 4 wheels, but humans have always been like this. Butterflies fly above Kyung and Saren Mule. Nebula thinks that humans are extremely ambitious and distinguished by their determination, which is different from simple and honest lizards. People in green robes are discussing something at the table. Nebula thinks that the construction was continued, and the deadlines were moved under the pretext of fulfilling a divine order. The influential families of automation were not against such a development of events. In the end, they are all primarily traders, and as the construction progressed, they extracted some benefits. A troll is walking through the city market. A lizard is selling figurines depicting the god of insects. Nebula thinks that people busy with work are also potential buyers, so the turnover was growing, and another expansion of the market district in the city definitely promised new profits. In front of us is Nebula. The gates are lowered into the water. The water pours down. Nebula thinks that finally, after months of hard work, the most technologically advanced structure of this world, under the pressure of a powerful stream, began to move. Kyung, lizards, and many people look at the water flow. The girl has a smile on her face. Everyone around her is shouting in admiration that it really works. The lizardman looks up in shock. We see a huge blacksmith's hammer. It easily flattens the workpiece. The crowd around admires the incredible power. Someone pays attention to the fact that the next wheel has started spinning. We see Kyung from behind. She thinks that she has been to many places in her short life, but today she was once again convinced that there is no place greater and more amazing than automation. The iron that the city's craftsmen forged has always been valued and in demand. Kyung looks up in awe and asks God to forgive her for using his name for her own purposes. A stream of water pours onto the huge wheels in front of the girl. She expresses hope that God will understand her. A system notification appears that the iron production skill has reached level 2. Nebula looks at the blue window. We see 2 more system messages. Your civilization is now capable of producing higher quality metal. Your civilization now has access to steel, which allows you to create more reliable and durable items. In front of us are 2 iron plates. New system messages appear. On the 3rd continent, the first type of exchange currency, tokens, was issued. On the 3rd continent, the first writing system was developed. In front of us is a sheet of paper with writing. Another system message, your skills are developing much faster than those of other players. Nebula, whose mask we can see, says that this is simply wonderful. Kyung looks up. Nebula thinks that this is the reason he chose humans as the second race. In front of us is automation. We see 2 elves. One of them asks what that sound is. The second replies that it is the noise made by the famous automation water wheels. Blondes stand in the middle of the market square and look up. One of them says that according to rumors, one of the giant wheels is used to grind grain inside the castle. The second asks how big it must be for its sound to be heard even here. A lizard approaches the elves and states that not only flour is produced with the help of wheels, but also all the weapons of the Black Scale tribe. The reptile points to the silk and says that since the elves have come to automation, he would advise them to first of all pay attention to the local silk. The elves smile. One of them says that the quality is simply excellent. The second says that he would buy this material and asks if the seller exchanges it for iron. The elf shows the lizard a plate and says that this is the highest quality iron produced in his lands. The reptile weighs the metal on the scales. It turns out that the plate is very light. The lizard mockingly says that this is 4th grade iron. He gives the ingot back to the elves and states that they do not exchange silk for such low quality iron here. The elves indignantly ask why their plates are called low quality. One of the elves holds an ingot in his hands. The lizard tells the blondes that they will not be able to get anything for such iron, but it can be exchanged for special tokens that are issued at the main exchange point of automation. The elves begin to argue with the lizard, who laid out his silk for sale. They claim that he is making a mistake and missing an opportunity to make a deal with them. One of them says that the reptile does not need to bother himself, driving up the price of this rag. An angry fire lights up in the reptile's eyes. She really does not like the fact that her excellent silk was called rags. The lizard asks if the blondes know how much it costs to produce silk of such high quality. The elves shrink in fear. Kyung watches the raging lizard from afar. She looks out from behind the door and says that he has turned into a seasoned trader, and this is simply wonderful. The girl looks at the elves leaving. She is trying to understand what these creatures, who have always been rare guests in these parts, forgot here. She is also interested in whether these 2 blondes are here for the first time. We see the girl's legs. She decides to see how the elves will do business. The city market square is shown from a bird's eye view. Kyung is clearly shocked by something. The elf holds out his plate to the girl with the red knapsack. The second blonde is trying to confuse the troll. The girl understands that they are looking for newbies or naive traders. Kyung watches the elves from around the corner. She thinks that they are some kind of scammers who are looking for a random benefit. They are just deceiving people and do not even try to trade honestly. The girl, judging by the expression on her face, is outraged. She understands that such crooks have never been seen here. I wonder where they came from. The walls and the entrance to the city are visible behind the city market. Nebula is sitting in front of many screens. He hears a notification about receiving a private message. A blue light is visible in the eye socket of the skull. The hero clearly did not expect anything like this. Nebula sees a local chat window in front of him, informing him that a new player has appeared. The guy understands that, most likely, he has something to do with the elves who have appeared in the city. There is an icon with a red exclamation mark hanging in front of the hero. Nebula thinks that he talked to Hegemonia because of the need to discuss options for resolving the conflict around automation. But the elven settlements are far to the north, so where could someone have such an urgent need for a personal conversation come from? We see a map of the area. Nebula thinks that he does not have much information about the lands located to the north, and if this conversation will help to obtain information, then perhaps there is no point in refusing. The hero clicks on the yes option, questioning whether he wants to start a personal dialogue. In front of us is the lower part of the face of an unknown character. He greets the person. We see a blonde man languidly closing his eyes, who introduces himself as Eldar, the god of the elves, and then asks if Nebula is the god that people worship in that small castle. Eldar opens his eyes. Nebula asks in amazement who he is. Is he really a role player? The human figure is divided into two parts. It is said that a role player is a player who gets into his role as much as possible. Nebula thinks that he really is a role player, although such players are not that common. The hero says that he is glad to meet this character. Eldar, whom the hero sees on the screen, replies that he is also glad, and Nebula, at least, is definitely better than the guy called Hegemonia. Nebula asks in surprise how he knows his old enemy. Eldar says that he knows Hegemonia very well, since he personally drove his vile barbarians from the northern coast. Nebula, whose mask we see up close, asks in surprise if his new acquaintance really managed to banish Hegemonia. We see the hero's eye under the mask. He thinks that Hegemonia, as it now turns out, came to his lands only because he was banished from somewhere. The young man tries to understand if this strange role player is really that strong. Looking at the screen, where Eldar has taken another effeminate pose, Nebula asks what he wants. Eldar extends his hand to him and says that if Nebula gives him credit, he will not destroy his influence in these lands and will leave him alone. Then the god of the elves asks if the hero is okay with this offer. The system window offers the hero to add the Eldar user to the blacklist. Nebula thoughtfully rubs his invisible chin. He thinks that the god of the elves offers him nothing more than to pay tribute, and for now he will not answer him. In front of us are mountains that are covered with snow. Nebula thinks that the northern coast, which Eldar mentioned, is notorious for its disgusting climate, which makes reconnaissance with the help of insects very difficult. Going there personally is very dangerous, because if he leaves his territory unattended, anything can happen to it. The hero's hand is on the armrest. He thinks that these conditions work both ways, and this is good because he knows nothing about Eldar, but he also knows nothing about Nebula. The hero looks at the screen. He thinks that the elves are most likely scouts sent by order of Eldar, and it seems that this opponent was lucky with the lot at the start. In front of us is an elf holding out his hand. Nebula thinks that this character mentioned that he banished Hegemonia, and this, in turn, can only mean one thing: he has a safe haven where faith in the elven god flourishes, which should not be underestimated. The hero's face is covered by a mask. He thinks that in this case, he needs to prepare for the inevitable full-scale war. In front of us are the eye sockets of the mask. Nebula thinks that at the same time she will be able to find out what other players have achieved in addition to Hegemonia. A tall watchtower is visible against the background of the mountains. Kyung seems to be angry about something. 3 elves are standing in front of her. The one in front of them raises his right hand and introduces himself as Leonar, the president of the trading company. The girl looks displeasedly at the pointy-eared character, who asks if this is really HWI Kyung, the ruler of the automation castle. The brunette replies that it is her. Leonar, who is standing in front of the girl, assumes that she came here because she is unhappy with one of the trade deals that one of the elves made yesterday. Kyung confirms that this is exactly the case. Leonar, whose elbow we can see, says that he knew that the girl would come to them. A box appears in his hands. The elf says that this is why he prepared a gift for her. Kyung opens the black box. A huge diamond shines inside. The elf says that they found this object in ancient ruins. Leonar raises his right hand and asks the ruler of the castle to accept this gift, and in exchange he would like to ask the girl to forget about the deal made yesterday. Kyung closes the box and says that this is, without a doubt, a very expensive thing. Leonar looks at the interlocutor with hope. She drops the box to the ground and says that she has more than enough money, and what the elf is doing is called a bribe to the ruler of automation, and she will never agree to it. Leonard kneels down to pick up the box. He opens it to make sure the diamond is intact, then asks the girl what she wants then. Kyung frowns to her right. She thinks about how the elves from the north have never come to the city before, and tries to understand why they suddenly need to trade with automation. The ruler looks at the elves and says that if they want to establish normal relations with her, they should forget about bribes and follow the rules accepted in this city. That's all she requires of them. Leonard bows sheepishly and declares that she will behave like this from now on. The elf opens his eyes. In front of him is a bag filled with statues of the god of insects. Kyung says that if the elves really want to gain her favor, they can buy these wonderful items. Leonard bows and says that they already believe in the dancing shadow god. The girl notes that it does not matter, and if they believe in two gods at once, they will receive blessings from both. Kyung says that for the elves it will not be superfluous, so they can just buy these figurines for luck. In front of us is a tower. Someone calls Kyung. Saren Mule enters her office. He says that Hasadian, the leader of the elves, sent a messenger who demanded an apology. The lizard looks closely at Kyung. He says that, according to the messenger, during the last meeting, the ruler of automation demanded that the elves change their religion and thereby insulted them. The girl sighs indignantly. She says that this is pure nonsense, and the elves only look cute, but in fact they have a disgusting character and vile inclinations. Saren Mule, who is standing in front of the girl, asks in surprise if this means that she finds them cute. Kyung remains silent. Turning away from the reptile, the brunette says that they need to outwit them, so in these negotiations it is necessary to emphasize that the merchants tried to bribe her, the ruler of automation. Saren Mule admits that this is a good argument. The lizard's attention is attracted by something. A cloud is visible outside the magnificent round window. Saren Mule says that, most likely, the envoy will return when the rainy season begins. The girl abruptly gets up from the table and says that everything is correct. However, the elves may not expect a warm welcome from her. The lizard, who is standing behind the girl, says that in this case he will insert a couple of serious insults into his answer to the envoy. Kyung replies that this is exactly what should be done. She looks to her right and says that we must also prepare for war. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. We see automation from a bird's eye view. A warrior standing on the fortress wall notices something. The fighters start to rush about. They see the squad approaching and shout that they need to inform the ruler of the city. The enemy army is led by an elf riding a reindeer. A cry is heard that elf soldiers are approaching. One of the fighters points to his left and tells Sir Hasadian that the castle of automation is in that direction. The commander, smiling, asks if this is really the same castle that belongs to arrogant and narrow-minded people. In front of him are the fortress walls. Hasadian says that when the dancing shadow god gave the order to punish the infidels, he was a little surprised, but frankly, now the task does not seem too difficult. Hasadian, smiling happily, raises his left hand and orders to prepare for an attack. The elves rush forward. They are armed with spears. Eldar is hanging in the sky above his army. He thinks that he has 300 warriors, and this is more than enough to conquer this small fortification. The defenders of the castle are running in different directions along the fortress wall. Eldar thinks that the walls here are quite high, but they are made of clay, so there should be no difficulties in overcoming them. Eldar is hanging in the sky above Hasadian. He thinks that there are only about 150 soldiers in the castle. Their bows are too simple and crude, and do not compare with the bows of the elves, who accurately hit at 80 steps. The long-eared commander smiles happily. He thinks that now they will bring the ruler of automation to her knees, who is distinguished by her amazing stupidity. Nebula looks at the screens hanging in front of him. He thinks that the elves have come after all. The hero's face, as usual, is hidden by a mask. He thinks that the time has come to fight back. Kyung decisively points his finger somewhere. A soldier runs up to Hasadian, who states that the soldiers from automation have lined up in the canyon that leads to the castle. The pointy-eared commander looks in surprise in the direction his subordinate is talking about. A detachment of soldiers is visible in the distance. The fighter reports that they have counted the enemies and there are about 7 dozen of them. Apparently these warriors were waiting for the elves. Judging by his eyes, Hasadian is very surprised. He is trying to understand whether the people really decided to leave the castle in such a small detachment. Another elf calls out to the commander from behind. He asks the commander to look in the other direction, since the path they just came from is already blocked. Hasadian, grinning angrily, looks back and asks again in amazement. He sees that lizards riding on birds are approaching his army. They are led by Rakrak. Hasadian screams in fear that this cannot be. He cannot understand why the lizards would help people. Eldar trembles in horror. A system window appears, which informs about the clash of civilizations and indicates that the tribe opposing the elves has a religion. Eldar asks what this is, because he should only have one opponent. He does not understand where the second race came from. In front of us is Nebula. He sees Eldar in front of him and asks what he needs. The god of the elves asks in amazement whether the lizards are controlled by the hero's ally or by another god. Nebula sighs tiredly under his mask and calmly asks why his interlocutor does not look at the list of players in this area before contacting him in private messages with such stupid questions. Eldar looks at the system windows hanging in front of him in amazement. One of them informs that in this location there is only one player, Nebula. Eldar, twisting his mouth, looks at the screen and asks if Nebula is really the god of these people. The hero calmly answers that he is the god of both humans and lizards. The eyes of the god of the elves become round with amazement. He asks in shock when Nebula managed to get himself a second race. The lizards on their birds approach the elves. Representatives of the blonde race scream in fear. Hasadian, leading them, calls on his fighters not to be afraid because they outnumber the enemy. The elf archers load their weapons. The commander orders the front line to prepare to clash with the lizards. One of the fighters points his finger up and calls out to his leader. It turns out that there are people armed with bows standing on the tops of the cliffs. The automation fighters open fire. A hail of arrows falls on the elves. The blondes scream hysterically. Hasadian, who has a sword in his hand, orders his warriors to dodge the arrows and defend themselves in any way possible. However, the lizards on green birds are already approaching them. Hasadian warns his fighters about the approach of the lizards and demands that they hold the line. One of the elves sighs heavily and kneels. He looks up with resignation. In front of him is Rakrak, sitting on a huge bird. The leader of the lizard tribe points his finger up. A small blue sphere appears above his hand. Rakrak points his finger at the elves. We see the eye of one of the blondes. The elves are struck by a powerful electric discharge. Rakrak, surrounded by bright blue streams, prepares to strike at the stunned opponents. He brings down his weapon on them and hits one of the elves. The spear plunges into the screaming blonde. The chieftain strikes again. The elves shout that the riders have reached the formation and beg for help. Hasadian, sitting on his deer, tries to stop the fleeing elves. He demands that they fight. We see the profile of the warlord. He shouts that they must convey to the enemy the will of the dancing shadow god. Hasadian tries unsuccessfully to stop the flight of his army. Behind Rakrak, kneeling elves are visible. The lizard thinks that the enemy is broken and it is necessary to end this as soon as possible. Buzz hangs above Rakrak's head. A ghostly creature informs that another strike must be struck. A glowing entity resembling a stingray hovers in the air. She shocks the elves underneath her with electricity and tells them to strike again. There are two lizards in front of us. One of them says that we need to fulfill Buzz's will and attack again. Rakrak, who looks downright sinister, demands that all enemies be killed. Eldar is crying bitterly. He admits his defeat. Nebula, in front of whom the screen hangs, asks if it will really end so quickly and Eldar will not come down to help his flock. He answers that it makes no sense since the difference in forces is too great, after which Eldar asks what the hero wants. Nebula raises 3 fingers. He says that he needs technology, information and resources. Eldar says that this is robbery and he himself will have nothing left. Nebula looks at the screen and says that he will not take everything, but if his opponent does not go over to the hero's side, the elves will have no chance of survival. Eldar rubs his chin thoughtfully. He thinks that the key thing now is not his opponent, but the information about the northern coast. Nebula, whom the god of the elves sees on the screen, asks if Eldar accepts his offer. He continues to think, rubbing his teeth with his finger, and at some point he realizes that everything is not so bad for him. We see many killed elves. Eldar realizes that his losses amounted to 300 warriors, and the remaining soldiers are simply not enough to survive among other players. The god of the elves sees Nebula on his system screen, and thinks that, on the other hand, this opponent already has 2 races and he will not survive another fight with him. Nebula, whose mask we see, interrupts his thoughts, loudly clearing her throat. Eldar puts his hand to his chest and says that he, Eldar, the god of the elves, is shocked by the mercy shown by Nebula, the god of people and lizards. Eldar stretches out his hand and says that, as Nebula asked, he will provide information, resources, and technology, and will also try to provide him with everything that may be needed in the future. Tears roll from the eyes of the god of the elves. He humbly asks Nebula to forgive his arrogance. The hero does not cease to be surprised by the words that his interlocutor says. Nebula and Eldar are standing in front of a map of the area. The god of the elves asks permission to tell everything he knows about the northern coast. Nebula asks the defeated opponent what about the alliances. Eldar, rubbing his chin, says that they are there. In front of us are 3 silhouettes. The god of the elves says that there are 3 players on the northern coast. Solongos, Lim Chun-sik and himself, they have created a loose alliance. We see creatures with a horse's body and a human torso. Eldar says that the player under the nickname Solongos controls a rare race of centaurs. We see the hero's mask. He knows that the advantage of centaurs is that they are cavalry, but they consume a lot of resources and it is quite difficult to increase their numbers. Armed with axes, centaurs are eager to fight. The hero sighs. He thinks that it is not that he really wanted to have these creatures as his race, but it annoys him that someone else has them. we see a man with hairy legs who is lounging behind the fighting monsters. Nebula also took an interest in a player nicknamed Lim Chun-sik, most likely a Korean, and he managed to compensate for the disadvantages of ogres, who are incredibly strong but have extremely low intelligence. Nebula and Eldar stand opposite each other. The hero asks if the average IQ of an ogre is really only about 10 units. The god of the elves confirms his words and says that it seems that Lim Chun-sik was able to increase their intelligence due to the advantages of a small territory. In front of Nebula hangs a system window with a description of the human race. The hero knows that the advantages of small territories are not limited to physical capabilities. He controls the human race, and he has granted it various types of blessings. We see the backs of 3 very fat creatures. Nebula says that with the right blessings on a small territory, even an ogre civilization can be developed. This is a risk, but the stakes seem to be good. Nebula, who noticeably towers over his interlocutor, says that Lim Chun-sik is most likely superior to Solongos in strength, after which he asks the god of the elves whether Hegemonia fought the Korean. The god of the elves denies this. We see a map. Eldar says that Hegemonia borders the elves and Solongos, and he did not fight Lim Chun-sik. Nebula, rubbing his chin, imagines Hegemonia. He realizes that he most likely encountered 3 opponents at once, after which he decided to go south and settle there, but came into confrontation with the hero, after which everything that we already know happened. The man in the white t-shirt holds out his hand. Eldar says that everything was exactly like that, and after Hegemonia disappeared, Lim Chun-sik began to demand excessive tribute, perhaps because the god of the elves was no longer needed. Eldar wipes away his tears. He says that it was difficult for him to accept these new conditions. Nebula understands that this is why the god of the elves demanded payment from him at their first meeting. The hero, who has the system windows hanging in front of him, says that Lim Chun-sik is probably friendlier to the Solongos than to the Eldar, and most likely because the centaurs are a nomadic tribe. The god of the elves says in surprise that he does not get the connection here. There are people working under the hill where the mill stands. Nebula says that the elves and ogres are sedentary tribes, and they believe that the size of the territory reflects their strength, so the deterioration of their relations with each other was inevitable. The hero points his finger at the map. He says that this is the land that Lim Chun-sik will one day conquer, so what is the point for him to be friendly to the Eldar? The god of the elves, wide-eyed, looks at the interlocutor. He says that at some point the blonde will be betrayed, and this is simply inevitable. Nebula, smiling, looks at the morally killed Eldar and says that, on the other hand, the nomadic tribes are calm for now, although it is impossible to predict what will happen in the future. Nebula props his chin with his hand and says that if a powerful rival appears in the north, he will have problems, so he believes that for now he and the god of the elves can help each other. Eldar looks at the hero in surprise. He shrinks from shame for himself and declares that he is of no use after he lost all his army and priests. Nebula replies that the blonde still has the blessings of small territories. In front of us are 2 black figures. The hero asks the interlocutor if he really was called the dancing shadow god as a god. Eldar confirms this. The god of the elves opens his mouth in amazement when the interlocutor tells him that then he must have received the subdomain art early. Eldar exclaims that this is true. Nebula stretches out his left hand. He whispers something in the ear of his interlocutor. The elven god looks at the hero in amazement and asks if he is really sure of this. On the flat top of the mountain stand centaurs. We see one of them with his arms folded across his chest. He calls the prophet. We see a bearded old man. The centaur asks him to tell the story that he preaches on this land. The prophet quickly agrees. We see the old man's hand. He says that this prediction should soon come true. The king, whose face is not visible, holds the attribute of his power in his hands. The old man says that in the near future a king will come to this land. The black hand extends over the prostrate elves. The prophet declares that when this king appears, a new world order will be established, as a result of which those who rule now will lose their positions, and those who move freely on this land will lose their way. The centaur gloomily asks the old man standing behind him who this king is. The prophet answers that he is the one before whom everyone bows, including the leaders of the strongest tribes. The centaur smiles strangely. He asks if the old man is talking about a god when he mentions a king. The prophet shakes his head. He declares that here on earth there are no gods, but this king will be here, and now there is a god above him. The centaur hits himself on the chest with his palm and says that he is the one above whom only a god stands. The old man, apologizing, says that the centaur is wrong. He looks at the prophet in bewilderment and asks again. We see reptiles with glowing eyes. The centaur asks if the prophet means the lizards, about which there are so many rumors these days. The old man, smiling, looks at his interlocutor and declares that the lizards are, of course, strong and scary, but they will not pass to the northern coast because a very strong entity stands in their way. Snow covers a huge mountain. We see 2 hands and a crown. The prophet says that a giant will become king. The elves are kneeling in front of a huge fat creature. The old man says that the giant will have a huge body, he will stand on 2 legs, and also sit on a throne made of stones. He is stronger than the centaur and smarter than the elf. The centaur, looking at the old man standing in front of him, asks if he means an ogre priest named Kijin, and does not want to say that the centaur will have to serve this monster as a king. The prophet, looking up, declares that everything is correct. The centaur grinds his teeth in anger. The old man looks at his interlocutor, who calls him a fool and says that he is mistaken. The centaur strikes the prophet right in the face. Blood splashes upward. The old man lies on the ground at the centaur's feet. The centaur, his face twisted with rage, says that he, Tamaridu, does not bow his head to anyone except God. The murdered prophet is visible on the screen. Eldar looks to his right and says that he did as Nebula told him. The god of the elves asks if everything is going according to plan. In front of us is the hero's shoulder. He hears that although Tamaridu looks angry now, he most likely does not believe in the prophecy. Nebula smiles. The young man, sitting in his chair, says that then we must make sure that the prediction comes true, after which he promises that everything will soon fall into place. We see the centaur's legs. Tamaridu opens his mouth in pain. In front of him is a high mountain. The centaur covers his face with his hand. His hooves are slipping and he doesn't understand why. Tamaridu, with one eye closed, tries to understand why he can never climb this mountain. He fights with many goblins and does not understand why these northern mountains are so high. Judging by his eyes, the centaur is simply furious. A huge stone rolls down the mountain towards him. The boulder hits the centaur on the head. He screams hysterically, "Why can't he become king?" Tamaridu wakes up. The centaur gets out of bed. Above him is the ceiling of the tent. Tamaridu thinks that this nightmare, which is repeated every night, indicates possession. The centaur has the hilt of the weapon in his hand. He tries to understand if he must become king to overcome this obsession. Tamaridu looks at the axe. He thinks that in this wilderness no one knows his name and tries to understand if this means that he should just watch how the ogre Kijin becomes king. A young centaur opens the tent flap and calls out to his leader. Tamaridu looks over his shoulder and hears that a guest has arrived. We see the centaur's eye. He orders his subordinate to let the visitor in. Tamaridu is sitting on a strange structure that seems to fit perfectly under the body of a horse. He rests his head on his hand, thinking that after the prophet, 2 more creatures came to him. In front of the centaur stands a visitor in a brown robe. Tamaridu thinks that one of them was a green-eyed elf from the same tribe as the prophet, but he said something different from what the old man claimed. The visitor spreads his arms. Tamaridu remembers that this elf heard of a prophecy according to which the ogre chieftain Kijin would become king, but he suggested changing the prophecy and replacing the ogre in it with him, a centaur. In front of Tamaridu sits another visitor, a man from the Castle of Automation. This visitor claims to have heard news of the arrival of the centaur king. The man points to the barrels and bales and says he has come to pay tribute. We see the back of the centaur's head. He is thinking about how everyone is talking about the king and tries to lift it. Why is he so disturbed by words that he does not hear directly from a god? Tamaridu looks up. A lizard in a green cloak enters his tent. The centaur says that he is the last to arrive. The reptile smiles happily, says that it is nice to meet him and introduces himself as Owen of the Black Scales. The centaur looks angrily at the visitor and asks if he will also ask to be king. Owen asks again in surprise. The lizard sits down on a stool and crosses his legs. He states that, frankly, he knows nothing about the future, but if Tamaridu wants to become a ruler, then he is here to dissuade him. The centaur, sitting on his strange throne, asks why. Is he not worthy of becoming a ruler, or should he be recognized by the leaders of the other tribes? Owen, smiling, asks if the other leaders have already recognized the centaur. The interlocutors sit opposite each other. Tamaridu says that the elves and people told him that he should become a king. After that he asks what the lizards think about this. Owen replies that he does not know. Tamaridu looks at the reptile and hears that, most likely, her leader will also approve of this idea. Above Owen's head, Rakrak is seen laughing. The lizard states that his leader will most likely tell the centaur that he can take any title he wants, and that the leader will personally show him what real strength is. Tamaridu asks in amazement, to which Owen says that he should not worry about it too much. The lizard then says that it would be better for Tamaridu if he did not become king. The centaur angrily grinds his teeth and asks again. The lizard's eyes are narrowed. He says that it is not a matter of training or ability, but whether his god supports him. We see mainly the left side of the centaur's face. Tamaridu imagines his god dressed in armor. He asks why he does not want him to become king. Above Owen's head we see characters, some of whom we already know. The lizard says that this is just an assumption, but just as there is a hierarchy between the earthly races, there is also a certain gradation among the gods. We see the hairy legs of the Korean and the god that the centaur imagines. The lizard states that the god of the centaurs is most likely lower in the hierarchy than the god of the ogres. Judging by his eyes, Tamaridu is in a fit of rage. He raises an axe above his head and menacingly calls out to the guest. Stones fly around the centaur's face. The lizard smiles. Tamaridu screams in rage. Why does he allow himself to insult his god? Continuing to smile, Owen says that he is only reporting on the hierarchy among the gods, so why is Tamaridu angry at him because of this? The centaur looks angrily at his visitor, who says that if Tamaridu is going to be angry, he should blame not the lizard who reported the unpleasant news, but the god who conquered his god. The centaur's hand holding the axe is shaking. Tamaridu understands that this may be true. He remembers some episodes from his dream. Tamaridu thinks that the nightmare he dreams every night may be an unpleasant omen. His heart is open before the god, but he did not send him a prediction that he will become a king. Moreover, he simply ignores the centaur. In front of us is a hole in the roof of the tent. Tamaridu asks what he should do if everything is exactly as the lizard says. The reptile's hand lies on a stool. Owen says that they, the warriors of the Black Scales, if they consider it necessary, sometimes disobey the orders of their commander. Owen puts his hood on and says that perhaps the centaur should do the same to his god. Smiling, the lizard leaves the tent and says lastly that perhaps Tamaridu should do what his god does not want. The centaur stands in front of an empty stool with an axe in his hand. Tamaridu, whose horse's ass we can see, declares that he simply must become king. The centaur clenches his fist and closes his eyes. He declares that for the sake of his god he will go down the path that his god does not want for him. Nebula and Eldar look at the screen. The god of the elves smiles. He says that he did not even suspect that he could use the small art zone in such a way and asks why he did not know about it before. The hero replies that it all depends on the elf. In front of us are beautiful works of art. Nebula declares that art touches the hearts of people. This applies to frescoes, sculptures, prophecies, and the like. A centaur is seen on the screen standing next to a stool. Nebula says that the above is true even if the race being affected is controlled by another player. It can be forced to act differently than the nominal owner would like, and the player with the nickname Solongos will have to go through this. Eldar, pointing at the screen, asks if this is really true, because what is possible in the relations between races is hardly applicable to the confrontation of gods. Nebula, smiling, asks why not. We see a magnificent castle, the defenders of which rain down a hail of arrows on the opponents. Nebula says that Solongos should also be aware of the limits of Nomad's growth. At some point it will become difficult for them to compete with civilized people. Eldar asks if this means that there will come a time when Lim Chun-sik will absorb Solongos. In front of the hero there is a screen on which Tamaridu is visible. Nebula states that everything is exactly like this. Solongos himself understands this, so it is likely that he will not desperately try to stop them. Solongos and Lim Chun-sik are visible above the mountain camp. Solongos bows and offers his sincere apologies for Tamaridu disobeying him. The pot-bellied Korean says that everything is fine and calls the interlocutor brother. In front of us is a man with a puffy face. He states that it is his mistake since he ignored the elf, who dreamed of such a development of events from the very beginning. It is hard to believe, but he forced another player to interfere in this matter. Solongos does not even think to raise his head. He states that he did not consider the possibility of such a scenario. Lim Chun-sik sits on a stool with his back to Solongos. He states that he had to banish hegemonia, and it is he who should apologize to the centaur. The Korean looks over his shoulder at his interlocutor and states that Kijin and Tamaridu will soon meet in a duel, and if the centaur dies, then Solongos will lose one of its most important high priests. The character in knightly attire rubs the back of his head. He says that this is not what he came to apologize for. Solongos' eyes emit an eerie glow. He clarifies that he wants to apologize for the fact that his Tamaridu will be killed by Kijin. Smiling benevolently, the man says that he does not think so. Solongos, whose left eye we can see, laughs. Lim Chun-sik is also very cheerful. The interlocutors are visible above the mountains. Sharp snow-capped peaks are in front of us. We see the hooves of the centaur. Tamaridu orders his warriors to attack. We see a system window informing us that this is a warrior and high priest with 58 strength and 17 intelligence. The centaur opens his mouth wide and shouts that today everyone will find out who will be king. One of the chieftain's subordinates warns that there are goblins ahead. Tamaridu grabs a huge axe, shouting that they will sweep away and crush the pathetic ogre slaves with their mighty hooves. Tamaridu crashes into the line of goblins. The small creatures fly apart, screaming hysterically. Tamaridu looks at something in fury. He sees 2 hands and 2 glowing eyes. Their owner declares that he knew Tamaridu would do exactly this, after which he asks if the centaur really thought that no one would guess anything. Giant ogres appear in front of the centaurs. One of the fighters looks at these opponents with fear. He hears the command to retreat, but says that he is prevented from doing so by the corpses of the goblins. The ogre swings a huge hammer at the enemies. The monster strikes, splashes of blood fly up. Either a stone or a huge weapon falls on the horse's back. Tamaridu holds a bloody axe in his hand. He says that the ogres deprived them of mobility, using the bodies of the goblins, and set up an ambush. In front of the centaur, a huge monster rises, armed with a hammer. Tamaridu shouts that this is a very cheap trick and strikes. It seems that he manages to knock down a couple of ogres. The centaur's face is covered in blood. He promises to trample the enemies and become king for the glory of his god, after which he shouts loudly, calling for the leader of the ogres named Kijin. The monster he is addressing steps forward. Kijin grits his teeth in rage and asks Tamaridu how he dared to betray them. He promises that the centaur will regret it in his afterlife. Kijin and Tamaridu engage in hand-to-hand combat. It seems that they both drop their weapons. Tamaridu strikes, but misses. A huge hand grabs Tamaridu by the neck. Kijin throws his opponent back. The centaur tries to remove the enemy's huge hand from his face. Tamaridu, gritting his teeth, looks at Kijin and calls him a bastard. We see the centaur's back. Everything suggests that Kijin dealt with him. The ogre says that he warned his opponent that he would regret it. Nebula and Eldar hang against the background of high cliffs. The god of the elves thoughtfully looks at the screen hanging in front of him. He says that he thought that the centaurs would seriously batter the ogres, but he never expected this outcome. Eldar turns to Nebula and states that he, of course, expected it to be difficult, since ogres are the strongest race, which also has added intelligence, but still, centaurs are extremely rare and have always been considered good warriors. The elf god looks at the hero's back and asks if his main race is really lizards, after which he says that these creatures are vulnerable to cold. He doubts that this race will be able to adequately resist ogres. Nebula, perplexed, asks what his interlocutor is talking about, after which he says that lizards are not going to fight ogres. Eldar, surprised, asks how this can be. Nebula looks over his shoulder at the elf god and asks him to forget about this question. He asks what place he was in the player rating. Eldar, yawning, says that he does not like to talk about it since he ended up in about 34th place. Nebula thinks that this is not so bad, although it is not a good result either. We see the vague outlines of human bodies. The hero initially assumed that the players were chosen based on their position in the ranking. The figure in the hood raises both hands. Nebula ponders that if everyone has quite high places in the ranking, then they could have been chosen randomly, so why did those players who are currently participating in all these movements end up in this world? Nebula turns to the god of the elves and asks if he wants to continue their cooperation. Eldar is surprised and asks what his interlocutor is talking about. Nebula thanks the god of the elves and turns back to the screens. He is amazed and asks what Nebula wanted from him and what kind of cooperation are we talking about. The fat Korean looks at the screens hanging in front of him. In front of him hangs an information card of the player Nebula, which says that he controls the races of lizards and humans and also owns a small domain of insects. In front of us is a character whose face we can't see. Lim Chun-sik says that he knows this nickname. This player took first place in the ranking. There were rumors that this bastard did not stream, but just played and ate. Lim Chun-sik looks at the system window in confusion. He tries to understand what chances he had to meet such a strong player at the very beginning of the game. In front of the man hangs a system window, which, in particular, contains information about the minor domain of birds and the application of blessings of owl's wisdom and raven's intelligence to it. The Korean thinks that this time luck turned to face him and he got a lucky deal. Ogres carry heavy bales. Lim Chun-sik thinks that the domain and main race of Nebula are insects and lizards, which are vulnerable to the cold. And when winter comes, his opponent will have no choice, so he will have to try to decide everything in one quick battle. Lim Chun-sik is seen in the sky above the working ogres. He thinks that he is ready for anything. After all, he was in the top 20 in his best years. The Korean smiles. He says that he should at least try to beat the first player in the rating. Snow falls over the mountains. Lim Chun-sik continues to look at the system windows. He thinks that winter is already very close, and does not understand when Nebula will go on the attack. Something clearly does not add up here. Suddenly, the man notices something. Smoke rises above the mountains. Lim Chun-sik looks closely at the screen and realizes that it is an elven village, and he is very interested in the question of why it is burning. There are already 2 screens in front of him, and both show a fire. The Korean is trying to understand what is happening. Judging by the expression on his face, the man realizes what happened. A map of the area is visible above his head. Lim Chun-sik guesses that this is some kind of diversion. Nebula is standing over the screen. He states that it is a scorched earth tactic. Eldar, covering his mouth with his hand, looks at the burning houses. The hero states that the tactic is to destroy all areas that the enemy can potentially occupy, in order to deprive them of food and other supplies. Nebula says that Eldar probably used it too. In front of us are both interlocutors. The god of the elves sadly says that his village is burning. Nebula says that he evacuated the elves in advance, so they are completely fine. Eldar reminds him that scorched earth tactics are usually not used at the beginning. Nebula states that it is true, it usually does not work at the early stages, but this time he was lucky. The hero points to the map. He says that since the enemy is now on the northern coast, it will be difficult for him to protect food supplies. In front of us is a castle. Nebula says that all transactions and automation are conducted under the control of the Black Scale tribe, and immediately after the war began, the ogres plan to rob the elves or trade with them to get goods, but now the elven village is completely destroyed. Eldar silently looks at his interlocutor. Nebula, who is standing in front of him, says that the weakness of the ogres is that they eat a lot. Most likely, they will not have enough supplies for the winter. In general, they have not yet realized who is really vulnerable to the cold. The god of the elves looks at the hero in surprise when he says that he is also part of his luck. Nebula, whose mask sticks out towards the elf, cynically states that usually such a strategy requires burning your own settlements, but he is very lucky that this can be done on foreign soil, in the country of the elves. The hero says that we need to wait a little longer. The ogres won't be able to survive a second winter. The goblins are running somewhere as fast as they can. A huge ogre grabs a small screaming goblin. The monster bites off the head of the green creature. The goblins run around the village, trying to escape from the ogres pursuing them. One of the monsters covers his mouth with his hand and asks if they were able to escape again. In front of us are two ogres. One says that now there is no food left in the goblin villages either, and escapes occur from there every day. In front of us is a rather ugly creature, covered in incomprehensible black growths. The second ogre calls him Chief Kidjin. An ordinary ogre bends low to the ground and asks if the god has given the chief any message. We see Kidjin's hand. He thinks to himself how much longer he will have to wait for news from the god. The remains of buildings are visible near the snow-covered cliffs. There are dead ogres and goblins lying on the ground. Lim Chun-sik thoughtfully strokes his forehead. He says that he can't stand it any longer. The man reaches his finger to the system window. He clicks on the personal call option. A blue window hangs in front of the man. The interlocutor asks what he needs. The Korean thoughtfully rubs his chin and asks Solongos how much strength he has left. The named character, who is visible in the system window, states that he has no one, since he lost all his troops because of his interlocutor. Lim Chun-sik is perplexed that this cannot be, since a year has passed since those events. Solongos sadly looks down. He says that while Tamaradu was fighting with Kidjin, the Black Scale tribe captured his land. Most of the centaurs died during the escape, and since they all fled, they almost lost their faith. Lim Chun-sik, in front of whom the system window hangs, sighs heavily, and so does his interlocutor. The man looks at the screen in surprise when Solongos tells him that he himself was going to contact the Korean. In front of us is the god of the elves. Solongos calls him a bastard and says that he contacted him and, following his example, offered to submit to Nebula. The elf also said that if Solongos takes part in the war against Lim Chun-sik, he will be left alive. Lim Chun-sik looks at the screen in amazement and asks what decision his interlocutor came to. Solongos spreads his arms out to the sides and says that, of course, he refused the god of the elves, since he is now in the most unenviable position and is completely dependent on Nebula. So there is no point in this submission, while Solongos thinks to himself that he still thought about this offer for some time. Lim Chun-sik's eyes are filled with tears. Solongos tells him that although they had disagreements, they have been communicating quite closely lately and even seem to have become friends. Solongos bows his head politely and states that he can try to gather about 10 warriors. Besides, he has enough faith for at least one more battle. Lim Chun-sik happily clenches his fist and says that this suits him. In front of the Korean, there is a flat area. He states that they have lost many troops due to Nebula's tricks, but if they fight him in the open, it will be a battle between gods only, and if they descend, they will be able to destroy the enemy's main forces. In front of us is the area where the battle is planned. Lim Chun-sik states that if Eldar lost, he lost a lot of divinity. Therefore, his descent is impossible, and even if the level of Nebula's divinity is high, he will be alone against 2 opponents. The man grinds his teeth in anger. He says that it is not too late and they will be able to restore everything. The fat man promises to destroy the hero. Ogres and centaurs wander across the deserted area. The human-horse hybrids look exhausted. Kidjin stops the entire squad with a hand gesture. A white cloud is visible in front of him. The ogre leader says that they are here. Rakrak sits on a kworka. A Korean in slippers and a white t-shirt hangs over Kidjin. He says that this is just wonderful, and they can win now. In front of us is the upper part of the face of this elderly player. We see 4 opponents of the lizard. Kidjin calls Solongos to attack. He replies that he understands everything. The huge ogre raises his hands above his head to strike Rakrak, who is calmly standing in front of him. Nebula watches what is happening. A predatory light lights up in Rakrak's eyes. A powerful blow flies at his opponents. Solongos tries to defend himself with his hands. Rakrak jumps up and lands another acrobatic blow that clearly hits the target. The lizard hangs upside down above his opponents. Electric currents flash around him. Solongos and Kidjin look on in amazement. Nebula dusts off his hands and asks if his opponents really thought they could defeat him by simply descending from the sky. Kijin and Solongos lie dead in front of Rakrak. Nebula states that of course he foresaw this all along. His enemies must have wondered why he didn't run away when fighting two opponents at once. It was obvious that Nebula was confident in his victory. System messages appear stating that Lim Chun-sik and Solongos have been sealed. Nebula holds out his hand, thinking that dying during the descent would result in an incredible amount of experience loss. The hero holds two figures in his hand. He knows that if the opponent's divinity level drops below 1, they will be sealed. His enemy figures are struck by electric shocks. Nebula thinks that if a god is sealed, it is enough to destroy his statue for him to really die, but of course, if you go through a certain procedure, the seal can be removed. Nebula drops the figures he was holding in his hand. He thinks that he can put them away for a while. The hero smiles and looks at the screen hanging in front of him. He thinks that the fight was relatively easy, and since he killed 2 enemies, his level has increased, as a result of which he now has enough points to level up. We see several system windows, of which the one that draws attention is the one that indicates the 12th level of divinity. Nebula thinks that it is now at its maximum charge. The hero is surrounded by many system windows. He remembers that in this situation he can get one random small territory belonging to his opponents. 2 system notifications about receiving an unknown minor territory appear, and an option to accept them appears. Nebula clicks on the accept option. Several blue cards pop up in front of him. Nebula looks at one of them, trying to guess what it will be. It turns out that the minor territories of birds and swamps have been received. The young man holds both cards in his hands. He thinks that the swamp is not the best thing that could be obtained, but the bird is just amazing. He has been looking at them for a long time, and maybe now he will be able to replace the blessing of insects that he gave to lizards and people. 2 cards hang above Nebula's head, stating that the blessing of insects has indeed been applied to lizards and people. The guy thinks that he will start using new abilities in the next generation, and even if it is not so significant, he will still move forward. In front of us is a card for Eldar. It says that he has a divinity level of 5, and he belongs to the race of elves. We see the back of the hero's chair. Nebula stands up. A map of the area is visible under his foot. The hero hangs over the planet below him. He says that since he dealt with 3 players at once, he should sort out the current situation. Insects are visible on the surface of the planet. Nebula thinks that in the west, according to the information received from the locusts, 5 players have divided into 3 factions, and they are resisting the hero's attacks. We see black silhouettes. Nebula decides to leave them alone until they cross the borders and begin to advance further, while the locust swarms are able to restrain their advance. Nebula looks at the water surface. He thinks that there is an ocean in the east, and now it is more important for him to dominate on land. Besides, he can think about what is behind the mountains later. The hero hangs over the planet. Regarding the north and south, he thinks that they must be conquered until the NPC forces have fully strengthened there. Nebula stands, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. He thinks that Rakrak will not be able to be in 2 places at once, so in the north they will have to use the elves. There is no need to make the tribes suffer, cultivating the barren land. The hero reaches his finger to the system window. He calls the Eldar. In front of us are snow-capped mountains, in the middle of which a camp is visible. Next to the tents there are torches. Someone says that he thought that they finally arrived at a new settlement, but it turned out that they just left where they lived before and moved north. 3 elves discuss the situation. One of them says that the winter here is too long. They need to start cultivating the lands, but goblins and orcs will attack here constantly. Leonar, sitting at the table, sadly listens to his brothers. One of them says that he does not understand why they should suffer so much. The second asks the chieftain if Dancing Shadow God said anything like that to him. Hearing his name, Leonar looks up. He looks at his comrades and says that he actually saw the prophecy yesterday. The elves are very surprised. Leonar raises his hand and says that the green-eyed tribe of elves will be helped by the one who comes from the south. The tent flap is pulled back. Another blonde looks inside. He asks for forgiveness and says that a group of people is approaching the camp. The elves look at him in surprise. One of them says that it seems that the prophecy is coming true just at the right time. Leonar looks ahead with anxiety and says that he really hopes that these are the ones he was told about. He asks his comrades to prepare for the arrival of the guests. Near the camp there are snow-covered trees. The elves, the very first of which is Leonar, are waiting for the guests. We see horses, one of which is ridden by a rider with horns. Leonar looks at the new arrivals in surprise and realizes that they are led by Kyung, the ruler of automation. The girl takes off her strangely shaped cloak and asks the elf to introduce himself, as she has forgotten his name. Kyung and Leonar stand opposite each other. The girl, smiling, declares that he is indeed an old acquaintance of hers. He has simply lost a little weight since their last meeting. Leonar invites the guests to enter the tent, but the guest turns around and calls Saren Mule. The lizard descends from a huge bird. He takes off his hood, apologizes, and says that he must first check the tent for possible assassins. Leonard looks at the reptile in fear and says that he can enter first if it is really necessary. Leonard looks miserably at the guests who have already entered. Kyung holds a mug with both hands. The girl looks down. The elf asks her what brought the mistress of automation here. Kyung says that since Leonard also believes in God, he should understand her. She came here because she saw the prophecy. The elf, who also has a mug in front of him, asks again in surprise. Kyung, smiling, raises her right hand. She says that the blue bug god wants them to help the weak and disadvantaged. Leonard replies that he understands. Saren Mule touches the box with his hand. Kyung says that they brought weapons, farming tools, and something else. Kyung shows a bag. She says that she brought seeds that grow well in cold regions. The elf happily looks at this bag and sincerely thanks the guest. She says that she will sell him the seeds at the best price. Leonard looks at the guest in amazement and asks again. She raises her left hand and says that her god really told her to help the elves, but doing this without benefit is completely irrational. Leonard looks at the girl, clenching his fist. He says that they have nothing, and they have nothing to offer in return. The elf says that they have already spent a lot of resources to get here. Kyung climbs under the hem of her dress and says that in this case there is nothing he can do and they will have to go back to the castle. The girl is firmly convinced that time is money. We see the eyes of the ruler of automation. Leonard puts his hand on the table. He rises from his seat and irritably asks the girl to stop this circus. The elf understands perfectly well that the delegation came so far because here is what they need. Kyung, smiling cheerfully, asks what the arrivals can want if the elves have nothing. The brunette looks at the table. Leonard points his finger at the map. He says that perhaps they have nothing now. However, he knows where the iron mine is. In addition, there are excellent trees here, and since the land is good, the grain will grow well. Leonard, looking at the girl sullenly, declares that the elves can make a great discount for automation. Kyung laughs. She says that the elf wants to sell some vague future for what he needs here and now. Leonard replies that everything is exactly like that. He personally guarantees this deal and will put his name and reputation on the line. The girl looks thoughtfully ahead. She smiles and says that she agrees. Kyung's hand is on the paper. The ruler of automation declares that she cannot make a deal just with words, so she needs to leave at least some evidence recording the promises made. Leonard thinks deeply. It seems to him that the value of iron ore and wood is much higher than what they will give him now. It turns out that he is trading what belongs to his descendants. Kyung and Leonard put their hands in the red substance. The leader of the elves thinks that if this deal does not happen, then perhaps there will be no future for his people. The dancing shadow god foresaw this and sent him a message. This god would not leave the elves to perish. In front of us is a document sealed with handprints. Leonard looks at his guest and swears by God that the contract will be kept. The girl, smiling, wipes her hand. She says that she likes the words of the elf and she will probably agree with him. A system notification appears that the first credit transaction on the northern coast of the third continent has taken place. Nebula, whose mask we see, thinks that this is simply wonderful and the world is becoming wider for him. Lizards and frogs stand opposite each other. Nebula thinks that until now the world for the lost civilizations revolve only around their own tribes. Other races were only a potential threat, and how could one conduct normal trade with those who could move to who knows where? We see fortress walls and a squad of lizards sitting on their birds. The hero thinks that now that the inhabitants begin to lead a sedentary lifestyle and the nomads move along certain routes, the races begin to draw up their contracts in text form. Kyung and Leonard secure the agreement by putting their hands on the paper document. Nebula thinks that soon the purchase and sale of intangible assets and the value of the future will become commonplace. The hero says that they go beyond simple business agreements and begin to practice economic management. Nebula sees representatives of different races in front of him. He thinks that he will have to learn to manage this big and beautiful world. Someone's hand holds a spear. Rakrak wearily throws away his weapon. The lizard steps back. He says that all the gnomes have escaped and the area needs to be cleared. We see the reptile's leg. It says that the gnomes fought to the very end and were very stubborn, although it was in vain. The lizard approaches the seashore. He looks at the endless ocean. Behind him, houses are burning down. Rakrak thinks that this is the end of the earth. The lizard looks to his left. He thinks that they have captured the southern lands, as the blue bug god wanted, and now all the lands of this peninsula belong to his tribe and his god. The fire behind the reptile flares up. Rakrak thinks that, unlike the times when he had to manage only a tribe, now he must lead many races on this land and it will not be easy to cope with this. Nebula watches the lizard. He thinks that the form of government is a serious question, because each system has its pros and cons. In front of us is a magnificent castle with many spires. Nebula thinks that one of the options is a feudal monarchy, a type of government in which the king chooses feudal lords and grants them lands. The hero looks at the blue screen. He thinks that feudal lords protect their lands, thereby reducing the burden on the ruler. But it is almost impossible to control the relations of feudal lords with each other, which leads to frequent civil wars. We see powerful siege weapons. Nebula thinks that military conflicts often contribute to the development of technology, But this process is difficult to manage, and often everything results in real chaos. Rakrak sits on the throne, stretching out his hand forward. Nebula thinks that another option is an absolute monarchy. This is a state system in which there is only one ruler, and his officials are distributed among different subjects to manage them. Eldar appears behind the hero. Nebula thinks that, frankly speaking, he would prefer an absolute monarch, since the presence of a single system of governance increases the productivity of management work, and a strong central government makes it easier to mobilize armed forces. Eldar sighs. The hero says that he will have to prepare too much for this, in particular, roads and ports. Also, it is necessary to choose a worthy king and develop a system for choosing officials, and that is not all. Nebula looks at the screen where Rakrak is visible and asks the god of the elves what, in his opinion, is better. Eldar, smiling, asks if the hero has not made a final decision yet. In front of us are tents. Rakrak says that he had a dream last night. The reptiles look at their leader in amazement. One of them looks at the bent-over Rakrak and asks what he saw. Rakrak answers that he flew. The black-scaled leader draws something on the floor. He says that he left his body and flew at great speed. The ocean is visible behind the mountain. Rakrak says that he flew past the wild lands to the northern coast. Below the lizard, a river is visible, flowing among green slopes. The chieftain says that below him there were endless lands, and among them were the villages that they tried so hard to destroy. The lizardmen look at their leader in shock. He stands with his head held high. A reptile's tail is visible above the map. Rakrak says that this is the place they are in. The chieftain asks what this place is called. One of his subordinates raises his hand and says that the dwarves called it Maganen, which means the end of the land. The lizardman points to the map. Rakrak bends down and asks what the place was called where they destroyed the red-skinned orcs. Yer replies that the orcs called it Salmon. Rakrak looks at his warrior and says that there is a lot of salmon, so they will call it South Salmon. The lizardmen continue to work on the map. One of the reptiles thoughtfully rubs its chin. The reptile's foot is on the map. Rakrak asks what this land is called. The lizards look at him in surprise. The chief asks if no one knows. One of the reptiles looks at its leader and says that no race lives there. Everyone tries to avoid this place, not only because of the mountains, but also because the Cacatrices live there. Jayal, who is writing something down, asks if this means that no one knows the name of this land. The chief points to the map. He says that he knows this land, although the area is surrounded by mountains, but it is not difficult to clear the road. You just need to get rid of the vines and small trees. In front of us is lush green vegetation. The chief says that deep in the mountains there is a valley through which a river flows. The water stream becomes much wider. Rakrak says that if you go down it, the lizards will find themselves on a large plain where the river flows into the ocean. Jayal asks in amazement if God showed this land to the chief in a dream. Rakrak looks at his wife and says that everything is exactly as it is, and the name of this land is Orazon. Nebula hovers above the land. He hangs above the leader of the lizards, surrounded by butterflies. Rakrak states that this name translates as the land where the god lives. The reptile says that, following the will of the god, he will become the king of Orazon. The lizards open their mouths in joy. Rakrak raises a clenched fist and shouts loudly that now they will go to Orazon. We see the hero's leg again. Nebula looks at the green mountain slopes and says that a start has been made. The hero hangs above the lizards who have set off. He thinks that although many creatures living on this land recognize the power of Rakrak, there will always be those who disagree, so in order to unite everyone, they will have to work hard. The chieftain of the tribe speaks to his subjects. Nebula thinks that many should know about the future capital of Orazon, and also that Rakrak has become its king. A dirt path runs between the trees. The hero realizes that all lands should have a path to Orazon. The lizard holds a golden tablet and a sword in his hands. Nebula thinks that since this is a monarchical system of government, there should be managers in the middle of the hierarchy, and Rakrak plans to call them warlords. We see the golden tablet up close. The hero thinks that, first of all, it is necessary for uniform laws to operate throughout the country. But with automation in the elven village, this will take some time. Nebula looks at the screens and thinks that the aforementioned settlements are already under feudal system, and, apparently, Rakrak is already going to send representatives of the tribe there to observe and negotiate. Kyung looks at the piece of paper in amazement. It says that she has received the title of Margrave of Automation. Next to Leonor stands a lizard. It says that the elf has received the title of Supreme Leader of his people. Nebula thinks that all this looks primitive and sloppy, but for now they do not have many problems that need to be solved. A notification appears that the race that the hero controls has entered the early monarchy stage. Nebula thinks that this is quite enough. Eldar, who is standing behind the young man, asks if he has decided to use both options at once. Nebula replies that this is true, and now comparing the pros and cons, as well as what will be better in this situation, is useless. Eldar extends his finger to the yellow screen. He offendedly asks why Nebula made his race part of his kingdom. Nebula looks at the elf standing in front of him in surprise and asks what is the point of this question, because these lands also belong to him. Eldar has no choice but to silently resign himself. A huge white cloud hangs in the sky. 2 fishing lines go into the water. Someone says that he is incredibly bored. The lizard asks his interlocutor if the military leader named Totter has any energy left. He puts his hand on his hat and says that he cannot get used to this peaceful environment. The reptiles are sitting on a bench. Totter says that all this is because he lived only for war. His interlocutor asks if he really was the best warrior, and that is why he was appointed military leader. It turns out that Totter is missing one eye. He asks his interlocutor if he thinks that a first-class soldier was declared a military leader only to hide him in a secluded place and let him die of old age due to the loss of an eye and because he became dead weight. The interlocutor of the old warrior looks at him in fear and says that he did not mean this at all. In front of us is an idyllic village surrounded by green trees. The reptile says that someone must protect this place. The lands of Maganen are depressing, but they are still the domain of Rakrak. Totter takes a fishing rod out of the water and asks what exactly he is protecting this Maganen from, because above it there is only land that belongs to the lizards. Totter looks at the empty hook in amazement. He says that he will have to enter the battle only if someone arrives from the sea. Boats are visible on the water surface. Totter asks in amazement what it is. In front of us are huge green crayfish. The lizards cannot believe their eyes. Hiding behind a hillock, the reptiles watch the approach of the crayfish. One of them asks if they are monsters. The military leader says no, since they sailed in a boat and therefore have intelligence. It seems that Totter is about to come out of hiding. He declares that he will approach them first and orders his interlocutor to wait in this very place. He tries to protest. 2 crayfish look up at the lizard. He asks if they are invaders. Menacingly flashing his only eye, the reptile says that in front of the crayfish is a warrior of this land, Totter, and he demands that they answer who they are and why they came here. The crayfish looks at the lizard with fear and says that they are turquoise astacids who accidentally swam to this shore as they were lost due to the waves. The green creature asks where they ended up. The interlocutor of the military leader takes up arms. He thinks that it is necessary to remain alert, as a battle order can come at any moment. Totter says that the crayfish ended up in the domain ruled by King Rakrak from the Black Scale tribe. The lizard looks at the crayfish suspiciously. He thinks that Totter is not one to show mercy to his enemies, especially since they are unknown opponents. He will definitely grab them and try to extract as much information as possible, and perhaps even kill them. Totter opens his mouth, filled with sharp teeth. He asks if the crayfish really came from overseas. The arthropods look at the lizard with horror. Totter puts his spear on his shoulder. He orders to prepare temporary housing for the crayfish, and since they are probably hungry, they should be fed with what the tribe has. The lizard looks at the commander with eyes wide with amazement and asks again. The green crayfish opens his mouth wide and thanks Mr. Totter. He says that they will never forget his generosity. The lizard waves at the arthropods as they swim away in boats. His subordinate looks at the warlord in amazement and then asks why he helped them. This lizard stands behind Totter and states that if he were in his place, he would have driven them all away and reported to Rakrak that they got rid of the uninvited guests. It is just amazing that the warlord missed the opportunity to improve his reputation. Totter watches the crayfish swim away. He says that perhaps he is mistaken and these are indeed enemies. Behind the reptile's head, sunlit clouds are visible. She asks her interlocutor if he knows how he lost his left eye. Totter is fighting against a numerically superior enemy. The second lizardman replies that as far as he knows, Totter fought 10 trolls who tried to rob some wanderers, and they wounded him. We see frightened children. Totter says that those wanderers were not even lizards, they were supposedly halflings. Totter is bandaged. He says that after that injury, Rakrak had a conversation with him. The chieftain says that fighting 10 trolls and losing only one eye is a great feat. The lizardman kneels before Rakrak, who says that the fighter lost his eye helping not his tribe, but a group of half-breeds. He asks if Totter regrets it. The warlord looks after the boats on which the crayfish are floating. Lizards are wandering through the desert. Totter tells his comrade that he then answered the leader that when the squad, which included Rakrak, wandered through the desert and he was wounded, they received help from the blue bud god. The wounded Rakrak follows the purple butterfly. Totter adds that he then told the leader that the god who helped the lizards did not ask for anything in return. Rakrak looks at the fighter in amazement. He asks if he really considers himself equal to the god. Totter, sadly bowing his head, says that during the battle he thought that he should do exactly this. A smile appears on Rakrak's face. Totter looks at his leader in amazement. He says that the fighter did everything right. He must continue to do as he sees fit, and if someone says that he is wrong, then he just needs to tell about this conversation. Rakrak smiles happily. He declares that he fully supports the warrior who lost an eye. Totter sits in front of the scroll. His subordinate comes in the door and says that the crayfish have returned. The lizards approach the shore. One of the crayfish happily waves his hand and greets the commander, who calls him Rubo and asks if they have been shipwrecked again. The arthropod is just happy. It says that they are fine. This time they came to buy silk and metal, which Totter told him about last time. Rubo points to the chest that his comrade is holding in his hands. He says that there is a war on his island now, so foreign technology and resources will come in handy. It turns out that the crayfish brought a whole chest of pearls. Rubo asks if it is possible to pay with this goods. Totter looks at the pearl in surprise. He tries to understand what kind of shiny stone it is. The lizard does not know how much it can cost, although Lord Automation will certainly know the price for it. Then Totter understands that if he shows his dependence, the crayfish will start to look down on him. The reptile points to the boats the arthropods have arrived on and says that they look pretty good. Then he asks the crayfish to teach the lizards how to make boats. Rubo looks at his interlocutor in surprise and says that building boats is very difficult and expensive. He replies that there are no difficult tasks for him. Totter looks at the crayfish with displeasure and says that if he is not satisfied with this option, then there will be no deal. The arthropod fearfully declares that he has been misunderstood. Looking at the lizard with fear, the crayfish declares that next time they will bring several empty boats with them. The interlocutors shake hands. Totter says that then they will exchange them for silk and iron. The crayfish agrees. A seagull looks at the dialogue of the negotiating parties from above. It may seem that the bird is smiling. We see Nebula. There are system windows hanging in front of him, one of which reports on the clash of civilizations. In front of the hero are Stacids, crustaceans living in the southern archipelago. They are approximately at the level of the Bronze Age and are unlikely to be controlled by any of the players. In front of us are several boats. Nebula thinks that this island tribe has learned to make excellent watercraft, and also, if you start trading pearls throughout the continent, you can make a good profit. Kyung, who is visible behind the hero, is simply delighted. We see a system window, which depicts a second-level ship. Nebula thinks that the most important thing is shipbuilding technology, and it is simply amazing that Totter saw great potential in this watercraft. Rakrak is standing in front of the boat. Nebula thinks that the leader must know the value of this object, and he will definitely try to make something similar. Sailboats are floating along the river. Nebula understands that it is only a matter of time before the lizards begin to move along the waterways using these watercraft. This will be an excellent opportunity to establish trade through the waterways. We see crayfish on the shore in front of the boats. Nebula understands that Totter seems to have an amazingly developed talent for diplomacy, and he can leave the Astacids to him. Given the level of their civilization, in the future they can be counted among the people included in the Kingdom of Black Scales. In front of the entrance to the mine is a mine cart. Nebula thinks that as soon as this happens, they will be able to use the mines on their island, which will allow them to create a currency of silver. Nebula, sitting in a chair, thinks that a small area of the sea still found a worthy use. The hero, to his surprise, hears someone calling him. In front of him on the blue screen is a character whose face is hidden by a hood. Nebula recognizes Hongo and allows him to speak. The sky is completely covered by a swarm of locusts. Nebula thinks that he has instructed Hongo to breed and control these insects, and he was to make himself known only if something very important happened. In front of us is a strange creature with its arms folded across its chest. It is reported that this is Hongo's creation. It addresses the great creator and says that it has made a mistake. A blue screen hangs in front of Nebula. The hero hears that the information about the locusts' belonging has been revealed to other gods. Nebula looks at the system windows, which show the location of the third-level locust swarms. The hero understands that their number has definitely decreased. Green grasshoppers are sitting on the grass. Nebula thinks that he has instructed Hongo to command the swarm of locusts so that it devours grain and hinders the development of other players. He also told him to act stealthily if possible so that the players do not understand anything. The character with the red hand picks up a grasshopper. Nebula thinks that an advanced civilization would inevitably realize that this was the work of a man who owns a small territory of insects. Nebula looks at Hongo and tells him not to worry. As the hero expected something like this, Hongo replies that this is a great relief for him. Nebula, in front of whom the screen hangs, states that he is more worried about Hongo and asks if he is doing well. Hongo replies that he seems to be fine. Although he had to lose many locusts due to the miracles of the other gods, it is good that they have not discovered him yet. Nebula looks at the screen and states that if Hongo is discovered, it will be a great loss. He orders the remaining swarms of locusts to be used to cause confusion, after which Hongo should hide. As the main thing is still to survive, the hero's interlocutor replies that he will do so. The screen goes dark. Nebula looks at the screen and says thoughtfully that he feels awkward talking to his creation. Behind Hongo, the blue bug god is visible. Nebula thinks that unlike the NPCs from the time when Lost World was a game, these entities communicate as if they have a soul. Nebula has his back to us. He understands that the locusts have still caused great damage to the 5 tribes of the west. The screens show devastated crops and trees with eaten leaves. Nebula thinks that if these people find out that this is his doing, they will definitely attack. In front of us is a map of the area. Nebula thinks that, judging by the location, the two neighboring nations that are most likely to show aggression are Danium, a race of satyrs, and Jukwa, a race of Lenars. Both of these opponents are already ready to transfer their troops. Nebula, in front of whom hangs a blue screen, says that the other three nations are just watching from the sidelines for now, but it will be unpleasant if he has to face 5 races at once. On the screen in front of the hero, a huge tower is visible. He thinks that nothing can be done about it, and what is happening does not go beyond his expectations. We see the tower close up. It is reported that it belongs to the nation of satyrs Danium and is located in the capital, which is called Damurit. In front of us is a creature with a fox head. It is reported that this is the king of the Lenars Hattie. He asks if it is possible to trust the 3 races that are behind them. He states that, frankly, they do not inspire confidence. His interlocutor is the Satyr King Fav, who says that they can't just let go of the creature that gave birth to the locust swarm that the gods told them about. This will allow the damned lizards to do whatever they want. The reptiles pray to the evil blue bug god to starve them to death, while they themselves live in complete abundance. Merchants with rolls of fabric stand in front of the gates. Fav says that what's worse is that after capturing the automation castle, they, thanks to their technology, began to produce high-quality plates and now receive a great profit in exchange. Hattie and Fav sit opposite each other. The satyr says that his people are located near the border with the lizards anyway, and some losses are inevitable. Then he asks Hattie if he is okay with the idea of the other 3 nations passing through their lands to attack the lizards, after which they will have no choice but to move anyway. Strange creatures are visible in front of the satyr and Lenar. Fav suggests believing in the prophecies of the 5 gods, which said that their people will unite and raze Orezon, the capital of the Black Scales, to the ground. Hattie puts out his left hand and asks what their attack route should be then, since Hukrin can only be reached through automation. In front of us is a map of the area with arrows. Hattie says that the road through the southern coast is cut off by insect, so it will definitely not be possible to pass through there. Therefore, taking the opportunity, they need to attack the castle and free it from the power of Rakrak. Hattie looks at the map. Fav says that then the satyrs will go straight to automation. Hattie says that he agrees, and the Lenars will go through the northern wastelands, even if it takes some time. The 2 chieftains, sitting at the table, continue to discuss their military plans. Fav says that they need to develop a more detailed plan and start gathering troops to attack in a month. Hattie agrees. A month later, 2 armies are walking along a mountain path. 2 gods are visible in the air above the fighters. We see one of them, in a suit and with 6 horns. It is reported that this is Krampus, the life-sacrificing god of the satyrs. With a final rank of 1430, he asks someone what she decided about the supplies. It turns out that he is talking to a girl with long blue hair. She says that they will use the supplies until they reach the wasteland, and after that they will go around the northern coast. The supposed route of the troops is shown. The girl states that they will plunder all the villages they come across along the way. We see the girl's profile. It is reported that this is Runda, the supreme goddess of fertility, with a final rank of 38,702. She states that she still has not managed to contact Nebula. The girl looks at the system windows in surprise. She says that more than a month has passed and he still has not unblocked her. She has no idea what he came up with there. Krampus replies that he understands the interlocutor. Boxatters says that if they manage to contact Nebula, they would be quite satisfied with compensation for the damage caused, but the leader of the lizards blocked all 5 gods and does not even give a chance to start a dialogue. Runda looks at the screen with tears in her eyes and says that in addition to this, Nebula has clearly increased its military training and the number of scouts, and, apparently, it is now too late to negotiate. There is an impressive army in front of us. One of the interlocutors says that there are 11 Olenars and 800 satyrs. This is the largest detachment on the 3rd continent. Runda turns to the interlocutor and says that Nebula's defeat is only a matter of time. He agrees. Runda smiles, given that there is a birthmark on her face that is not typical for artificial characters. The avatar most likely resembles the player in real life. Krampus hears the girl's surprised exclamation and asks what happened. Runda looks at the system window in surprise and says that she received a request to talk. Krampus clarifies whether it is from Nebula. The girl says no. She points her finger at the screen and says that it is the Eldar. The Lenars are standing in front of the watchtowers. Krampus says that there will be an elven settlement on their way, so the girl can talk to the Eldar. Maybe he will offer some kind of deal, although, most likely, he is plotting something. Krampus raises his index finger. He says that Eldar and Nebula are in a loose alliance, and this means that they can betray each other at any time. Krampus and Runda continue to talk. The god of satyrs advises the girl to talk to Eldar, but she must make him understand that she is alone. She must listen to the god of elves, because the conditions he proposed may be good. The girl clicks on the accept option. In front of us is a joyfully smiling Eldar. He greets Runda, the goddess of the Lenars, and introduces himself as Eldar, the god of elves. The girl greets this character with bewilderment. Eldar, with a pleading look, folds his arms across his chest and says that he wants to ask her for help. Runda looks at the screen and asks what exactly her interlocutor needs. Both gods simultaneously realize that they are dealing with a role player. A hero is visible above Eldar's head. The god of elves states that he had to submit to Nebula against his will, since these are truly terrible times. Eldar looks at the defeated gods in horror. He tells the girl that he had no choice. Because Nebula defeated Solongos and Lim Chun-sik, he is strong not only with his level but also with his stunning action strategies. Runda looks at the screen in amazement and asks if Eldar really did not help Nebula defeat those two gods. The girl cannot believe that Nebula fought them alone. The hero hangs in the air surrounded by purple butterflies. Eldar asks Runda if Nebula has heard of his reputation, because he fought with many gods in countless worlds and achieved the highest position. Runda asks if he means the first place in the rankings. Eldar sadly states that the girl can call it whatever she wants. Krampus and Runda exchange glances. In front of us is Hegemonia and Nebula. The girl realizes that the first two places in the rankings are on the same continent, and this is some kind of catastrophic bad luck. Eldar kneels before Nebula. The elf god states that he humbly begged the hero for mercy, and that is why he is still alive. It was a choice he made for the sake of his survival. Eldar asks for permission to help the girl. Runda is clearly shocked. She looks at the screen and states that she needs information. Only then will she be able to trust the elf god. Eldar, closing his eyes, agrees. He promises to provide all the information he has in order to earn the girl's trust. The elf god shows many yellow screens. He asks to look at what he experienced at the hands of Nebula. Runda and Krampus, wide-eyed, look at the terrible images. One of them says that the life of their colleague hangs in the balance. Being a vassal is probably better. Eldar grinds his teeth in anger. He says that this is why he asks for permission to help the girl. It will help him escape from Nebula. Runda looks at the yellow screens in horror. Eldar says that he has no army to help her, but he knows what Nebula has planned for the coming battle. Eldar clicks on the end conversation option. The elven god breathes a sigh of relief. He turns to the hero and asks him if this is enough. Nebula, crossing her arms over her chest, praises Eldar and states that he played his role perfectly. The hero looks at the scared elf and asks if it could be because he never breaks character. Eldar thinks that it is most likely because the information he gave to the other gods was true. We see a list of true information sent to the hero's enemies. The main Eldar army was destroyed. The elven village was burned. The elves returned to the lands they left after just a couple of years. Envoys came to the barely founded elven settlement to conclude an agreement on the transfer of future resources. Tears flow from Eldar's eyes. In front of us are Krampus and Runda. Eldar says that, as the hero asked, he told them that Nebula is preparing a preemptive strike on the Satyr capital Damiret. Nebula and Eldar stand opposite each other. The god of the elves asks if this is not enough to change the situation. The hero asks why the elf decided so. We see foxes on some mice. Eldar says that Nebula wants to attack the army of the Lennars first. Horned creatures are besieging the castle. The god of the elves declares that if the Lennars retreat to Damiret, and the Satyrs go on the attack and capture Automation, the army of lizards pursuing the Lennars will end up in the cauldron. Nebula says that his interlocutor is wrong. He will attack the Lennars 2 days earlier and win. Eldar happily says that now it is clear to him. Nebula, looking at the god of the elves, says that he will help him. Eldar says that he can only give the enemy supplies in order to show that he has surrendered, but he stops short and guesses that this is also part of his interlocutor's plan. The hero smiles under his mask. A large army is marching along the mountain pass. Hattie furiously asks if the soldiers really were poisoned by food. Lennar bows before his leader and says that it seems that their provisions have spoiled. Hattie asks if it is not the job of this particular fighter to monitor the supplies. Hattie raises his sword above his head and asks if he is ready to be punished. A fox-like creature clings to the leader and asks him not to rush. The warlord asks Yubei what is going on. He, with horror in his eyes, states that everything was fine with the food until yesterday. We see Lennar up close. He says that this morning they ate the products received from the elves. Hattie glares at the assistant and states that he saw with his own eyes that there was nothing rotten. Yubei replies that everything did look fresh, but perhaps the poison was inside. Flies are flying over the bales and sacks. Yubei says that the god of the elves is in close contact with filthy insects. He raises his hands and states that in this case, all the information provided by the elves will have to be questioned. Hattie curses the damn blondes and says that, nevertheless, the supreme goddess of fertility sent them a prophecy with absolutely the same information. A saddled rodent is visible behind the leader. Yubei asks if the goddess could not have been mistaken, because the elves were initially on the same side with the lizards, and this situation with the supplies is clear evidence that they are deceiving the Lennars. Another fighter appears not far from the interlocutors. He shouts loudly that the scouts have discovered lizard troops at a distance of several hours' travel. Yubei asks in amazement how many reptiles have been spotted. The answer is more than 1,500. Yubei grits his teeth in anger. He thinks that due to food poisoning he only has about 900 fighting men left, and even if there was parity in numbers, the Lennar would still be at a disadvantage due to their small size. Rakrak rushes forward on a huge bird. Yubei thinks that now that they are inferior in numbers, they will definitely lose. Hattie jumps on the ferret and gives the order to retreat. He also demands to tell the Satyr King that they are retreating because they have encountered the main enemy force. Yubei, who is literally lying on his ferret, loudly declares that if they move all day, they will have time to reach the mountain forests where they can wage guerrilla warfare, and if they meet the lizards there, then the Lennar will have a chance. The fox-like creatures turn to flee. Hattie rushes forward, thinking that they will have to wage a guerrilla war. This will give them at least some advantage and allow them to buy some time. And if the Satyr troops take the Castle of Automation during this time, the lizards will have no choice but to retreat. The Lennar look up. A giant insect, similar to a praying mantis, towers above them. The fox-like creatures scream in fear, not understanding who it is. Esrades looks at them predatorily and declares that the Lennar recklessly invaded the territory of those who are sincere. The Lennar and the ferrets panic when they see the giant monster. Esrades brings down huge boulders and shouts that he will make the enemy pay with death for their sins. Hattie orders them to abandon the wagons and retreat. Yubei angrily shouts that this cannot be done, and they must defeat this monster. Hattie angrily states that this is no ordinary monster. It may look like a praying mantis, but it is the protector of the cursed lizards. In front of us is the belly and paws of some kind of rodent. We see a giant rat. It is reported that this is Neji, the guardian of the supreme goddess of fertility. The rodent claws at the insect. Yubei screams loudly that their goddess also sent a guardian. Runda looks at the screens hanging in front of her in surprise. She clutches her head as she cannot understand what is happening with the statistical parameters. We see a purple insect, which is reported to be its characteristic feature is monstrosity. Runda realizes that Nebula poured everything he had into this entity, and Neji cannot cope with it alone. Runda flies in the sky above the fighting monsters. She thought everything was going well, but now it seems that she has no choice but to escape. The girl, gritting her teeth in rage, looks at the screen. She understands that if she manages to retreat now, then if Neji is killed, the next meeting with this monster will be the last. He must be killed, and this must be done right now. The screen shows the head of an insect. It says that the defender Esrades has a level of 11 and a divinity of 4. The girl thinks that the latter indicator is quite low. Another information screen says that Runda has a divinity of 9 units. Another window describes the defender Neji, who is level 7 and has a divinity of 3. The goddess thinks that together with Neji their total divinity is 12 units, and they have a chance. Runda decisively extends her finger to the descend option. She is going to enter Yubei's body and kill Esrades in 30 minutes. Yubei is surrounded by streams of green energy. Hattie, sitting on a ferret, understands that the supreme goddess of fertility has possessed his comrade. The girl puts out her left hand and says that she will fight this monster, and Hattie should lead the troops away. The chief replies that he understands everything. Yubei, into whom Runda has entered, approaches Esrades. The opponents are already very close to each other. Neji begs his goddess not to do what she is doing. She replies that she cannot lose her guardian, so he had better shut up. Yubei extends a clawed paw to Esrades and says that he has time before the arrival of the lizard army, and there is not a single living soul here into which the god who controls the insect could descend, so is he not afraid of losing his life right now? Esrades quite calmly declares that it does not matter at all, and he will carry out the task given to him in the best possible way. Neji and Runda, who has entered Yubei, pounce on the enemy. Yubei grabs one of the enemy's body parts. He tears off one of the legs of the huge praying mantis. Neji receives a powerful blow to the jaw. The rat, losing blood, looks at the enemy and calls him a damned insect. Esrades, whose face we can see, says that minor pain for the sake of God should be perceived as a blessing. Yubei strikes with his sword and says that Esrades is simply insane. He threatens to kill this insect in 10 minutes. Yubei, in which, as we remember, Runda is sitting, looks up in amazement. Someone is quickly approaching the battle site along the mountain valley. It is Rakrak, behind which Nebula is visible. The girl tries to understand how he got here so quickly. Nebula says that her calculations were wrong from the very beginning. But she was right about one thing. It will take the main squad 3 hours to get here, but she should have thought about how long the road would take when he possessed Rakrak. Esrades, Runda and Neji look in amazement at Rakrak, which is in the air. A giant rat looks up and calls out to its goddess. The leader of the Black Scale tribe raises his spear to strike. In front of us is the lizard's right eye. Rakrak declares that his opponent has fallen into his hands. Rakrak launches his weapon at his opponent. Yubei, possessed by Runda, falls to the ground but still takes the blow. Blood spurts from Lennar's hand. Neji attacks Rakrak. The rat loudly calls the enemy a loser and asks how he dared to attack a god. We see the insect's claws. Esrades grabs Neji by the back. The giant praying mantis throws the rodent far away from itself. Buzz is visible above Rakrak's head. The lizard asks permission from the ghostly creature to borrow his power. Buzz addresses Nebula, who is sitting inside the reptile, and says that just one word and his power will be transferred. The hero says that first he must kill the creation of the goddess. Nebula points her finger at Neji and orders him to burn the creature. A bright blue vortex appears in front of Buzz. The ghostly creature declares that it will carry out the order of its god. A discharge of white energy hits the rodent in the back. Blood flows from Neji's mouth. He says that he will not stop, even if there is a god in front of him. The huge rat looks up in horror. Streams of purple energy shoot out of it in all directions. Runda, who has possessed Yubei, witnesses the death of her guardian, screams hysterically. An electric discharge hits near Lenar. Runda makes several jumps. She thinks that she will have to leave Yubei's body. The creature, wounded in the arm, looks up, where a notification hangs that 10 seconds are left until the end of descent. Runda loudly curses the unfortunate delay. The goddess who possessed Yubei's body dodges the blow dealt by Esrades. There are 9 seconds left before the skill is cancelled, and the girl thinks that if she dies in the body of her follower, then huge additional penalties will be issued. Lenar waves her hands. Runda thinks that she cannot afford this. She has already lost a level due to Neji's death, and now she must prevent Yubei's death. The goddess finds a berry in the grass. She puts it in her mouth, hoping that she will heal a little, after which she will only have to wait for the descent skill to end. Hundreds of insects are visible near Lenar's head. A system window hangs in front of Runda, informing her that there are 5 seconds left before the action skill ends. Insects fill the entire sky. Runda and Yubei's body bends down to the ground, while she understands that the locusts are not attacking her, and the swarm is needed to limit her view. Esrades appears in front of Runda, preparing to strike with one of his limbs. 2 seconds remain until descent ends. The girl thinks that she has only a little bit left to hold out and only needs to repel one attack. The limb of the giant insect crashes into the ground near Runda. The goddess rejoices that she escaped death. Someone's hand grabs Lenar by the neck. Rakrak is visible behind the goddess, rejoicing that he grabbed the enemy. A notification hangs in front of Lenar's face that there is 1 second left until descent ends. Blood splashes on the ground. Runda sits with her head down. We see system notifications that Neji, the goddess's creation, has been killed and there are only 215 warriors left in her army. The girl thinks that she has lost most of her troops, and her divinity level is even worse. A scale indicating level 5 is visible above her head. The goddess realizes that she is no longer level 9, and if she had died without descent, she would have dropped a maximum of 2 steps and would now be level 7. Krampus appears on the screen in front of the girl. He calls out to her. The Satyr god asks what level the girl is now. She hesitantly says that she is 7, and it has not fallen as much as she feared. Krampus on the screen says that this is a significant and unexpected fall for him. Runda, smiling falsely, says that in fact, everything is not so bad. The conversation between the two gods continues as before. The Satyr says that the girl will have too little faith to rule her race. She replies that everything is fine, although she thinks that her interlocutor is absolutely right. In front of the bare trees lies a Lenar with a severed head. Runda thinks that if the orchards that they saved from the locusts perish, the well-being of the race will sharply decline, which, in turn, will lead to a weakening of faith, especially since even the high priest Yubei died. Runda looks at the screen hanging in front of her and asks how her interlocutor is doing and whether the satyrs are preparing for the assault. Krampus replies that they are. The god of the satyrs says that as soon as they learned of the Eldar's betrayal, they accelerated their actions, given the speed of the satyr cavalry. They will be there in about 2.5 days. Automation is practically empty, so its capture should not be too difficult. The girl asks, smiling, if this means she only needs to hold off the main lizard army for a couple of days. Krampus confirms this. Rakrak and Esrades are visible behind the goddess's head. She thinks that the battle that recently ended must have drained Nebula's faith, meaning that he will try to focus on defending automation. It will be difficult for him to allocate troops to pursue her cavalry, so she just needs to hold out for 2 days. Runda looks at the screen where Krampus' face is visible. She thinks that maybe she should tell him the whole truth, then she realizes that she shouldn't do that. Why should she suffer alone? The next day, Runda looks back at the screen where she is called out to again. The girl responds. Krampus, who is visible on the screen, says that the lizard army is heading for automation. He asks if the goddess of the Lenars hasn't tied them up in battle. The girl looks at the screen in shock. She thinks that the cavalry of the Lenars was too weak to try to hold back the lizards. In front of us is a map of the area. Runda thinks that the problem was not in the number of cavalry, but in the information provided by the elves and their god Eldar, according to the original plan. The battle was to be fought in an area where there are forests, but it began earlier and the Lenars ended up in a place where they had nowhere to realize their advantage. Krampus curses and declares that in this case his strategy will not work. There is no suitable place for defense near him. This means that he will have to return the army and set up camp near his capital. Runda looks ahead in shock. She realizes that Krampus won't be able to hold out if he only defends himself. He only has about 800 warriors, and there are about 17 lizards. The girl remembers a huge insect throwing stones. She thinks that the praying mantis Esratis is a real siege weapon. Krampus is certainly good, and he is a very reliable ally, but most likely his plan simply won't work. Runda thoughtfully rubs her chin. She tries to understand if the God of Wisdom can become her next ally. He is, of course, a little hot-tempered, but in general, you can't deny his common sense. Krampus asks from his screen if Runda can send reinforcements when the lizards begin the siege. It would be very nice if the Lenars went behind the lizards. The goddess looks at the screen and says that she did not expect this. She asks the interlocutor why he does not try to storm automation, to which he replies that he simply does not have enough time for this. The girl puts her hand on her forehead and says that she understands everything. Internally, she curses and realizes that if their dialogue continues in the same direction, then she will be caught in a lie. Krampus says that this is still a very good idea. Automation is indeed empty. How about sending the Lenar cavalry there, while the remaining infantry will defend the Satyr capital? Krampus says that the Lenar army has 200 cavalry and 300 infantry. Their enemies are 400 less than expected, that is, about 13. In total, under the god's command, there will be 800 Satyrs and 300 Lenars. That is, the chances here are quite equal, and he can win. Runda smiles falsely, listening to her interlocutor. Beads of sweat are running down her cheeks. Krampus reminds the girl that, according to her, she defeated the Guardian of Nebula. That is, the castle walls will be safe. At this moment, Runda understands that she lied too much. She looks at her interlocutor and thinks that, nevertheless, nothing terrible has happened yet, because by the time her lie is revealed, she will no longer be an ally of Krampus. The god of Satyrs calls out to the girl. She asks what he wants. Krampus looks at the pink screen and says in amazement that Nebula sent him a private message. The Satyr cannot believe it. Runda asks her ally not to answer yet and wait a little. Krampus reaches his finger towards the open chat option. In front of Runda hang windows with portraits of Nebula and Krampus. The hero asks the Satyr if he is going to surrender. Gritting his teeth in anger, Krampus states that he did not think anything like that. The Satyr god looks at the window hanging in front of him. He says that Nebula has become too overconfident after just one victory, although the situation as a whole is not in his favor. Under the hero's mask, his eye is visible. Nebula looks at the windows with images of Krampus and Runda. He smiles. Runda, smiling, lowers her eyes. She thinks that she lied to her ally and now it will be a lot of fun. Krampus angrily asks if the hero has said everything. Folding his arms over his chest, the Satyr god states that from the very beginning of the game, he refused to talk to him, and now everything is limited to this. Nebula apologizes to the interlocutor and says that he did not mean to offend him. Krampus says that he is ready to forget his grudges, but if this is an official offer of surrender, then he will probably refuse. Nebula smiles. He says that he will give his opponents time to think and then contact them again. The system window where Nebula was visible is turned off. Runda, smiling falsely, raises her hands. Krampus says that he does not understand what this guy is thinking. The girl replies that this is why she told her ally not to accept this request to talk. Runda is clearly worried. She tries to understand if Nebula knows everything. The girl looks at the god of Satyrs and says that she needs to check on her troops. He says that he also needs to leave to prepare for the siege. The girl clicks on the end call option. In front of her is a system window that allows you to call Nebula. In front of the hero, sitting in a chair, several blue windows are visible. The young man hears a call. He ignores it, but the calls are repeated over and over. It seems that the hero is getting bored with this concert. He reaches out his finger to the accept call option. Without letting her interlocutor say a word, Runda opens her mouth and starts screaming loudly, calling the guy a piece of shit. She angrily asks what he wants from her. Nebula, looking at the screen, says that the girl hardly has a good reason to be angry with him. After all, he was attacked from two sides at once and, it seems, he should be the one to be unhappy. Runda angrily screams that nothing had time to happen. The interlocutor replies that it could have happened and it irritates him very much. Nebula says that if his interlocutor just wanted to yell at him, then he ends this conversation. He is too busy to be distracted by such things. Then the hero interrupts the call, not letting the girl finish the only words she wanted to say. Runda looks at the message in bewilderment that the conversation was interrupted. Runda pokes her finger at the screen again. The hero appears in the video chat window, asking what the girl needs. She irritably screams that they are not so well acquainted for him to talk to her like that. Nebula asks the girl to say what she needs, preferably to speak calmly and not whine. Gritting her teeth in rage, Runda grabs her head. The girl bends her back and clenches her fist. She asks why the hero ended the conversation so quickly when Krampus refused to surrender. Rakrak stands with a flag in his hand against the backdrop of many corpses. Nebula explains that initially he needed Krampus to surrender, as well as for all 5 players to agree not to attack Nebula. But now it seems to him that it would be better to ravage and occupy the territories controlled by Krampus and Runda, although this is quite unpleasant. Clenching her fists, the girl angrily shouts that at the current stage of civilization development, Nebula does not have enough residents to protect its borders. The hero replies that Runda does not have enough soldiers to protect the front. Nebula throws up her hands and says that she can simply take over the lands of the Satyrs and leave the territory of the Lenars to the other 3 players, and most likely they will be very happy to get this land without doing anything. Runda looks closely at the screen hanging in front of her. She asks Nebula what she will do here if she and Krampus start a rebellion. She is also interested in which of the other players will attack her and Krampus during this chaos. The hero's eye glows angrily under the mask. He says that Runda did not fully understand him. He did not say that he would leave her and Krampus alive. The goddess of the Lenars looks at her interlocutor with horror. The girl looks at the system window and asks if Nebula is threatening her now. He answers that no, he just says that this is one of the possible scenarios. There is a clenched fist on the girl's knee. She asks if this means that Nebula is considering other options. The hero answers that anything is possible. Runda looks at his interlocutor angrily and says that he wants to go back to his first question. Nebula should tell him what he wants. The hero replies that he needs information about the Lenars and Satyrs, and also, by the way, about the trolls. Runda raises her right hand in amazement. She asks what the trolls have to do with it. Does the lizard god really want to know about wisdom too? She says that the guy is confused, and she is allied with Krampus, not with wisdom. Nebula raises his index finger and declares that his interlocutor's conclusions are wrong. He asks her to ally with wisdom and get information, and he does not care how she does it. Runda is seething with anger. She asks if this means that she should become a double agent, get close to both Krampus and Wisdom, and find out information from them. Runda punches the system windows. She screams that this is just ridiculous. In fact, Nebula wants her to completely submit to him. It seems that he has become too conceited about himself after one victory. Runda asks if Nebula wants to fight to the very end. The hero, whom the girl sees on the screen, says that it does not matter to him. The power of the Lenars and Satyrs will falter after the next battle, and she has already managed to lie to Krampus. If he tells the Satyr King about this, she will immediately be kicked out of the alliance with 4 other players. Nebula's finger is on the girl's chin. He says that she will be left all alone with the 5th level of divinity in the middle of a raging war. Runda looks at her interlocutor with fury. Her hand reaches for the option to turn off the chat. She screams that Nebula can do anything. She is not going to help him. The hero wants to answer something, but the conversation is interrupted. Runda sadly looks at the system windows hanging in front of her. She looks down, putting her hands on her knees. The girl thinks that she needs to think, and there must be some way out. Under her feet is a settlement. Lenars are running along the streets. One of them is sitting in front of a pedestal on which there is a bowl with fruits. Lenar prays to the supreme goddess of fertility, asking for care for his people. For himself he asks to calmly and without injuries complete all of today's affairs. Next to the goddess, who folded her hands in front of her face, a phone rings. The girl is crying. Nebula, smiling, looks at the system window, informing him that he has received a call. On Runda's screen, the hero asks her if she has thought about his offer carefully. The goddess says that she has. Raising his left hand, the hero says that then she should start with information about the Lenars and Satyrs. In front of us are high cliffs. It is reported that, in the end, the battle with the Alliance is over. The furious Krampus points his finger at the hero. The Satyr god had a hard time accepting Nebula's offer, but Runda was able to convince him, and everything ended in a truce. The girl raises both hands, smiling. Tears roll down her cheeks. In front of us is a tall tower. It is reported that this is the Automation Castle. Someone asks if it is really about creating an alliance of merchants. Kion, smiling, raises her left hand. She answers the question in the affirmative, after which she says that to create the 4-wheel project, they needed the help of experienced merchants, and her interlocutors should think about the benefits they receive thanks to the deals concluded during the work. The girl stretches out her hand. She says that it would be nice if these relationships continued. They will be able to exchange information with each other, purchase resources in advance, which will later rise in price. The alliance will not levy taxes on trade between its members. There are quite a few people at the table. One of the people present says that they can also trade in things that are taken out of circulation in the country, but no one should know about it. They can also stock up on goods in advance and then, when the prices rise, resell them. Another participant in the meeting says that it would also be a good idea to buy up certain goods and control the prices at their own discretion. The troll standing near Kyung objects, saying that representatives of different races, who came from different lands, have gathered here. He does not understand how it is possible to establish trust between these parties in the long term. The girl says that she has an idea. We see Kyung's left eye. She says that faith in one god is the basis of their well-being. The troll says that this sounds logical, but someone will have to give up their faith and others will be able to keep it. He asks how Kyung proposes to solve this issue. The ruler of the castle raises a die. She suggests throwing lots and then believing in the god whose follower throws the highest number on the die. A notification appears that under the leadership of HWI Kyung, the Fifth Wheel Trade Alliance was created, with the blue bug god becoming the main god. A huge wheel hangs above the table at which representatives of different races are sitting. Here they discuss the black market, monopoly, price manipulation, a secret alliance created to make a profit and avoid paying taxes. Nebula watches the broadcast of the meeting on the screen. He thinks that although the time is not quite right, and they called themselves a secret organization, but the creation of a trade alliance was quite expected, HWI Kyung acted incredibly bravely and cleverly, using her demonic ability probability to put all this into practice. We see the heroes back. He thinks that since the war is over, they will have to take care of their states for some time and deal with the events that are happening. Nebula hangs in the air. He realizes that significant changes in the borders are not expected yet and calm sets in. The mask covers the hero's face. He thinks that peacetime should be used in order to prepare well for confrontation with other nations. In front of us is a decent-sized settlement. There is a tent next to the house. The sun shines through the hole in the roof. Rakrak holds a sheet of paper in his hands and asks what it is. Jael, standing next to him, answers that this product is called paper. Jael reports that one of the defeated Lenar soldiers said that he is a master of paper making. Thanks to this, they learned how to produce it. The advantage of this product is that it is much lighter and cheaper than silk. Rakrak, who holds a sheet of paper, asks if paper is really easy to make. Jael replies that it is actually a difficult task, but they have a water mill. And to make this sample, they used a water wheel from Orazin. As paper spreads, writing will also become popular, so the number of records will increase. Rakrak listens to Jael in surprise. Above the chief's head, there are notes written in hieroglyphs. Rakrak thinks that the recorded history will not be forgotten. The lizard stands by the table. He tells Jael that he also wants to show her something. The reptiles bend over the map lying on the table. Rakrak says that paper is a good thing, but if someone damages it, it will be impossible to restore it. Jael looks at the chief in surprise. He says that he has such wise comrades and brave warriors as her, and if the god takes care of the tribe, then they can fight any enemy. On the map there are figures depicting towers, as well as flags. The chief asks what will happen if there are two enemies, like this time. The map is shown closer. Rakrak says that both he and Jael, and even the god, cannot be present in different places at the same time. The chief draws something on the map. It turns out that he draws a long, thick line. The lizard says that's why he's thinking about building a fence. Jael looks closely at what the lizard has drawn. She says that it will take time to build such a long wall, and for it to be a good barrier, it needs to be higher than the automation walls. Rakrak looks closely at Jael. She says that the reptiles don't have clay warriors like the automation, and besides, the wall must be built of stone, but there aren't that many quarries in the area. Jael stands with her hands on her hips. She says that even if all the people and resources available were used, the construction would take at least 100 years. The chief looks at his comrade and says that, according to his calculations, it was 200 years. She replies that it is difficult to maintain such a project for 200 years, and it should be completed in 100. Jael looks at the chief and asks what he will do. Rakrak replies that now that he has realized the complexity of the task, he will think about this idea further. The chief, smiling, looks at the map. He notices that in one place there is a fast-flowing river, and in another a swamp. Jael asks if any natural barrier will do in this case. Jael says that in this case, if we exclude the indicated areas, the construction period will be reduced to 80 or even 70 years, but now they need to think about how to manage the construction if it will take the entire life of one lizard. Rakrak understands that this is still a long time, but he has another idea. The reptile blows his horn. Riders on birds run towards him. Rakrak explains that the role of the barrier is to delay the enemy, and you can think of it in a slightly different way. What if you focus not on delaying the enemy, but on calling your allies faster? Rakrak, who has a writing instrument in his hand, says that you can come up with something that will be faster than the cockatrices that everyone knows how to ride. Jael asks in surprise what that is. We see the picture that the chief has drawn. He says that fire and smoke will help him. Smiling slyly, Rak raises his index finger. He says that in one of the 5 towers there must always be a fire burning, and this will mean peace. We see the structure that the lizard is going to build. He says that 2 smokes mean the enemy has been detected, and 3, the enemy is approaching. The smoke towers are shown close up. Rak explains that 4 columns of smoke mean that the towers are under attack. The lizard looks at the rising smoke. The chieftain says that 5 columns of smoke mean the beginning of the battle. Jael looks at Rak in amazement. He says that thanks to this they will be able to protect the area without building powerful walls everywhere. In front of us is a long wall stretching across the mountains. The chieftain says that the desert area is not an attractive route for invasion. The mountains are also a good natural barrier. If they place fortresses in the mountain valleys and install smoke beacons on the ridges, then it will be possible to transmit signals in the same way as in the open area. Rak continues to draw on the map. We see a schematic image of a smoke tower. A more distant panorama shows the location of these structures throughout the peninsula. The chieftain, smiling, looks at Jael and asks how long the construction will take in this case. Jael, looking at Rak in amazement, replies that it can be done in 5 years. 3 years later, night has fallen on Orcish. In front of us is a nice Asian-style palace. Rak is sitting on the couch. He sighs heavily, resting his head on his hand. We see one of the pieces of furniture. The lizard did not know that maintaining well-being in a country is much more difficult than creating it. In addition to protection from external enemies, internal integrity is also necessary. A pointy-eared individual with green skin looks at the lizards with fear. Rak thinks that not only people, but also other races are afraid of lizards. Fear allows you to encourage them to follow orders, but it is extremely obvious that if you rely only on it, you can face difficulties in management. Nebula stretches out her hand. Rak thinks that fear prevents assimilation, and subordinates have only 2 options, either obey or fight, but faith in the blue bug god cannot appear under duress. Rak looks down sadly. He is trying to think of a way to unite everyone together. The lizard thinks that perhaps he only knows how to fight, and he does not have a calling to be a real king. We can see the furniture on which the reptile sits. Rak tries to understand why they all fail to live peacefully on this earth. Someone agrees with the lizard. Undisguised amazement appears in his eyes. The door opens, and the long-dead wanderer appears in it. Looking with kind eyes at the leader, he says that living on the same land does not mean living at the same time. Rak recognizes the stargazer and happily jumps up from his seat. The lizards stand opposite each other. The leader asks what all this means, because his interlocutor seems to have died. He puts his finger to the leader's mouth. The stargazer, smiling, looks at Rak and mentally conveys to him that their last conversation turned out to be prophetic. After death, the blue bug god takes them to himself. Rak looks at the ghost in surprise. He thinks that death should remain a mystery, so he should not try to find out more about it, especially since the stargazer will not tell him anything. Thoughtfully looking down, Rak asks what it means to live in the same time. The one-armed lizard looks to his left. In front of us is an open door. The stargazer asks if Rak remembers his words. We see the starry sky. The wanderer asks if the stars that are visible here in Orcish are the same as those that can be seen in Manga. Rak looks up and answers that they are different, albeit only slightly. The reptiles look at the sky in fascination. The stargazer asks what about the lands of the Lennars and Satyrs. Rak answers that they are also different, and much more so than the stars. The ghost, smiling, declares that everything is true. Just as the heavens are different, so are the lives of those who live in one time or another, but that is not all. Rak looks at the astrologer with some bewilderment, who declares that the leader, as a king, needs to experience everyone's time. Butterflies fly next to Rak. We see the starry sky. The astrologer says that everyone counts time in their own way, which is why there is a paradox. People live on the same land, but their hearts are divided. The one-armed lizard, smiling, looks at his interlocutor. He says that, as a king, Rak knows this better than anyone else. The leader asks if the wanderer wants to say that the way the lizards count time, which they adopted from him, is different from the one used by other races. Rak looks up and says that it seems logical. During recent negotiations with the dwarves, he had an argument about how to correctly count the term in days, and it turned out that it is quite difficult to do. The stargazer asks why Rak thinks so. Looking up, the leader of the Black Scales says that teaching others to count time the way the lizards do, especially if these others hate the lizards, will be very difficult. The stargazer says that this is why he is here. The lizards look at the sky. The ghost draws the attention of the interlocutor to a large bluish star. He points at it and says that this star is Rak. In the sky, a cross is visible, drawn between the luminaries. Now we see the figure of the leader, sitting on a huge bird. The Wanderer says that this constellation depicts Rakrak on the Cicatris. It appears in the sky in the spring, but is not visible in winter. The Stargazer points to another constellation. A wanderer with a staff is seen in the sky. The ghost says that this is a wandering constellation. That is why it is called Owen. It will always look at what is happening on Earth to be aware of everything. Rakrak, smiling, looks at the interlocutor and says that this is really interesting and fun. He asks if he has any more constellations. The Stargazer replies that of course he does, because they have been through so much. The Wanderer shows several constellations. He shows the constellation of Toads, Hwi Kyung and Saren Mule. In addition, in the sky you can see the leaders of the Ogre and Centaur tribes Kijin and Tamaridu. The Stargazer and Rakrak laugh merrily. A bright blue star hangs in the sky. The Wanderer says that it is time to leave the leader. The ghost looks up and says that he has been here too long and this is probably greed. Now he feels that God is calling him. Rakrak shouts after the astrologer. He asks what will happen next and when he will return, and also wonders if the Wanderer will ask how many children the chief has. The ghost replies that such things only worry the living. The astrologer begins to rise to the sky. The chief asks him to wait a little and at least say what the afterlife is like. The Wanderer replies that this is already the business of the dead. Rakrak, a tear running down his cheek, says that he knows nothing and death scares him very much. The astrologer looks at the lizard over his shoulder and says that he thinks correctly about death. The living should tremble before it. The Wanderer, surrounded by butterflies, gradually rises upward. He says that the dead can no longer change anything in this world, and they can only watch, and then by the will of God. The ghost stands half-turned to the chief. He asks him to remember that only the living are capable of changing this world. Rakrak looks at the Stargazer in shock. We see bright white dots and purple butterflies. Rakrak sees the Wanderer approaching the huge figure of Nebula, seemingly even painted with stars. Rakrak sits under the stairs. We see the starry sky again. Someone calls the chief. In front of us is the left eye of the lizard. The chief abruptly opens his eyes, realizing that he is being called. The reptile approaches with scrolls in her hands. She declares that the time for the council has already come, and all the subjects are waiting for the chief. Rakrak stands before the assembled. Looking up, he asks for a large sheet of paper and coal. The blue-robed lizard asks how big his master needs the sheet. Rakrak states that the sheet must be large enough to fit the sky. A system notification appears that the third continent has created the first lunar calendar. Nebula looks at the blue window, which states that the lizard state has created a calendar based on the movement of the stars. According to the calculations received, the calendar correctly reflects the rotation of the planet by 99.8%. That is, it can be used by other civilizations. At the moment it is used in 3 countries. Scientists from these countries describe it as the best possible. Nebula sits with his legs crossed. He likes all this. When he learned about the Stargazer, he immediately thought that it would be possible to try to implement the calendar earlier. A smiling wanderer is seen above the hero's head. Nebula thinks that of course it cost him quite a lot, since every word spoken by the Stargazer reduces faith points. In front of Nebula is a screen on which we see a rather gloomy Runda. The hero says that in general the transfer of knowledge from the afterlife is quite an expensive thing, but it was an absolutely necessary investment. Looking at the girl, the guy says that he is very glad that she actively uses the calendar created by the lizards. Nebula and Runda are shown opposite each other. The hero asks why his interlocutor is so sour. He asks her to smile, because the new calendar, unlike the previous one, takes into account leap years. The girl says that she is very glad to hear this. Runda is seething with anger. She states that Krampus and Wisdom have no idea yet, but she has borrowed too much from Nebula to pretend for long that everything is fine with her. She simply does not have enough resources to keep up with all of them, and she will turn into a small vassal. Nebula looks at the screen and asks the girl to get closer to the matter. She says that some new force has appeared in the center of the continent. Nebula asks what it is. Is it possible that this is some kind of faction? Runda, looking up, says that this is most likely a new player. Nebula wonders why there is some doubt in her phrase. We see 2 system messages. One of them reports a clash of civilizations and the entry into contact of 2 tribes, as a result of which both participants in the clash receive an additional increase in experience. The second has an addition that the rival tribe has its own religion. Runda states that she was forwarded a system message, which stated that the race of the new tribe has its own faith, and Nebula understands as well as she does what this must mean. The girl says that, at the same time, it is quite strange. Nebula, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, states that this is indeed unusual. In front of us is a map of the area with a purple spot in the center. Nebula says that there is no point in a new player settling in the middle of the continent. 22 years have passed since the beginning of the game, and such an appearance will not lead to anything good. The hero looks at the very displeased interlocutor and asks if there is a chance that this is someone's trick. She answers that everything seems to be in order and this character is on the list of players in the region. However, the ability to communicate with him via private messages is blocked. Nebula looks at the girl he sees on the screen and asks where this information came from and whether its source is trustworthy. He expresses the hope that Runda is not trying to deceive him. The hero looks at the screen in amazement. In front of us are the windows that the hero is examining. One of them is dedicated to the inventory of a player named Wubit Swemsik. Runda asks if Nebula received the messages she sent. We see a girl in a chic dress and with a fan. Runda says that the source of the information is a player with the nickname AR1026, who represents the state of the Golden Eye, where the main race is Nyx. In front of us is a piece of a map. We see a portrait of a girl whose face is hidden. Runda says that usually this player shares information only with his friend whose name is Jangwon, but this time he unsubscribed to Krampus, Wisdom, and the goddess of the Lenars. The girl says that this player asked to share her opinion on the information he sent. We see the back of the chair in which the hero is sitting. The guy says that this does not make any sense. The girl asks why. In front of us is a player list window with a nickname of a new character. Nebula asks what Runda and other gods call this player, whose nickname seems to be specially designed to be unpronounceable. She answers that it is Jialwabai. Nebula looks at the screens and says that this is indeed unusual, and that the new character is not only strange with his name. In front of us are pointy-eared characters, who are reported to belong to the Nyx race, and it is described as vampire. Nebula simply does not believe in the existence of such a race. We see the back of the head of a blonde with pointy ears. A system notification informs that the vampire infects the victim, over time turning him into a representative of his own species, and the changes take from 1 to several days. After the transformation, the characteristics of the converted can decrease, but more often, on the contrary, they increase. Runda thoughtfully rubs his chin and asks if the hero has ever encountered such a race. He answers that he has never seen vampires before. The goddess, whose back of her head we can see, says that according to Krampus, the chance of such a race appearing is incredibly low, so most players have never encountered it. Nebula objects, saying that this is not a coincidence. The hero raises his index finger and says that it reminds him more of a DLC. Runda asks if she means something like an add-on to the game, and the hero confirms this guess. In front of us is the back of a chair. Nebula says that, however, the world they are in now is very different from the game Lost World, which he played before. In front of us are several system windows. The hero says that there is no way to exit the game because the corresponding button is simply missing. And since the creators of this world managed to take away from them what previously existed, then most likely they can also add something that did not exist before. Runda, propping her head with her hand, says that now she understands the hero. Nebula looks at the screen where the goddess is visible. She says that all this looks dangerous, at least for the player AR1026. The guy asks the girl if she thinks that he should be warned about this. Runda asks if Nebula really thinks that everything is so serious. We see a purple spot on the map of the area again. The girl says that in her gaming practice she has already encountered events reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse, and this time the infection is spreading much more slowly than in those games. Wisdom and Krampus also decided not to do anything for now and are just watching what is happening. In front of us are pointy-eared characters, one of whom has something red glowing on his forehead. Nebula asks the girl if they really assessed everything carefully, because zombies have low intelligence, and vampires keep their intelligence to themselves and can sometimes even become smarter and stronger, so the company in which Runda revolves may be greatly underestimating the strength of the enemy. Runda imagines other gods. She states that it will be difficult for her to tell them something like this, because Krampus and she are allies. AR1026 is in an alliance with Jangwon, and Wisdom acts alone. These three forces are currently at war, so weakening AR1026 seems to be in the girls' and her allies' favor. Nebula looks at Runda and says that he understands everything, and they will see each other soon. The girl first asks again, and then also says goodbye. One of the screens in front of Nebula goes out. The guy continues to examine the system windows hanging in front of him. He thoughtfully rubs his chin and says that this whole story smells very bad. In front of us is a mountain. Inside its crater, 5 windows with images of gods are visible. We see a strange character with white hair and a huge nose. He asks if this is the reason they must accept his help. It is reported that in front of us is Jangwon, the god of the invisible flow, who controls the kobold race and the country of Amgal. The girl holding the fan states that there is no use in waiting for support from Hegemonia. This is AR1026, the invisible god of the source who rules the Golden Eye. Krampus, with a strange twist of his leg, states that in his opinion, the two are worth each other. It is reported that before us is the god who sacrifices life, who rules the satyrs and the country of Danium. Runda is next. She is asked to share her opinion, and she agrees with what Krampus said. However, she thinks that they will be able to come to an agreement with him more quickly than with Hegemonia. We are reminded that this is the god of the blessed fruit, who rules the race of Lenar and the country of Jukwa. The system windows form an ideal configuration for a video conference. Before us is the fifth participant, Wisdom, the god surrounded by confusion, who rules the trolls and the country of Seokneon. Another system window opens, where Nebula is guest. Wisdom says that the hero connected just in time. Nebula is sitting in a chair, his hands folded on his knee. He says that all his interlocutors were looking for a meeting with him, and he, frankly, did not think that he became so popular. Wisdom from his purple screen says that Nebula seems to guess why they called him. He replies that he assumes, but may be wrong. Runda angrily clenches her fists. She thinks that the hero is behaving shamelessly, since she has already leaked all the necessary information to him, and everyone knows perfectly well that he has a huge amount of intelligence resources. Wisdom, who has a strange geometric figure with a 5-pointed star instead of a head, says that Nebula should be aware that something unusual is happening in the middle of the continent. The player that everyone here calls Jialubai appeared with a new race called vampires. He asks if the hero knew about it. Nebula replies that he did. A large pink spot is visible on the map. Wisdom informs that the vampires that appeared in the land of the Golden Eye, which is ruled by AR-1026, have now spread throughout the territory of all 5 players and have become a powerful force. Nebula replies that he knows about this too. The configuration of the video conference windows changes slightly. Wisdom from her window states that since their interlocutor is aware of everything, he will ask directly, namely whether Nebula can help them. The hero, whose mask we see, asks why he should help those present here. Silence hangs over the 6 windows hanging in the middle of the volcano crater. Runda frowns at the hero and mentally calls him a damned bastard who has taken up his tricks again. In front of us is a map with locust symbols. Wisdom reports that until recently, food supplies were difficult due to an invasion of insects that appeared on fertile lands. Wisdom announces that everyone present knows that the locusts were sent by Nebula. The hero, next to whom a window with Runda is visible, states that this is why Krampus and the girl attacked him, and he repelled the attacks, and it seems that the matter was closed. An enraged Jangwon enters the conversation. He shouts that there was no real war, and asks if Nebula really didn't think that he was simply spared. The window with the hero is visible above the window of the angry Jangwon. The guy says that in this case he has only one thing to say. He points his finger at the other guy and says that if he doesn't like something, he can attack him. Jangwon calls the hero a crazy idiot. Wisdom, who is visible in the window next to Jangwon, says that Nebula is being brazen on purpose, so Jangwon should calm down a bit. If they can't get help because of petty disagreements, the problem will only get worse. Jangwon looks at Wisdom and asks if Nebula is really acting like this on purpose, and gets an affirmative answer. Wisdom says that if they are lucky, they will be able to drive out the vampires themselves. In front of us is a map with arrows. Wisdom asks, but what will happen if they are unlucky? Nebula in the far window watches the conversation of her interlocutors. Wisdom says that after the vampires' powers increase, they will all beg Nebula for help. The hero, smiling under his mask, says that Wisdom understands everything perfectly well. The lizard god can sit back and do nothing, and as a result, he will see how everyone present here gets their asses kicked and they go broke, so why should he speak out in their defense? Wisdom, raising his right fist, asks if the fall of those present here will not cause trouble for Nebula, who asks to explain why his interlocutor thinks so. Wisdom, whose head we see close up, says that it is because an alliance is harder to deal with than its 5 members individually. Nebula silently looks at his interlocutor. We see the hero's eye under the mask. He is examining Wisdom. Sitting back, Nebula thinks that this player has good reasoning abilities. It seems that he saw his nickname in the top 10 of the rating, and if this is the same player, then, probably, among all present, he is the most talented. Nebula sighs heavily. He thinks that he should not agree just because the opponent seemed worthy to him. The guy tells his interlocutors that, in his opinion, it is easier to confront one opponent than 5. We again see 6 windows hanging in the middle of a crater overgrown with greenery. Wisdom admits that there is no point in the hero helping them, but should they perceive his words as a refusal, Nebula says that everything is a little different. Stretching out his left hand forward, the hero says that if he decides to help the 5 present here, he wants to receive a worthy reward for it. Wisdom asks what exactly he wants. Craftsmen of different races are visible above Nebula's head. The guy says that he needs 3 masters of candle making, glass and bricks, as well as 12 carts of gold. Jangwon looks at the hero in amazement. Krampus and Runda are also stunned. However, Wisdom is the most amazed of all. Krampus, gritting his teeth in rage, looks at the window with the hero and calls him a bastard. He states that he really hoped for this development and perhaps was in league with Jialubai from the beginning. Nebula calmly states that, as he said before, if someone doesn't like something, but Wisdom doesn't let him finish. Extending his index finger, he says that the gods need to discuss the proposal and they will call the hero after the meeting is over. The screen hanging in front of Nebula goes dark. Nebula, whose mask we see again, thinks that the outcome seems obvious. The system window reflects the stars. It shows an invitation to a video chat with Wisdom and 4 other participants. Wisdom states that the gods accept the conditions that Nebula put forward. Wisdom says that the craftsmen will be sent out tonight and the gold will be handed over as it is collected. The god asks Nebula to tell him what the plan is for attacking Jiaowubai and his vampires. Wisdom suggests that if the hero mentions specific compensation, then he must have already thought of specific actions. Nebula rubs his chin. He asks if he really thought of that. We see the hero's eye. Nebula states that this is not true at all. Nebula sees a pointy-eared creature on the screen. Now we see the same picture, only not in the system window. Nebula continues his thought and states that he has already begun to act. We see the face of a gray-skinned blonde. In front of us are several buildings, behind which a fire is visible. Smoke rises into the sky. The pointy-eared blonde leans his hand on a tree. Tears are rolling from his eyes. His mother, the chieftain of the Golden Eye tribe, fell victim to the unexpected invasion of the Knoll tribe. She fought, but ultimately died. A fire is breaking out behind the trees. We see a gray silhouette against a black silhouette. The blonde thinks that the invisible god of the source chose a leader from another family when his clan was weakened, and now this priest is persecuting those who survived. Red energy streams are visible against the black sky. The guy thinks that the new leader promised to purge the previous government. The blonde grits his teeth in anger. He asks himself if this is the result of loyalty to the god, why in the end they were all left to their fate. The blonde bows his head. He asks why the god to whom he gave everything cannot show even a small miracle. Maybe he was just using them. The guy looks up at the sky and asks the invisible god of the source to give him an answer. He seems to notice something. A figure appears in front of him, framed by a red glow. The young man looks up in fear and asks who is in front of him. He himself is afraid that he will die now. The blonde's hand is shaking. Now the guy thinks that it doesn't matter who it is, since he is no longer afraid of dying. Then, having gained strength, he asks the one standing in front of him to give him some water. A flask falls to the ground and, apparently, some food. The blonde looks at these objects in shock. It turns out that in front of him is sacred water and bread. The pointy-eared blonde bows before his benefactor and thinks that someone is helping him. Abandoned by God, the guy promises to do anything for the sake of his savior. The young man greedily devours the bread. He promises to do everything that the character standing in front of him orders. He hands him some kind of blade. The guy understands that he is being given a dagger and asks why he needs this weapon. He is tormented by vague suspicions. The blonde holds the dagger with a trembling hand. He asks why his hands are moving on their own. Now he no longer wants to die. A black figure with glowing eyes looms over a young man preparing to commit suicide. The blonde puts the tip of a dagger to his throat. He thinks that now everything is clear. This is the god who has chosen him. Ominous streams of energy swirl around the black figure. The guy thinks that he will serve this new god. A smile appears on the young man's face. He addresses the god of blood and carrion and says that he will do whatever he wishes. We see 2 system windows. The first of them informs us that the god of blood and carrion has chosen the priest Shaven. According to the second window, this is how the very first vampire was born. Nebula looks at the tent camp. He thinks that in less than a year the vampires have become strong enough. They have gathered 6,000 warriors in just 6 months. We see the tent camp from a bird's eye view. The pointy-eared blonde is fighting his opponents. Nebula thinks that with the help of these troops the vampires managed to capture the city, which turned out to be the capital of the Golden Eye. Houses are burning. The hero's special attention is drawn to the mill. In front of us are 2 girls, one with blue hair, and the second has a veil on her head. The hero thinks that the apostle of player AR1026 along with her divine beast died in the battle for the capital. She lost a huge amount of divinity points and, most likely, her level dropped to the 4th. Nebula looks at the 5 players who are discussing something. He thinks that if at least one of them helped AR1026 stop the advance of the vampires when they were still quite few in number, everything would have been different. But they did not want to take risks and preferred to watch the events from afar. Nebula sighs heavily. He thinks that as a result of their inaction, the vampires declared the creation of their own state. On the map, a huge pink area is visible. The hero thinks that the vampires named their country Bika and their leader took the title of the Vampire Queen. Nebula looks at the map. He thinks that the core of the vampire army is weak and vulnerable individuals who defected to the new god to take revenge on the old gods who abandoned them. In front of us are 5 players. Nebula reports that, as they understand, these gods are they. The hero raises his right hand and declares that in any case he will keep his promise and tell his interlocutors how to destroy vampires, who have 3 weaknesses. Krampus, looking at the hero, asks why 3 and not 2. He suggests to name the known weaknesses first. He wants to make sure that they are talking about the same ones. Krampus raises 2 fingers and declares that this is, of course, a well-known fact. Vampires are afraid of silver and sunlight. Nebula, putting her hands on her belt, looks at the interlocutor. He suggests that another weakness can be called the fact that vampires become weaker with each subsequent generation. Nebula says that this is both a disadvantage and an advantage at the same time. The hero points his finger at the hierarchy of vampire generations and says that the very first vampires have phenomenal abilities, but sunlight and silver affect them more than the rest. In front of us is the bottom of the hierarchy. Nebula informs that over time each subsequent generation becomes weaker. However, sunlight and silver also cease to have a strong effect on them. Wisdom enters the conversation. He asks what Nebula meant when he said during the last conversation that everything had already begun. According to his intelligence, the Black Scale tribe did not take any action. The hero asks who told this god that the lizard tribe should take some action. The phrase he said was related to the kingdom of Bika. The players look at the hero in surprise. He states that vampires have known weaknesses. However, it seems that only he himself sees their third vice. Nebula pokes his finger at the map and when asked what exactly this weakness is, suggests analyzing the successes of the vampire army in recent days. Judging by the arrows on the map, the vampires are attacking in all directions. The hero says that these creatures have an army of 4,000 soldiers. They expand their borders, moving from the center in 4 directions, with each squad having 1,000 warriors. We see 4 images, each reflecting 1 day of observation. Nebula states that the tactics used by the vampires seem to make them vulnerable, but due to the fact that the opposing races have approximately 1,000 soldiers, that is, the situation is simply balanced. Runda, who is standing behind the hero, notices that the maps are completely identical. Nebula confirms that the vampires are currently unable to advance, which means they remain in place. Runda, looking at her interlocutor in surprise, asks if inaction is their third weakness. Although perhaps they are simply replenishing supplies, Nebula replies that 4 armies cannot stop to replenish supplies at the same time. Looking at the screen hanging in front of him, the hero declares that there is another reason that his interlocutors have not yet guessed, and it is the third weakness of vampires. Wisdom, folding his arms on his chest, asks what it is. Nebula puts a finger to her helmet and declares that everything is simple. At first the gods present here treated vampires like zombies, but there is one very important detail that distinguishes these 2 types of creatures. Vampires have intelligence, they are reasonable. Before us are people who have turned into monsters. Nebula says that zombies are infected with something like a disease and everyone behaves the same, and vampires are completely different. The hero again points to the hierarchy chart. He says that it is extremely clear among vampires, and one should not forget that many of them were turned against their will. Newly converted vampires obey the middle ones, and the middle ones obey the higher ones. But the lower you go down this ladder, the weaker the connection between generations will be, and the less reasons they will have to obey. Wisdom thoughtfully states that he seems to understand what the hero meant. He states that vampires simply lack motivation. The vampire bites into the neck of a human. Nebula explains that the basis of the relationship between vampires is the innate submission of the converted to the one who converted. During the early conquests, they were driven by the desire to survive. They converted many against their will and desire. They were hunted, so the converted had to move next to the one who converted, and the latter provided him with minimal security. But when they founded the kingdom, it became possible to live peacefully, without committing violence and without converting everyone in a row. We see a castle with glowing windows. Wisdom, folding his arms on his chest, says that it turns out that vampires have fewer and fewer reasons to fight. But at the same time, obedience to those who converted has not gone anywhere. That is, it is obvious that the generals do not want to waste their people in vain. Nebula looks at the interlocutor and says that he is absolutely right. When the people are full, they stop thinking about survival because they begin to worry about other things. They are just waiting for another general to make the first move. In front of us are houses and a street between them. The troll looks at the map. He thoughtfully props his head up with his hand. In front of the troll is visible a skull with a candle. The monster thinks that now the chances of victory are higher than ever, so why are the other generals frozen at the borders? By the way, he is not going to attack until someone else does it. The troll listens to something. The door opens slightly. The general asks who is there. The sun is visible in the doorway. The beam hits the monster's hand. The troll throws a dagger with a sharp movement. It hits the forehead of the creature holding a mirror in its hands. The muscular troll looks at the defeated enemy. In front of us is a broken mirror. The troll thinks that the one who attacked him knows that his weakness is sunlight. A hooded figure appears next to him, asking for the general's forgiveness and saying that it seems one of the donors escaped and disturbed his sleep. The troll looks out of the doorway and states that he was not sleeping. His interlocutor asks if the general can't sleep. Juiner turns away from the cloaked figure and states that he is worried about the current situation. He has no idea what the other generals are thinking, what their motives are for their inaction, and what the reason for this stupid assassination attempt is. Under the hood, apparently a man is hiding. He says that perhaps not all those around the general follow the god of blood and decay. The troll frowns at the interlocutor and says that this is quite natural. Most likely, the satyr killer still believed in her old god and was not even turned into a vampire. The hooded character bows. He says that the general is absolutely right, but that is not what he meant at all. Because such individuals exist even among their comrades, the troll asks in amazement how there can be non-believers in their god among vampires. Juner starts to get furious. He loudly screams that they all hate the gods who abandoned them. The god of blood and decay sheltered them all and took care of them. And yet among vampires there are such ungrateful creatures who do not idolize their benefactor. The troll's interlocutor bows again. He reminds that not everyone wanted to become vampires. Of course, the queen carefully selected candidates for the positions of generals, and only then converted them. But the entourage of these military leaders and the people it converted, this is already a complex issue that was difficult to control. Above Juner's head are commanders representing various races. The troll's interlocutor suggests that some of the generals are less committed to their goals and principles. We see Juner's left eye. He asks if his interlocutor doesn't know that the converted have no choice. They must all love those who converted them. A huge fang sticks out of the corner of the troll's mouth. Juner says that it is not easy to get rid of it and it is simply impossible to resist. The man whose eyes are hidden by the hood says that everything is true. But loving someone does not mean automatically doing everything that the one you love says. We again see the military leaders we are talking about now. The character in the hood explains that after the founding of the state, vampires increasingly think about other things. Each of the military leaders wants to get a better land under their control, and for this they need to try to keep their army safe and sound, so each of them stays in place and deceives the queen with messages about problems that prevent them from moving forward. None of them wants to be in a losing position. Juner closes his eyes and says that it seems to make some sense. He orders the officers to be called as soon as the sun sets. The troll with glowing eyes clenches his fist. He declares that they are going on a campaign and he will show the queen that she still has generals who care about the country and not their own gain. In front of us is Nebula. He declares that one of the armies will soon move. Its general has proven more loyal to the queen than to his own wallet. Krampus, resting his head on his hand, asks what good it is that they now know about this weakness of theirs. Wisdom, sitting next to him at the map, declares that it is very useful. Now they understand the logic of vampires and will be able to predict their future moves. With the help of miracles and revelations, all this can be easily manipulated, which will buy time. Raising his right hand, Wisdom says that one delay in supplies here, another there, and now the army is weakened, and they get more trump cards to continue this game. Nebula thanks the Starhead for the explanation. Wisdom, whose head does look very strange, falls silent. He says that it is not a star, although we see exactly the opposite. Nebula asks in amazement what it is. Wisdom places his hand on his belt. He states that in the upper part of his body is the Kepler body, a punchin, which is a regular polyhedron, not a compound of platonic and stellar solids. Nebula and Wisdom look at each other silently. Nebula apologizes and says that next time he will be more careful in his expressions, while he thinks it is better not to show his face to the other players. We see the upper part of Wisdom's head. The player stands with his arms folded across his chest and states that if Nebula's words are true, he is going to destroy the vampire army by dividing it into parts. The hero replies that his interlocutor is right and that this is a logical method, but it will take too much time. Plus, if the armies are divided, then it will not be possible to deal a decisive blow to them. The vampires can simply scatter across the territory and it will be difficult to find them among civilians, so the hero suggests doing the opposite and gathering all the armies together. Jangwon looks at Nebula with interest and asks how he is going to pull this off. The hero clenches his fist and states that the vampires are so confident that they can handle everyone that they do not hesitate to enter any city. Nebula lowers his fist onto the map. He says that he is going to take advantage of the vampires' self-confidence and give them a good reason to gather together. Juner looks up. Someone is calling him very loudly. The door is opened by a hooded assistant. The general asks what is the matter, and he answers that they are attacked by enemies. Juner gets off his bed and asks if they are satyrs, but hears that they are lizards from the Black Scale tribe. The reptiles, riding cicatrices, rush forward. Rakrak looks at the settlement in front of which he found himself. The chief, sitting on a bird, asks if any of his warriors have heard of Totter. They all shout in one voice that, of course, everyone knows this soldier. Before us is a one-eyed character with a spear in his hand. Someone says that he is a great warrior who killed 10 trolls in battle, and now he seems to serve the king somewhere near the southern islands. Yer, smiling, declares that he has always worked very hard. But in the Black Scale tribe there are many great warriors, and there are not so many opportunities to prove themselves. The villagers rush about the streets in fear. Yer shouts that there are trolls among the enemies today, and he will try to surpass Totter's achievement. Rakrak, smiling, looks up. He says that Yer is a great commander and a great warrior, so he deserves the same glory as Totter. Yer looks at his weapon. He asks if Rakrak knows what one must be like to be recognized as a great warrior. Yer smiles predatory. He says that one must be greedy for victories. The lizard's weapon cuts the troll's throat. Blood splashes are visible in front of Yer. Another enemy rushes towards him. The eyes of this creature glow menacingly, and it loudly shouts praises to the god of blood and decay. Yer laughs loudly. He shouts that this fanatic would also be a great victim for the blue bug god. Yer, grinning predatory, strikes with his halberd. The lizard holds the severed head of an enemy by its huge fang and says that this is the knife. A fighter approaches the commander from behind, saying that the commander destroyed 9 trolls. He states that the enemies heard about his approach and panicked. Yer examines the head in his hands. He says that this troll was the commander and asks if he can be counted as 2. The second lizard states that it would be unfair, since there is only 1 head and, in any case, these are more vampires than trolls, so this count is clearly incorrect. Yer grinds his teeth in anger and curses. The settlement that the lizards attacked is burning. An order is given to search the camp, check the equipment, and then move on. In front of us is a wall and 2 windows. Shaven looks at someone with displeasure. He does not believe what he heard and asks to repeat the report. Lenar is kneeling in front of Shaven. He states that General Juner died, and with him a detachment of 400 vampires. Their army was opposed by 300 warriors of the Black Scale tribe riding on cockatrices. Shaven angrily asks if it really was 300 and not 3,000. Does Lenar really mean to say that the vampires were defeated by only 300 warriors? The speaker lowers his head. He explains that their army was caught by surprise. Shaven jumps up from his seat and demands that Lenar shut up. The pointy-eared blonde, who is clearly experiencing strong emotional experiences, thinks that probably a very strong elite unit was operating here, because in order to strike so quickly, they definitely had to reduce the amount of supplies taken on the campaign, which means that the lizards were counting on what could be obtained in the captured territory. In front of us is a map with the route of the lizard army. Shaven thinks that the fact that they passed through the territory of other states suggests cooperation with Hukrin and Danium. In front of us are representatives of the races that Shaven is thinking about. He begins to assume that they are all in a single alliance. We see a high window. Shaven is sitting at the table and examining the map. The lizards on the cockatrices are moving forward. Shaven understands that the satyrs support the reptiles with food, and thanks to this they have gone deeper into the territory of the vampires. But the main question is that the lizards forgot here at all, because the kingdom of Shaven is very far from their borders. The lizard on the cockatrices is approaching the border. Shaven thinks that most of his warriors are assigned to the armies, and there are almost no free ones. The villages are guarded by only a few vampires, and he will have no one to stop this advance, so he needs to somehow force the lizards to return home. We see the generals who serve the goddess of vampires. It is reported that they have not yet taken any action after the death of their colleague. Shaven looks thoughtfully at the map. He thinks that there are only 2 options left. The first is to block 300 lizards with large forces, for example, the remnants of the previously defeated army in which about 600 warriors survived. And the second is to take the remaining troops and attack the capital of the reptiles. We see the battle of the lizards and their eared opponents. Shaven thinks that the first option is, of course, more difficult, but you can always rely on the help of God. Another thing is that there is a risk here, since the basis of the enemy army is cavalry, and if it is not blocked, it will ruin all their fertile lands. But attacking is also dangerous. There is no clear understanding of what is happening, and the picture somehow does not add up. Shaven continues to look at the map. He thinks that changing the usual tactics will be doubly risky and making a decision based on intuition too. There is a full moon outside the window. Shaven is trying to figure out what to do. Judging by the expression on his face, an idea comes to his mind. He looks out the window. Shaven, whose hands are lying on the table, gives the order to call all the generals. Shaven shouts loudly that they are all moving to the east. A blood moon is visible in the sky. We hear the continuation of the order to attack the Black Scale territory with all available forces. We see the top of Wisdom's head again. He says that Nebula was right. His finger points to the map. Its owner states that they managed to gather all the enemy forces in one place. Wisdom looks at Nebula standing in front of him and asks if they should now pull all their armies to this point. The hero replies that it would be great, but it is unlikely that anyone has combat-ready units left. Runda looks sadly to his left. Nebula says that Nyx under the control of a R1026 got hit very hard, and even the capital was captured. The Lenars, controlled by Runda, are also not doing very well. The other 3 seem to be doing better, but not much. Jiangwen looks at Nebula standing in front of him and states that his troops suffered very modest losses, so he will be able to provide support. The hero says that for his army the final destination is far away, and it simply will not make it in time. In front of us are Krampus and Wisdom. Nebula says that only they can really help him. The hero asks these players how many soldiers they can bring to start the battle. Wisdom says about 300, and Krampus says 500. Nebula puts his hand on the map. He says that this will be enough for the vampires to get into his kingdom. They must cross the wasteland or attack through the mountains in the direction of the automation castle. The hero points to 2 arrows on the map. He is convinced that the vampires will attack the city, because in the desert it will be extremely difficult for them to hide from the sunlight. In front of us are huge rocks and a blue sky. Now we see a house surrounded by green trees. Nebula says that in the shadow of the mountains it will be easier for the vampires. Besides, there are several villages on the way where they can drink their fill of blood. We see the map again. Nebula says that 300 of his cavalrymen, as well as Krampus and Wisdom fighters, will have to follow the vampire army without revealing themselves. Wisdom looks at the hero with interest. He points to a hexagon in which Shaven's face can be guessed. The character with a star on his head says that in this case, 1,000 vampires will attack automation and the remaining Nebula troops, and some time will pass before the main forces of the Allies arrive. The hero, smiling, looks at the interlocutor from under his mask and asks if he really thinks that automation will not hold out until reinforcements arrive. Wisdom says that if Nebula is so confident that the city will hold out, then he will agree. The 3 players we see here that they will need to focus on destroying the vampires in their territory, and Jangwon will have to help AR-1026 restore his territory. The hero looks at the map and says that in general such tactics should distract a significant part of the vampire forces. He is also sure that the allies will be able to significantly thin out the flock of the God of Decay. We see the hero's mask close up. The guy is worried about one strange detail. This Jiaowubai almost does not use faith resources. The last time it was during a powerful attack on the capital of AR-1026. Jiaowubai, Akashaven, stands in front of the silhouette of his red-eyed god. Nebula thinks that the vampire kingdom has now become one of the largest on the continent, therefore, the number of civilians has also grown significantly. This means that the enemy plays for a fairly strong race and so far skillfully hides his own actions behind the prejudices that other players have towards him. That is, most likely, this is a very strong player. Nebula touches the system window with his finger. He guesses that Jiaowubai's divinity level will be unexpectedly high. Everything suggests that he is somewhere around level 17, and if so, then the divine skill he obtained when he reached level 16 becomes a serious problem. Nebula continues to work on the system windows. He sees the cliffs and the fortress wall rising above them. The hero thinks that even in this case, there is something to counter this.